Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, the retro gaming show I put on every Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for classic gaming goodness, badness, anyiness, as driven by my memories of the game we're talking about, your memories of the game we're talking about in chat land over there, or anything else you have gaming-wise, and any memories, I guess, with this game, because, yeah, this is a special show tonight, because we are playing a game that came out about 25 years ago for the Nintendo 64. I was there when it released, I was playing it at the time, and I still am playing it nowadays. It's one of those that kind of is underrated. Okay, it's definitely underrated. People didn't not remember this one. Even when I was showing them over this week, and kind of seeing the sense of what is on screen. This is Blast Corps. This came out in 1997 in March, and so about this time, 25 years ago, for the Nintendo 64. It was developed by RareGamer. It was the second game they made after Killer Instinct Gold on the system. Definitely something different as far as them. As you can see with this pretty lengthy opening, which really goes through a lot of the backstory of this game as far as the group, because that's what the name of the game comes from. Basically a group of heavy machinery experts who are actually connected with the U.S. Army, or I guess the Army as it is. They don't say U.S. specifically or anything. But yeah, basically the idea is they would do destruction as far as that, but they're in connection with that, and, well, as you saw there, there's a nuclear missile carrier that's running along the place, and, yeah. We gotta use our skills to destroy it. Or not destroy it, fine. Avoid it being destroyed. We'll destroy it later. We need to ensure a controlled detonation by grabbing 6 scientists and basically clearing all the buildings out of the path of it with your heavy machinery, like that dump truck there we're going to learn to love or hate. And there is Amber, who's the leader of Blast Corps Group. She is voiced by either Helen Coombs or Robin Krause. I'm not sure, because though the names are in the credits, as far as who performed the voices in this game, there is no information about who played whom. So, but I did take down who all the people who did the voice are as you go through this opening, seeing all of the different vehicles we're going to be running along with and playing along with, including the robots we're going to see, including the J-Bomb right here, as you get more information about the story, which is, as I said, Blast Corps is a group of heavy machinery experts who made a lot of these devices and were using them to destroy things, but they got into a bit of a row with the military and broke off to do their own thing. But now with that missile carrier going along, yeah, they have to use it for the purpose of helping them, because they left on the back of a couple things, specifically the idea they were used for war, feasibly, and also, yeah, Clark here is the person who made all of these devices, and they didn't want to do anything with that, and the next character we're going to be seeing in the lineup here actually was paralyzed, as the story goes into. There's actually a pretty extensive backstory of this, but also there's something weirdly funny about this game, too, because it is from Rare, as I mentioned, and it definitely goes into some weird elements. It's kind of like a Dr. Strangelove take, and we're going to give it the whole play. Hey gang, hey Electverse, good to see you tonight for Blast Corps for Nintendo 64. We're going through the intro because, as I mentioned, there is actually a lot of background to the story on this one, so I'm going to let it go as we go through the game and see also Spike, who is a member of the team who was involved with building these machines, and in the comic lore, it was the comic that was Nintendo Power, this was, I think, the character who was controlling everything. I don't think that's who we're controlling, at least I don't think it is. If it's wrong, I'll put an edit. Hope you're doing well, Electverse. Good to see you tonight for this game. Let me know any memories you have on Blast Corps. I'm going to give you mine, because I've got a lot of memories on this one. Because I was there 25 years ago when this game came out. I rented it from the Blockbuster store, and because there weren't many games on N64 at the time, that actually was a good thing when you really think about it, because I was able to feasibly play everything at the time and get a sense of, alright, what is this new game of Rare's? And what was it doing? And it is still, now I'm thinking about it, one of the most unique games that they've ever made. And it's one that I get the sense, as we've mentioned this before on the show, a game that tends not to have a whole lot of, again, not necessarily not a fandom, but something that doesn't seem to be remembered. And we're all about on this show, and Electverse, I know you know this as well, and you've agreed with this perspective, which is games that seem like they don't get remembered that much, and so they're going to get their spotlight, and they're going to get their due given here, regardless of what they are, and this is definitely one of them for the purpose of that. And I definitely have a lot of good memories with this game, and also some weird ones as well. I ran it a few times, wasn't very good at it. Yeah, that's an interesting thing, too, which we're going to get into. Yeah, this is Wesley. He is one of the members of the team who actually was paralyzed in an accident, and they kind of blamed the Army on that, and then that was why Blast Corps was formed and why they left, but now they have to help get everything taken care of. Yeah, we're going to get into that as well, because that goes to some interesting things with the design, because looking back on the information about this game, and it was kind of a fascinating thing of what I could find, because weirdly enough, there's not as much as I was able to hope to get, including stuff with the voice performers, where I know who the names of the people are, but I don't know who they voiced, and there's no information I was able to find. But for not being very good at it, let's go into that quickly while this is going a little more. The idea of this game came up by Chris Stamper, who co-founded Rare, and said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we could have a game where you're destroying buildings? Well, here we go. This is that game. And then it was Martin Wakely, who was the lead designer on this, of a team of only 7 people, 4 of whom were actually recent college graduates, and this was actually the first game they ever made on the back of that. And their idea was, all right, let's come up with this weird perspective to, have this moving object, the carrier we're seeing right here, and rationalize the idea of destroying buildings while also taking it very seriously, but also having this weird comedic streak, which you're going to see as we play. And one of the things that was interesting about this game, I think we can get this started now, is that there's actually a lot of internal questions during the development of aspects of the controls, and like, are you good at this game? In fact, Martin Wakely, one of the vehicles we're going to see, was a big proponent of the backlash. Other people on the development team didn't like it, and yeah, they probably were hating the fact they had to do play testing on this in the hard area, because of the fact that, yeah, they used that almost exclusively. Alright, we have the file select there. I am using a controller pack for this game. You can save to the cartridge if you so desire, and you can also save 4 slots on the control pack here, or play it on the Xbox One, Series S, or Series X in Rare Replay, and it has the same save like this. Yeah, F-Zero X was just released on the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. Yeah, I know it was. I was thinking of you with that, like, first, because I know you wanted to see that game, and we're going to do that game for sure. I gotta get a sense of what's going to be the viewer request for April, because I don't think I have it set. I mean, right now I know that there's at least 2 games we're doing, which are Batman Forever and the next part of Ocarina of Time, and then Sailor Moon of the Story for part 2, which we're starting at the end of the month. I could do F-Zero X for next month. I'll use it on N64, because it is emulated right on the Switch Online. I guess the question is, will this game ever come to Switch Online? I don't know, but yeah, F-Zero X, I think they did it right, and I think it also avoids the dead zone control issue that the Wii U version had. But yeah, it came out just yesterday, and it is really good. It's a lot of fun. It's very speedy, and another good one on N64 that I get the sense, kind of like Blast Corps, almost doesn't seem like it's remembered as much. Although, I mean, this game sold about 1 million copies, Blast Corps did, and I think the other one, as far as F-Zero X, I think that sold maybe around the same. But yeah, I plan to get a replacement Switch just to play that. Okay, so yeah, you love F-Zero X, and I love F-Zero X as well, as far as it, and probably my favorite game in the series of the ones I've played. I think, I'll tell you what we'll do. We will do F-Zero X next month, because I was trying to get a sense this week. I've been insanely busy with stuff I have going on, including practice of the games. We're playing this one and other ones. And I wasn't sure what was the viewer request I wanted to do. We could do F-Zero X, but I will use the N64 to play it for the purpose of that, just because I think I have everything unlocked, and I do want to show that. But I'm glad to hear that I guess you're excited about the fact that that's there. And hopefully you're excited on the game we're playing tonight. And as I mentioned, we got a lot of N64 love coming this year, and yeah, I look forward to fulfilling that one, F-Zero X, as well as the game we're playing tonight. Alright, so we can enter a name. I usually go with Sogs, but since it's a little longer, I'm going to go with Super Old, and I guess GS. At least for a little variety. Oh, there it is. O-L-D... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, right, I forgot. When you get to the case of that, he says, Doe! So it's like The Simpsons, or Doe! Alright, so there you go. So it's Super Ol. Or Super... Or... Yeah, Super O... Suprog. Okay, there you go, a singular. That's gonna be the take of it. Alright, let's get this started. And keep the discussions going on anything you want to go into, like first or anybody else out in Chatland. And we'll see if this comes to Xbox One as far as this. Say, Banjo-Kazooie came to that, so maybe this one next. I'm not big spending $50 for the expansion pack, but this is a one-time purchase. That's true, and as we've mentioned before, I think we mentioned sorta over the past couple months, Nintendo has fixed a lot of problems for that to a certain extent. Ocarina of Time has definitely gotten fixes with a lot of its glitches. Paper Mario got fixed with its pretty horrific one, where if you have the system do a crash and say like, oh, the software has to close, your entire save files are wiped. But they still haven't fixed the slowdown of Yoshi's Story, so we'll run Wii U on that one. But yeah, in that case, I think at this point with the Switch Online expansion pack, it seems like they are coming right, although that goes to the question of, yeah, Nintendo never, ever should have launched it that way. And I think feasibly everybody could agree with that. And then the question on pricing, but, hey, with the stuff that's up there, it's definitely justifying itself a lot more, especially because F-Zero X is a game that costs almost $50 on its own now. I didn't know it cost quite that much. Not quite as much as F-Zero GX on GameCube, but it still goes for a little more. So, yeah, $50 for all that is not a bad case, especially because F-Zero X is ported right as well as Majora's Mask, which came out a couple weeks ago. Been having a lot of fun prepping for that one. Hello, Dolly Finn. Welcome to Blast Corps, and welcome to the show tonight. We are playing Blast Corps for Nintendo 64. Started on the world screen here as we're hearing that voice going, time to get moving. And we're going to get moving starting in Simony Acres. And we have to go through the danger zone. We're on the helicopter that's taking us crew. Everything in red here, by the way, you destroy that so the nuclear carrier does not crash into it and kill everyone. Yeah, it's getting dark, but it's also weirdly humorous. As I mentioned, the Dr. Strangelove perspective, or if you've ever played RC Pro-Am from Rare, there's going to be a lot of similarities to this. Hi, Lecverse, how are you? Hi, Dolly Finn. Yeah, I definitely my extensions to everybody as far as that. Good to see you tonight, Dolly Finn. Let us know any memories you have on Blast Corps or anything else gaming-wise. You're talking about F-Zero X, which I think we're going to be doing next month. Alright, they're also going to give you a little bit of tutorial, and there's Amber, by the way, up in the screen there. So yeah, press start will allow you to view the missile carrier's passive driver there. I'll do that. And so you can restart the level or quit it if you so desire. You can move the map using Z or R to follow it. Basically see where the buildings you have to destroy are to get a sense. This is a new one to me again. Well, and not unreasonably so, because... Oh, I'm going to go into more as well, just to show you certain things. You have mission briefing and goes into the stuff for the story. Control mode, where you basically have the option to have acceleration on the analog stick if you so desire. And music volume if you want the music loud or quiet, but we're keeping it loud. Yeah, it's not necessarily a strange case of saying, like, oh, coming new to this. Because I remember, I was showing this game to people all week, because I have the Rare Replay version as well. We're playing on a N64 specifically. This is a game that seems like it draws a blank with a lot of people, but it's one that I played when it came out in 1997, about 25 years ago now, and I loved it, just for how unique and interesting it is, including the idea that, hey, we have that nuclear carrier there, we have a building over there surrounded by arrows we have to destroy. The flashing arrows mean stand in the path, and you have to go and destroy it before it turns to green to red. Doing well, thanks. Oh, fine yourself. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe I should be doing that, reading out the pleasantries from chat. There you go. That's the idea of it, and I'm glad you're all doing well out there in Chatland, and hope you enjoy the show. Take the Ramdozer, which is what is it? It's a bulldozer. All right, I should be going to that. Run through buildings. Not all of them, though. This is a building you don't have to destroy in order to complete the mission, but it is fun and might reveal a surprise or two. So yeah, destroy everything and see the wonderful explosions in multiple colors. You basically do that to get to the end, and yeah, you destroy everything, you get a combination medal as your secondary objective. We will see in a second about that. As you're hearing this nice music playing, yeah, there you go, she's going like, that's great, or fantastic. Yeah, just destroy everything. It is so wonderful to do this. And so interesting to be able to, yeah, just take your Ramdozer, hit the R button, do the horn, use the A button for acceleration, B is your brake, and Z to get out of the vehicle if you so desire. And there's a gas pump I missed. Alright. We destroy everything. The primary mission is complete. There are 2 gold medals you get on, or 2 medals you can get on your mission. Main missions like this. The first is clearing the carrier path out, and when you're done, you go to the semi and walk out to exit. And then, in the meantime, you can go destroying buildings and finding those radiation dispersal units, those orange things on the ground. Activate 100 of those to get a secondary element. Okay, I played Banjo-Kazooie on Switch Online with my brother when I was at his house, and they did emulate that well. It is the N64 version they're emulating, as opposed to the Xbox 360 port of it. Which I guess goes to also, yeah, I don't want to crash to that. If you crash to that, that is an insta-failed mission, and you don't want to have that happen, especially because I cleared everything out. Yeah, that gives a sense, I think, about the fact that, hey, the Rare stuff is not necessarily out of play for the Switch Online, even this one, and Microsoft wants to let Rare have it, I guess, or Nintendo have it, because Microsoft owns Rare, as is known, I guess. But yeah, this case, yeah, they did re-release this game too on Xbox One and Series S and Series X with Rare Replay, where I guess people got to get a sense of what this was. But unlike Banjo-Kazooie, as you just mentioned, people have not necessarily played this one. And you do get information, by the way, when you get all the survivors out of buildings and get all of the radiation dispersal units. I will do that in just a second. There you go, level complete. I did it all before the carrier left. You could also zoom in and out using the C up, C down buttons. Hit C up, or C down the way you get missile view to go that way. And I'm also going to go in the train. Hit the Z button to walk out and go into the train. Don't want to get that car on top of it. But yeah, it definitely is a good thing to be seeing how the N64 stuff is going on Switch Online. They're putting more big stuff on it. As I mentioned, they're emulating it correctly. And in the case of this one, I definitely could get a sense of if they'll want to release this. But alright, when you're in train, by the way, you can take it and unload at the station if you so desire. If you slow it down a little bit, you have to wait till you see that weird smiley face, which I think is one of the developers of the game, I think, but I'll put something into that if that's not right. Because we want to get this. This is the American Dream. It's a bonus vehicle, and you can use it in training stages, or you can drive around really fast with it, but it doesn't necessarily destroy stuff all that well. Oh yeah, they do tell you to hit the Z button to combat your vehicles, but make sure to clear the path of the carrier before it goes off. We are set, because we got 100% on the stage. Also, that's a TNT barrel, or a TNT crate. Hit that, it starts ticking away. Alright, and we finished the mission. I wish they released Rare Replay on the Switch, because this is definitely a fun one to play on the go. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting case, and I guess... Okay, I want to go back to this one quickly for one thing I forgot to show. We are done with this, but I do want to go into this, and we'll go into that as far as Rare Replay. Yeah, because they did release Banjo-Kazooie on that, and I guess there would be something about the fact that Microsoft is allowing a lot of games of theirs, like that, or Minecraft, or other stuff, to come to the other systems. So it'd be definitely just a case to get that going, or, as I said, you know, play on the Xbox systems if you have them. But yeah, hopefully they will leverage, hopefully Nintendo will look at this and say, okay, we can get Microsoft to give us some of these other games from this, because as I said, the Rare stuff is not out of play because of Banjo-Kazooie that way. Alright, so yeah, we are driving with the American Dream again. I want to hit that TNT barrel once more. Now I hit the horn on this thing. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it is Dixie, if you're a Civil War buff, specifically, or a follower of the Dukes of Hazzard. In fact, this car is a reference to the Dukes of Hazzard. Instead of having the Confederate flag on the roof the way the General Lee had on that show, they have the American flag on it, and the horn to that is supposed to be explicit reference to that, by the way. But since I got 100% of getting all the survivors out of the buildings, destroying all the buildings, and getting all those radiation dispersal units, I get 2 gold medals, and we can go on to the next stage. And when you're done, the stages expand out, so you have other places to go. Between the next main stage, which is that big circle over there, or the tiny ones, which are either training missions or other practice things. By the way, here's the other thing. The color on the indicator there. When you see it surrounded red like that, that means you have found all the additional exits or additional, I guess, communication towers. We'll see those in a second for that. If it's green, you still have more to find, and the yellow means it's a gold medal and you're all set. So we're going to be doing other stuff. Did you hear that the Advance Wars remake was being delayed? Yes, I did hear that. Let's do the J-Bomb. Fitting to that, I guess. Yeah, this is the J-Bomb. We are flying around with jetpack and crush buildings by hovering the A button, hitting B to slam down. Yeah, they did delay that. Weird one as far as Advance Wars that way, because they delayed it because of the war in Ukraine that's going on right now. Because Nintendo, and WayForward, who developed it, want to, I guess, be sensitive to that. But it also goes back to another thing with, I guess, with Advance Wars itself, which is that Advance Wars itself was delayed because of 9/11, at least outside of the US. I think it came out right when that happened. So basically at that point, that franchise, I guess, has been in a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time a lot, and this being another case, because I think they said it's been an indefinite delay, and hopefully it doesn't end up the way that Propeller Arena did on the Dreamcast, which was a game that actually was ready to be released. It was finished. It was from Sega and developed by AM2. It was going to come out the week of 9/11. After it happened, Sega pulled it, and they canceled the game completely because of that, and also because the Dreamcast was done at the time. Actually, it was like right when Advance Wars was coming out. I'm bummed, but I do get why they delayed it. I mean, I guess I do as well. I mean, it is also a weird case because they delayed it from last year. I guess the question of, do they still bring it out, or do they then use this excuse to say, no, we're not going to release it? I'd like to think it's not going to be that, but hopefully not, because I know people are looking forward to that, because they're getting a sense of, yeah, they love the Advance Wars game. I've actually never played it, but I know it plays a lot like, Fire Emblem. In fact, it's the same people. It's Intelligent Systems that makes that. But yeah, that is the next case of that, and I guess at this point we'll see what it's going to come to that, and what other stuff they have coming out later. All right. By the way, when you do the training missions, you do unlock the main stages. I'm going to do each of these first. Next up, we're playing with the Sideswipe, which is kind of an awkward vehicle. When you drive around with this thing, you hit the R button by picking up those crates to get ammo. You basically shoot those, I guess, plungers out to the side, destroy the buildings. Yeah, I guess in that case, let's not ignore this way. I guess it is, maybe a weird case that we're playing Blast Corps now, because this is a game that is about potential nuclear devastation by a group of, military contractors who ran away from, the US military because they were screwed over by them. So I was like, yeah, the parallels maybe right itself. I mean, maybe this game was prescient 25 years ago, or as I mentioned, perhaps the idea that Rare was pulling from Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb by Stanley Kubrick. And that's not going to be the first time we see Rare echoing back to that 1960 classic film. But alright, yeah, in this case, you just keep destroying the buildings with the side swipe, which is a weird one because oftentimes it shoots out and doesn't always hit the building correctly. Yeah, there's some creaky elements of this game, I'm not gonna lie about that. But it is still a lot of fun, and it is an interesting one to have brought up to people this week, because most tend to either not know it, or they look and it's like, this doesn't look like it's my style, but trust me, this is an interesting one, as we're playing at least once in your life. But I got a promotion, by the way. I'm now a Train Crusher. What happens with that is that every 4 gold medals you get, I believe, for a while, gets you promotion. It's just pretty much something that looks nice. Here's my take 2. Why don't they delay it for another year and then add a remake of the DS game? Okay, to make it even better. Alright. Which is an interesting case there, because... And that goes back to what I mentioned a couple weeks ago, as we go to the next training mission for the Backlash. Ooh, yeah. Even the head of this game was at odds with his development team for the purpose of how hard this thing is to control. You have to take the dump truck and do power slides, destroy the building with the back, and yeah, better get used to this thing. This is not an easy one to control, but it can destroy things really nicely when you do. But that's an interesting point as far as that idea of, like, instead of taking it and doing 1 and 2, take that dual strike game from DS, especially because the only seemingly affordable, strongly way to get that game is going away, because Advance Wars Dual Strike for the DS is on the Wii U's Virtual Console, but that's going to go away eventually, or within a year. So yeah, if they want to remake that one along with it, but I don't... Actually, that's an interesting case, like what you bring up, which is... can you think of a game where they delayed it for a reason that didn't have to do with development, and then they went back and made fixes to it or updated it to make it better? I mean, the only case I could kind of think about, and this is not completely the same thing, I'm aware of this, is, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Sleeping Dogs, which came out from Square on the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, and then it got Xbox One and PS4 ports. Alright, I'm also just trying to run into that. Probably not a good idea to do that. You want to just hit it to the back. Just slide along, or slide away. Yeah, that was supposed to be the True Crime New York, or not New York City, the True Crime Hong Kong game, but they delayed it because Activision didn't want to make it, and then it got picked up, and they finished it, and I guess they made it better that way, so that'd be one case. I got a silver medal, I'm not going to stand for that. I'm going to try to do a boost. There you go, got it. You hear that boom! Yeah, if you hit the A button right after the green light goes on, right after, you have to be very specific to hit it that way. You get a speed boost, and if you're going for platinum medals, which you're going to see way late in this game, you better be good at that. I am not always good at that. Also, I'm going to just nudge it just to get it out of the way. Yeah, we're going to see that a lot, too, because the backlash is very hard to control. But, But I did get the gold medal time, which is 22 seconds. The platinum medal time is 12 seconds. You basically have to do it perfectly. We're not going to see that happening. Alright, with that, I completed all of these at gold, and we are going to take a run at... Well, let's do character point. Now, I don't think I'm necessarily going to show the, I guess, the flyby for each of them, but if you want to get a sense of where do you need to go and what do you need to destroy, you can watch the flyby to see where all of the red buildings are and destroy them, and you get the carrier path completion. Also, don't run into the carrier at the beginning of that one. Oh, yeah, this is the RDU. This is the Radiation Dispersal Unit. When you drive by, they go off, and if you get 100 of them, they are going to your second medal. But yeah, that is an interesting case. Actually, good idea, I guess, as far as, you know, going back to that with Advance Wars 1 and 2, what was the name of it? Advance Wars 1 and 2, not remastered, I guess it's remastered, something like that, as far as the name. Yeah, make it better, take the opportunity that, yeah, we can't release this now, because they didn't announce a new release date, so we're pointing that out. It's not like they said, oh, we're going to be releasing this in like 2 months or something. They said we're going to delay it indefinitely. So perhaps use that time to it, because they know that I don't think they're going to cancel that. But yeah, maybe someone was going to listen to the show and get a set the show we're playing tonight, or our show of, you know, me playing, you guys talking, guys and gals out there. Maybe get a sense of, yeah, that's a good idea, let's do that, perhaps. Unless maybe there's a reason that, okay, it would be a weird one to do a remake of that on on that collection. I'd like to see that again, just to make it easier way to get it. Okay, yeah, this is the Ballista, by the way. You run around and drive around and have the missiles you shoot hitting the L or R button if you so desire. You can also use the D-pad to play this game, by the way, if you so want to, but yeah, we're not using the analog stick. I was using this. This is the Thunder Fist. It is a robot that rolls around and you crash into a building and it does an uppercut like that. It also has only one arm, by the way, on it, which was done that way because... Alright, this is a communication port. Sorry to stop that. Which is you hit these, you open up the bonus levels connected to each stage. Which reminds me, I need to buy the 3DS Shin Megami Tensei release before it goes away on the digital side, because I guess it's cheaper to get it that way than it is to get it on as a physical release. Because I think it's like $90, I think, for that. Shin Megami Tensei 4, I think, was the one. Oh, shit! Yeah, we see that warning, and he says, get out of the way or something. There's a building that's going to crash into that, and you better get close to it quickly and make sure the carrier doesn't crash into it. Otherwise, yeah, you lose. Alright, yeah, I also freed all the survivors. There are not many on this stage. Yeah, that was the one. Which, I guess that's going to be an interesting case to that as well, because I'm trying to plan that out, too. Of getting a sense of, alright, what are they getting rid of, and where is it going to be cheaper to get some of those things that way, as opposed to, you know, buying them on another service. At some point, I do want to try and figure out the stream for 3DS, but as I mentioned, it's going to be a tough one, because from what I understand, it's something that the only real case of getting capture devices for 3DS is you have to have your system modded for the purpose of that. Not that I don't want to have mine, set for that, but also that I don't know necessarily how that's going to work, so I got to look into that more. Yeah, those games are insanely expensive. Yeah, they are. I guess that's the idea of an Atlas release as well. Actually, no, I'm going to have to come back here for the purpose of destroying some of the buildings. I need the Bliss to destroy that ship over there. Actually, I think I could destroy this, though. In that case, it's like, this is a pretty good game to talk over as far as that, because seeing, you know, everything getting destroyed and me rolling around and all that. And changing the camera, because also there's the other thing. It is a top-down perspective. Sometimes you wish you could get closer, admittingly, for camera, but still, at the same time, it is quite an interesting case. Alright, and the radar, by the way, the red is where the carrier is. And shit! I didn't want to roll into that. And, the yellow is the semi, so let's get out and get in there.
You're just trying to...
And I guess, Amber's getting maybe a little flirtatious, so I guess the perspective of her is that specifically, she just wants to... She's the leader of this group. She wants to make sure everything's going all right, but we, overperformed. So, yeah, I guess we are trying to impress her, and I guess we did. But, yeah, I mean... Okay, so let's, what's going on over there? Yeah, I do want to take the Bliss over there to destroy the, ship, because you can only destroy it with that. You can keep this, perspective going, as I guess we're going to anything else you have on gaming or this game. And it's worth talking about as far as some of these other things, and I guess also with that Advance Wars case. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I'd like to see them take that advice, or if it's the case of, you know, getting that on the Wii U Virtual Console, making that a case. Actually, question, to Electverse or anyone else in chat, have you ever played Advance Wars Dual Strike, which was the DS game? I never played it, actually. I've never played any of the other ones, so I was feasibly going to buy the new version on Switch, but honestly, at this point, I might just get the 2 on Game Boy Advance from the Wii U. So I still got to figure out what I'm buying and when. But, yeah, that's, we're gonna be amassing the war chest. And I guess in that case, yeah, let me know anything you'd like to see that we can get on that. I guess feasibly 3DS whenever I can figure out the stream case, which, that's gonna be a ways down, I'm gonna be honest with you about that. But eventually we'll do it. Alright, I did open some extra levels, we'll do that, but what I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna go to the next stage. Because I always want to get through all the easy stuff. No, I never played any of them. Yeah, I mean, so I guess in your case, you're kind of like me in the sense that you probably wanted to come to that new release to get an idea of what's the fuss all about, and especially because the Game Boy Advance games cost, not massive, but they do cost like $40 so now. So a cheaper way of getting both of them from Game Boy Advance, which was Advance Wars and Advance Wars 2 Black Hole Rising. I like to play it, and I guess here's the other thing, maybe you played other games like it. I don't know if you played, what your experience might be of Fire Emblem, which is by the same people. Because it looked the same, in a similar style at least, as far as how it plays. Yeah, in that case, that would be an interesting case to it. And we could definitely do Advance Wars if you want to do the 1 2 when they come out. Or just play the Game Boy Advance versions, which might be worth going. I guess if you have a Wii U, it is $8 on that, so if you can't wait, there you go. Alright, by the way, yeah, I'm just destroying everything here and hearing this wonderful jazzy music. I probably should go into one aspect of the music just to start here. The music was done by Graham Norgate, who works at Rare, no, I think he still works at Rare. Oh, okay, either he works at Rare or he doesn't work at Rare, it's one of the two. But he made the music for a lot of games for them, including Killer Instinct and GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. And he also did the music for Time Splitters. Actually, he and a couple other people from Rare. Oh, no, he doesn't work for Rare anymore because he broke off from Rare in 2000, actually after Perfect Dark came out. And he joined and formed Free Radical Entertainment, or Free Radical Design, which unfortunately is no longer around. They made the Time Splitters games. They also made Second Sight, which he also did the music for. And there's definitely some great pieces of tracks, or pieces of music in this game. I was also going to say bangers, because I guess it's the UK perspective. Alright, I saw something come up of, hey, I got a lot of things done, but did I get the second medal without, you know, even really thinking about it? Let's see. Let's also see that I am now an experienced Ravager. Oh, do you ever see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection? Yes, I did. Oh, yeah, that was gonna come up too. So thank you for bringing that up. And also, don't feel like, oh, we're going off topic on Blast Core. It's fine. Because there's a lot of things we can explain on this, or I can explain, but also a lot of things are gonna be similar, so it's perfect that, yeah, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection, yeah, I gotta give Konami credit for that, because a lot of people are thinking, like, when has Konami ever done anything awesome? I said, yes, now they did. Because the Cowabunga collection, let's talk about that. Well, I also show the other vehicle I could have here. This is the Cyclone suit. You run around with it, you hit the A button, do a flip, and if you hit into something, I'll try and find a fence to do that. You do a flip, kind of like a gymnastics case. But anyway, yeah, that Cowabunga collection has 13 old games in it of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it also means that, and we brought this up when we played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Arcade, the Xbox 360 version, we brought up the idea that, hey, chat wanted to see some of the other ones. This is going to make that much easier because this collection includes not just that 1989 Turtles game, includes the NES version of it, includes the other two from NES, including the Manhattan Project. It includes all three versions of Tournament Fighters, including the other thing about that with Tournament Fighters is that it includes all three of them, including the NES version. It's like a $300 game. So this collection for $40 already is an amazing deal on its surface. But wait, there's more to go the TV perspective, because it also has Turtles in Time, both versions, the arcade and the Super Nintendo. It has the Hyperstone Heist from the Sega Genesis, and is that all of them? I think I might have rattled off every single one. But yeah, and it's $40, and they're doing a physical version on everything. I'm gonna get on the Switch, by the way, just to get a sense, to give an idea of that, because I can use every single specific controller for it. I can't wait to get the giant robot for this, or for what is it? For this game or for Turtles? Oh no, maybe Krang's robot, I guess, for Turtles. Yeah, elaborate on that one. But yeah, I am so psyched on that. When they announced that, I was going nuts. In fact, it was the kind of thing that took my attention away from, as you mentioned earlier, F-Zero X dropping on Switch Online this week. But yeah, just the idea of that Turtles collection, and as I mentioned, the idea of this one. Alright, so yeah, well, so fine, the big robots, okay, we saw, well, okay, as far as the robots are concerned, we did see J-Bomb, which is the fight one, we saw Thunderfist, and we sort of saw Cyclone Suit, but I didn't really have anything else to destroy with Cyclone Suit. But yeah, we're definitely getting into the robot case, as well as, I guess, some of the other weird stuff that goes on this. Because yeah, this game is really weird. You're seeing what I'm doing here. I'm just driving my dump truck around, sliding into buildings, and making them explode in this wonderful color explosion. Yeah, the explosions are not just in, you know, orange and red. They're in green and pink and fuchsia, and it's amazing. We're hearing this very jazzy, like, 70s style music. Almost sounds like Sly and the Family Stone a little bit, or something like that. But, yeah, there goes the carrier. That's fine, let it go, because this is a long level, and there's a lot of, multi-form side quests we have to do on this. In fact, you know what I'm going to do is, I'm going to drive over on the other side, get the other radiation dispersal units. I'm going to clear this level, and then go back and do everything else, because, yeah, this takes a bit of time. And that's basically what you want to do in any stage, really, in this game, which is, you're going around destroying the buildings to clear the carrier path, find all the survivors, which, by the way, you don't have to do anything specific, just destroy the buildings, and they go along, you hear that, wow, wow, and you hear, like, a goofy-like voice saying, over here! And, they get, picked up fine, so there's nothing to that, and you can't get into a case where you run them over, so don't worry about that. And, there you go. This game is pretty much Speed. The game, you know, I never really thought about that, but you got a good point to that. Yeah, Speed, the Jean de Bont film from 1995, so, or 1994. Yeah, it was 1994, which starred Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock, actually very early in the careers for both of them. And with Dennis Hopper as the villain saying, pop quiz hot shot, how do you, stop a bus that's driving along to, get to a case where it goes under 55 miles per hour, it blows up. In this case, we're just destroying everything in our path and making it go. But yeah, that is not a bad thought to that. As far as that, maybe Rare did have that in their minds. Yeah, I'm going to stop. Yeah, let him cross the streets. I'm not going to move. I'm just going to make sure of that, because I don't want to just run into him and make it explode. But I will drive on the side to try and get all these radiation dispersal items. Oh, shit! Yeah, okay, at that point, I can't get too into this as far as, the discussion, because otherwise I'm going to crash into it. But, no, that's fine. But that is an interesting observation, and there's something to be said to that, and I guess also goes to a perspective of me bringing up the joke that The Simpsons made about that, which is, I saw this in a movie once, where it was about a bus that was going to speed through town, and its speed couldn't get below 55 miles per hour, and if its speed did get below that, the bus would explode. I think the movie was called The Bus That couldn't slow down. But yeah, that's an interesting point as far as this, so thank you for that observation. And I guess it's our case of talking about speed as far as the movie's concerned. Although, I guess Sonic the Hedgehog, because I mentioned when we played Knuckles Chaotix, in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, Sonic the Hedgehog was watching Speed on television with the family, specifically with Tika Sumpter and James Marsden in that film, outside the window in that. And we got the sequel that's coming out in a couple of weeks. Which will be interesting to get a sense of that. Okay, yeah, you come down here, by the way, you have to use the Ramdozer to bust that, take the train, and stop right here. There's a lamp there, but you can't zoom the camera out enough to see it. But if you can sort of see it, hit the Z button here and walk in to find the police car. I guess this is also the take on Speed, but it's also, I think, a reference to Chips, the television program. I think. Because, hey, all the other bonus vehicles are references to old TV shows in the 60s, 70s. But there you go. I tried to watch that earlier, which, Speed or the Sonic movie. But by the way, I came in here because this is a scientist. There's 6 of these. You have to find all 6 of these to get to the full ending of the game in order to basically make a controlled detonation of the carryover there. We have 5 left to track down, by the way. I just dropped my controller. That was my case. Chips! Okay, Dollyfin, you know what Chips is, I guess, or have a fandom of that? And, like for Sonic, so the Sonic film. Yeah, I guess, was it something you were trying to watch it, but you were like, I'm not liking it, or something that, hey, times are going on? Like, oh, yes, so Dollyfin, you do know. So, yeah, I guess this is the closest you're gonna get to Chips, the, television show, or feasibly the movie. I hear the movie's horrible. I heard the movie was, really crude and insanely unfunny, but I didn't see it, so I don't know. But yeah, they also tell you where to go as far as finding the other 5. They say there's one in Glory Crossing. Oh boy, I cannot, well, I can wait to get that one. It's not that good. I didn't like it. The Sonic film. Actually, I didn't quite either. I mentioned that when we played Knuckles Chaotix. I said I was right on the edge of it. I felt it was too, I guess, a little... It seemed like it was too disjointed to some degree. It was a first-time directing job, and it kind of looked that, honestly. So maybe the sequel would be better, although, honestly, as I mentioned, the thing with the look, they fixed the look, as we mentioned at the time. But honestly, like, as I said at the time, I said, you know what, they could have released the movie the way it was with the original Sonic design, and it wouldn't necessarily have changed the movie, as far as whether it's good or not, outside the visuals. The Chips film was 2017. Yeah, I remember that. That opened against the Power Rangers film, which was absolutely horrible. That, I will absolutely say, was a disgraceful piece of crap. It was 19% on Rotten Tomatoes for the Chips film. Yeah, probably because, I don't know, people didn't hate the Power Rangers movie as much. Maybe I would have hated Chips more, and hated Power Rangers less, if not that case. But there you go. Yeah, not good. Yeah, I definitely get to that. And it's one of those cases of, the revival of television shows. I guess with this game, we can bring that up because... Well, actually, I want to try something, because this is a building, by the way. Can I destroy that with the missile? Okay, I can't. Jim Carrey's Dr. Robotnik left a bad taste in my mouth, though. Actually, to be honest, I'll agree with you on one thing, which is that I thought he was fine, but honestly, I think that... Also, by the way, I'm trying to hit that door, and you can only do that with a few missiles you got. I honestly didn't feel like he gave a sense of Robotnik until really the last scene in the movie, weirdly enough. I thought he was okay, but it was like, well... It was fine, but it was like, well, I didn't get that idea. I couldn't imagine him as Dr. Robotnik. Dollyfin, have you seen Sonic the Hedgehog, the film from 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago now. Because he's in the new one as well. I mean, it seemed like an okay idea, but I mean, maybe just the way he was directed, perhaps, or something else that, no, I did not see it. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, I'm with Electverse in that I didn't recommend it. I remember people were saying, like, you're the big Sonic fan, and you don't like this movie. I was like, yeah, I'll tell you, that also shows how fair I am. It's like, look, I could just come to that and say, like, I love Sonic, so I'm gonna love this no matter what. But, no, I'm willing to say, no, I'm not a huge one on it. But there are things about it that I do admire, and as I said, maybe the second movie will fix that. Alright, so you got all the RDUs, and there's the light here which I have to bounce on with the J-Bomb. Got it. And it's satisfying to hear that dee-dee-dee-deet when you get everything. We're all set, we can fly and go out. Yeah, I mean, the film was okay, but it's like, well, I'll say this. As far as video game adaptations are concerned, it is sadly one of the better ones, but compared to something like Detective Pikachu, which came out around about a year or so ago, that's the case. If they make Sonic look okay, it might be worth the take. Jim Carrey could only do sadistic villains, I think, not cartoonish ones, which is an interesting case. I'm trying to think about that. As far as sadistic villain cases for him, we're going through, and we see, this is the Skyfall, speaking of movie cases. This is not connected to that movie, because this came out way before. Yeah, this is a car, there's a boost, we'll see that a little later. because the J-Bomb is your deal here. That's an interesting case as far as Jim Carrey, because honestly, I was trying to think, what are some movies where he kind of played the sadistic villain, I guess. In some case, you could say The Cable Guy, which is directed by Ben Stiller, which is a film I didn't like when I first saw it, but it's also something that maybe after all these years and putting myself in a different perspective to it, that could make it work. Or also another one, and we'll bring this up in a couple weeks, I guess, because we're doing Batman Forever. The Number 23, which was directed by Joel Schumacher, who made Batman Forever, the film. And it starred Jim Carrey in it, who was this guy who was obsessed with everything looking like the number 23. I'm actually probably also one of the few people in the world that actually thinks that movie's kind of good. In its way, honestly. But that goes to the idea of, like, Jim Carrey being, like, a sadistic case, and maybe the idea of, like, with the... Oh, the Grinch! Oh, thank you, Dollyfin, I forgot. You're right, he wasn't the Grinch. I keep forgetting that. It's also, yeah, that's a movie I would say that's probably not as good as the Sonic film, despite my issues with Sonic and with that. Yeah, because it's a scene where, yeah, there is a scene that feasibly I can't describe, that has, trying to remember who it was from Arrested Development. The guy who plays, George Sr., Jeffrey Tambor, who does something untoward to a dog in that. I'm like, I don't know where they got that. Oh, yeah, okay, so like for you didn't remember it either. Not that The Grinch from 2000, directed by Ron Howard, was a horrible film. It's just that it was a weird case, but there is something about, I guess, like a sense of, like, hey, The Grinch being sadistic that way, I didn't like it. Yeah, I mean, that's the case to it, I guess, as well. Although, feasibly, whether it's Jim Carrey's case. I remember there was actually a lot of critics at the time were saying about that movie, saying that it's weird that you don't necessarily see Jim Carrey. They think it's too dark or dour, perhaps. So actually, well, at first you got a point as far as maybe the idea of the sadistic villain, but then again, is Carrey able to make that run? I mean, maybe I guess it's the Cable Guy, and also I am clipping through the bridge, by the way. And the game is slowing down. There's a lot of slowdown for the purpose of that. He can be too over the top at times. Yeah, but also at the same time, it's also that case where you appreciate the idea sometimes when he is over the top, because I remember when he was kind of making his rounds, which actually is in the 90s, really, the idea that people were saying, like, hey, he's pushing too much, but then you kind of go back to it and you kind of appreciate that. And what was that with the graphics tearing? You saw that, right? I'll respond to you in a second, like, first, but... Alright, by the way, also, when you sit down and stop, yeah, you have the J-Bomb, lying down and lounging. I never saw that with the graphics, that's weird. Yeah, Moltar Love Chips, you get the reference. Yeah, I do get this one. I know I missed the Brack showcase where we did Mad Maestro, but I'm not missing that one. On Moltar on Space Ghost Coast to Coast. He always loved changing the television channel to Chips, which used to be on USA all the time back in the day. I do remember that as well. So that might be the other case, like, knowing what Chips is. Alright, we're going back into this because, yeah, this area, like Argent Towers before, has a lot of hidden areas you gotta find. Okay, Paunch. Yeah, okay, so we're getting into this with Chips. Who knew? But as I said, Rare did make, I guess, feasibly a reference to Chips. I know explicitly, though, they've said that they made references to, the Dukes of Hazzard and Starsky and Hutch and the A-Team. We'll get into those as we go along. Yeah, I love that show. Space Ghost to Coast, or Chips, or both. Actually, I don't know if I've seen Chips, but yeah, Space Ghost to Coast is a very weird case. Yeah, okay, that's the one. Yeah, in my case, I remember seeing this weird case, like, the talk show for cartoons, but then you get this weird case of going back to it. Because actually, I think I have a Space Ghost Christmas that I taped off of television in the 90s. I remember seeing it and saying, like, yeah, they had, like, James Hetfield from Metallica on there, and they had Carrot Top. I'm like, yeah, they had all these weird people, as far as these, kind of sort of big names at the time on it. And it was a weird case to that, as far as it, so there you go. Also, yeah, there's a lot of slowdown to this. They do fix that for the Xbox One version of this in Rare Replay. But yeah, I'm blowing on the Blist over there just to bust the ship. And you hear the crackling, yeah, when you see that, you know you're just destroying it. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, because I do want to get the J-Bomb again, because, yeah, the J-Bomb is going to be the key to this operation as we go along. But as I mentioned, it is interesting, the idea of, like, all the old show references in this, and also what's bringing out as far as chat. And thank you very much to both of you, Electverse and Dolly Finn, everybody else out there in chat as well, who, is making this so unique. Yeah, you're not going to be getting a whole lot of discussions on Blastcore going quite this deep into the other TV show stuff, or into movies, or into aspects of Jim Carrey's career. Which I guess is there's something interesting to be said about that, and I guess also the perspectives of the other Jim Carrey takes, like him being sadistic as far as a villain, and I guess him being, over the top or not, and that being the case as well. Alright, so yeah, here's the deal when you're going on, I'm trying to remember what the name of this place is. We'll see when we come out. Because what you gotta do is you gotta fly around with the J-Bomb. You need to find... Well, we're gonna find, actually, the Starsky and Hutch car. We'll get that in just a second. But I also need to find where all the RDUs are, and I know there are a couple that are exclusive to the area we're going. And you kind of have to explore around. Actually, that goes to one thing in the development and the design of this. Because from what I understand, Martin Wakely, who is the lead designer of this, said he was heavily inspired by Donkey Kong for the Game Boy. Basically, the idea of the puzzle element to it. I guess I can kind of see that, but I guess in that way, like, you're going all around to try and find everything you need to get. It was thanks to that show I found some of my favorite actors. Yeah, for Space Ghost Coast to Coast, and there's something to be said about that as well, as far as, like, the voice performances and the famous people that were on that as well. Alright. So yeah, here's the muscle cars, they call it. This is the Ford Gran Torino from Starsky and Hutch, and I'll show when it come out to give a little bit of sense of that. Yeah, that is the horn, by the way. It is a 70s style guitar, riff going on as you drive along with it. You have to go in there to get it, and also to get the rest of the radiation dispersal units, which are... Alright, let's see how many I have, because you can do a stat check. So we'll do that. Alright, so we got all the buildings. Okay, we don't all the buildings, never mind. And then 80% of the RDUs. Actually, you know what? Since I left the J-bomb there, we're gonna leave, and I'm gonna come back. Because that's really what this game is gonna turn into when we really think about it, which is... You're going around, you're scouring across the main levels to find all of the things within it to get that second gold medal, and you do need to get all of them, by the way, to get a full completion.
Go for it.
And I think we could finish this tonight, I think. We'll see. If not, we'll do part 2 of it next month. And that's basically kind of the idea to it, and sometimes you can miss something. But yeah, I know where I missed the buildings. And with the way the camera works, it's sometimes hard to tell where they all are, so you have to kind of go out or just hope that you can see them. Like right there, you're seeing the orbs there. These do count as buildings. And also, be aware of something. There's water there. I can't fall into it until later. Then it'll be a one-hit kill on some missions, and you're going to hate those. If you played this game, you probably know what I'm talking about. Alright, here's some other RDUs and a building. And that's not the last building, apparently. What did I miss? Also, Fran Drescher, I love her. The Nanny is one of my favorite shows of all time. Yeah, she was on Space Coast to Coast to Coast. I think you're right. Alright, here's the last 9. Okay, so now it is to find where those last couple buildings are. Oh, right, there's an orb underneath the bridge. Yeah, this is a tricky case as far as the idea of, that exposure of actors like that, or actresses, and that idea of it. Actually, I think Fran Drescher was in she was in a movie recently, I thought, of some sort. I'm just trying to remember which one it was. And actually, for a long time, I thought that it was her voicing Lois on Family Guy, because, like, that sounds almost exactly like her. In fact, actually, Family Guy made that joke, saying that when they replaced the entire cast of the show, or they changed the Griffins, like, for actors, they basically made it to a case where... I think I missed one of the, did I? You know, let's go back to the entrance. Also, by the way, when you complete all the easy levels, you get unlock the normal ones. I love her, too. I've been watching the Nanny reruns. Really? Okay. So there's the idea. Alright, yeah, okay, I'm glad I showed this, because that green circle, by the way, means there's a communication point I did not get, so I'm going to go back and get it. It does say level complete, but it also does not necessarily say that, you know, it counts all of the communication towers. So I'm going to go and find the other one. I think it's over on the side here, I think. We can keep the discussion going that way. But as I was mentioning with Family Guy, there's an episode where they basically turned the Griffins into a TV show. In fact, it's right here. And when that happened, they actually did cast Fran Drescher as Lois. I think even she made a joke saying, like, "Oh, Peter, you shouldn't have ever gone to the stag party." And then she's like, "Ugh, I do not sound like that." And she's also in Hotel Transylvania. The new one, the one that came out earlier this year? Or, the other ones? Because that might have been what it was. Thank you, Lucas, for indicating that. Also, you have to go to the semi, by the way, for it to take a save on that. And it did open the bonus levels. Which we'll start doing now, in fact. Let's see. Actually, let's do this one. The original from 2012. Okay. Alright, there you go. Alright, this is it. Let's do Orion Plaza.
I hope this works.
We're hearing this wonderful piano music, and we're playing pool. With TNT crates. Here's what you do on this one. You basically take the TNT crates to the corner pockets and bust the pool cues. But I might have screwed this up because you don't have an infinite number of these things, and I spent like 4 of them on the one side there. You go along, take the Ramdozer just on the side, and hear the wonderful piano music. I love this track so much, and this soundtrack. Whoa. Oh, and she was also in the sequels. Okay, so she's been in all of them. 1, 2, and 3. As far as that. Ugh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I might have screwed myself out, but hopefully not. Okay, good. No! Whoa! Okay, crap. I think I'm done. Yeah, you know what? I screwed myself out. All right. But that's good, because I can go here and restart. Alex Borstein also played Queen Machina from the Power Rangers Zeo show and was Miss Swan on Mad TV. Yeah, we brought Mad TV up. In fact, I remember we did that for Streets of Rage. I almost mentioned Miss Swan as far as that, which I always thought was really funny as far as what she was doing with that. I think it was like right before Family Guy came around. But yeah, there you go, as far as like that connection, and I guess going back to this aspect of like where we've been going in chat tonight, which seems like it's been all over the place, which is fitting because when you think about this game, it's kind of all over the place in some ways too, tonally speaking, but also in the sense of all the places we're going, and I do really like it. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, I gotta be a little more careful on this. I'll say this, I'm not necessarily good at pool in real life either, so yeah, that's not an interesting case of that. Yeah, we are destroying the pool cues of that, and I guess you'll get to hear this music a little more as we go along. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Oh! Also, by the way, the TNT barrels will flash more when they get close to exploding, and they aren't a long timer here, so you do have the ability to, you know, get it going. And hopefully a minute is going to be enough for a gold medal, because I do want to get gold medals on everything, because you need to. It's like a less annoying case of getting all the tribals in Jet Force Gemini. But you can get to that game if you would like to see it eventually. Okay, yeah, 1 minute, perfect. Also, here's the stopwatch, which gives you a sense of all the best times you have, and you get replay. I may as well just show quickly what the replay is, just the idea that you see the full replay of the level, and you also get this if you fail a mission, and there's going to be a couple of main missions we're going to fail. So I'm going to promise you that. Alex Borstein is also on the marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which is on Amazon. I've heard a lot about that show. Have you ever seen it, Dolly Finn? I remember hearing good things about it, but I've never watched it. I probably should get around to that, and also keep going with the most things here. Also, yeah, I'm moving around with the stick. It's really weird to move that way. We're doing, hold on, what was this mission? Twilight Foundry, okay. This is one of the first bonus missions where you can, I think it's funny. Okay, good, so you would recommend it. I'll have to start looking at it when I can get time to look at it. Alright, this is one of the first missions where you have an option of vehicles you can select, and you get all of the bonus vehicles in your usage here. So the American Dream, as well as the police car and the muscle car. We'll see the other bonus vehicle a little later. You can pick anything you want for these. Including the Skyfell, the Ramdozer, the Backlash, which you never want to take because it's slow as anything, and the Ballista. For this one, I want to take the Ramdozer, because this mission is you have to get 85 RDUs in minute 20. And in this case, there are buildings here, so in a lot of cases, I find it easiest just to bring the Ramdozer, because at least if I hit a building, I won't be in trouble of stopping. But you don't necessarily go that fast. And you have to be really quick, or really on point to get the medal here. So I'm going to try and do that as we go along and hear this wonderful, tense music, and hear the guitar work that goes along with this, which is actually done by, Greg Kirkhope, who did the music for GoldenEye and Perfect Dark and Banjo-Kazooie, and the other ones over here. 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, got it. I do love this track. This is a terrific piece of music. You'll hear it more when we go to the medium levels. Alright, just got it. 35 seconds was goal time. So, feasibly with these missions that you have the option for vehicles for, you can just pick any you want to feasibly make it easier on yourself and maybe make it so you can handle it a little better. In fact, I will show one of them with this one. Muscle car. This is Cooter Creek.
Go for it.
And I got the boost, thank God. Yeah, you have to hit the A button very specifically to get that. It is hard to pull that off. But here's the deal about the muscle car. It does not slow down when you go off-road. So, in that case, for a lot of missions like this, you want to use it. And you go on 4 laps. So yeah, if you ever played RC Pro-Am, this is going to look very, 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 very familiar to you. And make sure to cross the finish line there, because it does not count if you go over the water. But there is a mission later where it does not put that stipulation onto you. And we got him, that's a goal. My favorite Miss Swan skit was when it threatened to sell her salon. I'm trying to remember if I've seen that. It's been so many years since I've seen Mad TV, but I'll put a picture of that up in the YouTube site version of this. And yeah, it's going to be just a case, yeah, the Blast Core discussion going into Mad TV, but feasibly going a lot of these early 90s or late 90s ideas of things in media. And thank you very much for going into all this and making it unique. As I said, I didn't know what I was going to talk about tonight aside from the game, but I love that it's turned off to this. Also, by the way, you're seeing the communication point over there, flashing at 0. When you see that at bonus level, that means there's a hidden tower in them. So you can go in again and try and get it. You also do get a ghost of your best time over there going around the track. Let them go. Alright, the communication tower is over here. And in the bonus stages, when you hit it, it instantly lets you leave. Alright, here's the next one. This is Scaries. I didn't know how to pronounce this for the longest time. We'll use the police car. I want to get the boost on this if I can. Unfortunately, I didn't, and yeah, so there's my acceleration going bad. Also, let me go into one interesting thing about the music here. You're hearing this piece of music. It is interesting to this because when this came out on the Xbox One Rare Replay, this piece of music was not in it, and I said to myself when I played it, actually, I'll tell you, Rare Replay was one of the first games I bought on Xbox One. The first thing I played on my Xbox One when I bought it was actually this game. So I have that memory right there of it that way, on top of me playing this all the time when this came out in 1997. But here's the interesting thing. This piece of music was not in the Rare Replay version, and I was wondering why. It seems weird. Why would they take the music out? Well, it turns out, and I'll put a link to this when the YouTube site version of this goes up, this is actually the boss music from Donkey Kong Land for the Game Boy. And I guess Microsoft and Rare were concerned about the fact they might be violating copyright by taking the music from that game. So what they did is they put in the Simeon Acres music, the music. So actually you hear that a lot more in the Xbox One version. But one thing they did do, and this is something I guess I didn't go into, is when you finish a mission, you get this little ending riff on it, basically to kind of tie it up. They still keep the riff the same from this piece of music in the Xbox One version. So it sounds weird of like you're hearing that Simeon Acres music and you hear the song you're gonna hear the ding 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 ding. It's very weird the way they stitch it, but yeah, that was a weird case as far as recording. I'll definitely go into some of the other differences with that Xbox One version, which is a pretty good version if you don't have this game. This game's not that much money, I don't think, on N64 as it is. Yeah, that's the riff there. All right, so I did get the gold medal on that. But yeah, they did change it for that, I guess for the license reason, and because of Donkey Kong Land, which I did not know initially. All right, Marine Quarter. I think I could use the American Dream on this. Yeah, I can.
Time to get moving.
All right, there we go. Got it. She ignores her captor when he asks what her master and the owner look like by saying he looks like a man. I'm trying to remember if I remember that. I might. But I always did like the idea of like what she was bringing as far as Miss Swan to that, as far as Mad TV. And as mentioned, and actually, like first, I know you mentioned Mad TV when we talked about Streets of Rage, and the idea of the perspective that maybe that show gets a little bit of a bad rap, but when it gets that show was funny, it could be really, really funny. Sometimes ribaldly so, and sometimes the idea of like, yeah, they go completely, you know, for the fences on that, and I did appreciate that. And Miss Swan was definitely an interesting case of that. Actually, I think also Alex Borstein, I believe she might have written for that show as well. But in that case, they go with that. And fitting, I guess, as we're going along with this, and yeah, get the gold medal on this. Okay, so we do have the medium missions we can go to, which, you know, okay, since we have to go through gold on all this stuff anyway, and it doesn't really matter right now. At that point, it also gets to a sense of, like, you can keep the discussion going while we talk about the missions we got. Including this one. This is Salvage Wharf. You have to destroy all the buildings over there, except the boat. If you take the ballista, you can go destroy that and feasibly finish it quicker. I usually take the ram dozer myself, just so you can destroy all the crates. You do have to destroy all of them in a block, otherwise it does not count as you causing money to be collected. Because you have to destroy $1 million worth of items here. And in my case, usually, I like to use the ram dozer just because it seems like it's easiest to drive, and also because it is fun just to take the, you know, the bulldozer around. Or, I guess I'll go to this one, because I'll tell you how I really associated this game when I first played it. It's like the best Tonka game ever made. You know, the Tonka trucks you might have seen when you're growing up, or maybe seen Toy Story or something like that, with, like, big dump trucks and bulldozers. It's like that, pretty much. This is like taking that and making a game around it. In that case, I do love that, and I guess Amber's liking what she's seeing of everything exploding in all the colors. It's one of those cases where you think, like, will a game like this necessarily have a varied color palette? But it does, and there we go. Got it. I think that was enough for gold. Let's see. You are in time, by the way. Oh, it's not. Okay, I was just off by 0.4 seconds. All right, let's try it again.
Try this for size.
You can also get bronze, by the way, if you want. If you run out of time, by the way, you fail. But usually, for most of the missions, they give you enough time to complete it, usually. But not always. We'll see that later. I can think of a couple other missions that are going to be annoying that way, including ones where you can actually die. I can't find it. The clip of what it was for Miss Swan. Well, I'll also look into something for that. At least get a picture of that to have a representation of it. And just to go back to that, I love the idea of us being able to, you know, of you providing clips or links in the description, and then I'll provide them when I do the edits for some of the stuff we talk about. I'll definitely do that for Blast Corps on a bunch of the stuff that we're talking about tonight as we're going along, and I think that's going to be enough. Yeah, I just want to get that one. Oh, got it. Just kind of want to go in the center of them to make sure you hit everything, and I think that was enough. Yeah, there we go. All right, and my new best is 46. Perfect. All right, next is Jade Plateau, which I believe is... I think it's one I want to use the muscle car on, I think. Well, sort of.
I hope this works.
Okay, there we go, got the boost. You get that. Boom! It's not easy to do that. Yeah, okay, yeah, you want to use the muscle car here to go down the path here. You also... Okay, not want to hit that. There's also a shortcut to take right here. You have to be very specific to get through, because, yeah, this thing doesn't ram well. Go to the side, you're good. But then you also have to kind of hit in the tree in order to take advantage of the weird programming to destroy the building over there. Or you take the ramdos or something and bust it through. But you want to kind of manage that to get through in time. Another one I like is Gay Bar, where she's singing Dancing Queen by ABBA. I'm trying to remember, as I said, you're probably the expert as far as Miss Swan is concerned. Just the idea of, like, some of the weird adventures she got into. Ugh, I'm stuck. Okay, I'm not stuck in a bad way where I'm screwed. Yeah, as I mentioned, the cars, or the bonus vehicles, do not have a ramming case going on to it. So in that case, you're ramming into buildings, they're not going to be doing much. So doing what I'm doing is kind of risky, but if you want to go for the gold medal and feasibly for the platinum, I think you want to do this. But I think I used to, when I played this, I usually would get the gold by using the ramdozer, despite the fact that I have to kind of go around the full way without using the shortcut here. As I said, the reason I use the shortcut here is because I have muscle car where the it's terrain ignorant, so it doesn't run into a case where it's going to slow down. Thank God. It does give a sense of, like, what the unique attributes of each vehicle are, and each of the... Actually, not just each vehicle as far as, like, the cars, but just everything. So you really get a sense of... You're going to remember these vehicles, even I do, like, 25 years later. And I still can't believe it's been 25 years since the game came out. I remember being 11 years old when this game came out and playing it, and just saying, this is not a game I really expected much out of. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it's one of those great discovery cases of saying... This is a unique one that you kind of want to tell people about. But whether people, I guess, are really liking it seems to be a question, I guess. Because I guess people seem to like this, sorta. But it's also one that is very weird and abstract, so sometimes strange. Also, we were kind of into Police Chase, because you hear this music, this intense music with the police sirens going on. As you're going down the sleek streets. Oh, yeah, and be careful not to hit into the sides of that or slide. Here's the other thing about the vehicles, the cars anyway. They do slide if you go too fast, although the... muscle car does not have as much trouble with that, and the van, we'll see later, is going to be best as far as the handling. Although I do think that this is the slowest of those 4 car vehicles, I think. Because I know the American Dream's the fastest, the van accelerates the fastest, this is the best with terrain, and has that kick and guitar lick when you hit the R button for the horn. And then the police car is the worst with accelerating, and I think it's the second fastest. I think it is. Yeah, correct me if that's not right, chat. And I'll be sure to put an edit in to say, no, that's wrong by me.
You're just trying to impress.
Is it working? I think I got that on the dot. Okay, perfect. That's awesome. Alright. Okay, alright, I want to do this one. Yeah, this is Kipling plant. This can be annoying. You have to take the ballista, you have to destroy the gas plants, and the gold medal time is really quick. The platinum time is 12 seconds, so good luck. I can't do it because the platinum times are insane, and we'll see those a little later. You can't actually get platinums until the end of the game. Also, I don't know if I'm going to be in good shape for this. They will give you enough missiles. There's one mission later that doesn't do that, and I hate it for that. Hopefully that was fast enough. Also, I guess there might be a little bit of speedrun appeal on this game. Okay, it was just enough. It's 20 seconds. Alright. On the test playthrough, it took me like 3 times to get that. But alright, I think I finished all the bonus stages, so let's do the other training missions. Alright, this is the Skyfall. It is a car that has an armored bottom to itself, so what you do is you go into a pit, or into a gully like that, hit the L or R button, boost off, and crash into those silos over there. Also, the platinum time is 4 seconds on this, and the way to get that is to use an exploit, which actually I do know how to do. So I'll see if I can do it right now. I'll just play all the way, and then I'll do it. So that's how to complete it the normal way. And you do have to be quick, because this is only a minute. But if you hit it very specifically, you can complete it in 4 seconds. So you go down the hill like this, go to the side, and you have to kind of go down on the side like this. Basically hit the side of it, and if it kind of counts you as in the air, and you finish it in, well, 7 seconds. But yeah, 4 seconds is the platinum time. But, oh, actually, 10 seconds is the, gold time. So, yeah, I kind of had to do it that way. Yeah, you'll see that in the level that's dedicated to it, which is up there. And I'm hitting up on the analog stick. It's not going up that way. Right, there's Shuttle Gully. We'll do that in a second. But I do want to show this one. We're mentioning the robot case. And I'll go into this now that we have a training mission for it. The Thunder Fist. Roll around and uppercut into the buildings. It also has one arm to it, which is because they ran out of memory during the development of this game. So they said, we're not going to put another arm on it. But it also got an interesting case when you really think about it, because as I mentioned, Wesley, who is a member of the Blast Corps team in the lore of this game, was paralyzed by an accident, or he was disabled by an accident. So feasibly, you could make the case that Blast Corps is a differently able to a group, or one that's, you know, in tune with that, because the idea, like, hey, they have a member who has a disability to himself, but also a robot that does that, but yeah, he's still uppercutting like it's nothing. So, like, yeah, the lack of the one arm there is not stopping him. He's still destroying everything with this great piece of music as well. This great, you know, soulful, uplifting music as you're getting a sense of... And we got it. You can dance if you try. Yeah, definitely so, as far as the Dancing Queen take, and I guess the Miss Swan take of that as well. Alright, so there we go. We're done with the, Thunder Fist. We'll see it later, especially the mission that's dedicated to it, which is a massive pain. We're a gifted ruiner now. Alright, that's 18 seconds, perfect. Alright. You know, let's get this out of the way. This is Cromlech Court. This doesn't look too hard, because you use the Thunder Fist we just practiced with to destroy the buildings there. The problem is that the carrier moves extremely fast on this, and the hit detection is not always up to snuff to do the uppercut. So let's see how this turns out. You have to kind of hit it in the center. Otherwise, if you hit it off, or like that, yeah, you'll just crumble into it. And yeah, there it is. It's just moving really, really fast. You gotta be on your game to make everything go. We'll see what happens, and it is tight in order to make this. Pretty much just, if you run into a case where it doesn't work, just circle around and come back and hit it again. Ooh. Because, yeah, you kind of have to circle around in order to be able to do the roll again. Ooh. And use the fact that you're doing that uppercut to destroy the buildings, because when you're in that uppercut animation, other stuff will be destroyed if you touch it. So be careful. Oh, crap. Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot on this level. This is a medium level, I swear, but crap, no! Oh, shit, yeah, it's gonna crash into it. Oh! Oh! Oh, just missed it. And that's what happens, by the way, if you fail. The entire world blows up, and everybody's dead. But you do get unlimited continue, so yeah, it didn't count. And you get a preview of what happened, and get a sense of, yeah, you failed. This is insanely hard, despite the fact that, you know, it's only, it's a short level. Actually, 50 seconds. That is the time when we do time trial for this. Let's try this again. Yeah, I hope so. And this isn't even the hardest level in the game. It's just that it's one of the really hard ones because of how, you know, sensitive it is. And honestly, I'll tell you this. I kind of am worse at this now than I was when I first played it. Alright, I got lucky hitting that building that way. Or as, Spike is going to say later, if I get into a case of, you know, destroying the building right before the carrier crashes into it, you're just lucky. Yeah, maybe. But so far, I guess we're going on top of it. Yeah, you're not going to be seeing the green on the buildings for much. Yeah, it goes red really quick because of how quick it's moving. Alright, there we go. Thank God, I got it done. Yeah, don't bother, you know, trying to get everything, because, yeah, there goes the carrier. In fact, you know, let's just stand here. This is how fast it's going. And that's why this level is hard. Yeah, that was close. Alright, at least only 2 tries it took on that. It took me about 4 on the test play. You get that shoop. What do you have in the metal to get? So we'll go back and get the rest of the stuff for it. Yeah, now that the carrier's out of the way, yeah, we can do that. But hey, at least I'm glad they got to show the carrier exploding. It was gonna happen sometime, so yeah, on this level specifically, you get to enjoy more of this music, which I do adore. Definitely one of those underrated soundtracks in the N64 library, and fitting for the game itself, which is definitely a unique one. Dollyfin, you said you never played this game. If you want to play it, it is on Nintendo 64, and if you have an Xbox One or Series S or Series X, Rare Replay has this, and it actually is a little better there to some degree because the frame rate is cleaned up a little bit, as I mentioned, as some other concessions, as well as a glitch with destroying buildings, which I will... No, I'll show this now. Walk to a building. When you hit Z, and you can't get out of it, it'll say, "Do!" Oh, wait, can I? Hold on. Okay, no, maybe I can. Oh, you know, I'll show that on another level. Because Because what you do, basically, if you get in a case where you can't get out of your vehicle because it'll say, "Go!" for the purpose of that, just like Homer Simpson, so I guess there's a Simpsons connection to this game. If you keep doing that on a building, it'll blow up. Any building game will do that with. The Xbox One version fixed that. There was a glitch in this, but they fixed it for that one. And Amber will just keep telling you, try something else. And we're gonna hear that a little bit later. Let's see, how many RDUs do I have left? Yeah, that's kind of really what this game honestly is to some degree. And that is, I guess, the interesting case of like, how they give the variety to it, which is that it's about the vehicles you're running, the locations you're going, although there are some copy-pasted levels. I'm not going to lie about that. I guess what it's, you guys differentiating itself with the missions you have. We're done, and we can go to the semi. Alright, so that's all of them. And there are no bonus stages to them, but they will connect the other medium missions over there, including Echo March. We'll do that a little bit, as well as Ironstone Mine. Oh, let's do Beaten Tracks. There are only 2 buildings destroyed. That big one over there and that tiny one there. And you think, like, how hard can this be? Very hard if you don't use the exploit. I'll use the exploit on this later. I'm going to show how to do this legitimately. And there's one mission later I'm dreading doing legitimately because it's insanely hard. What you do on this way, take the train over there. You were supposed to do it this way, and I'll show this way. Take the train to the station, unload it with the weird face of that. That looks like, it's someone from Rare. It has to be, as far as that weird face. Basically, come out and walk across the bridge to get the Ramdozer and do a couple things with it. And the carrier doesn't move as fast in this case, but it still is moving a little faster. So yeah, you can't dawdle completely. Alright, so, yeah, the crane. Yeah, so go back to Star Fox 64. Drop the crane, no! Yeah, we're gonna get to that as well for this because, yeah, the crane moves things to the other side. And actually, that's how you're supposed to destroy this. I could park by this building, hit the Z button, and let it be destroyed. But I'll do it for the Platinum mission, or for the time trial mission, which you can get easy Platinum on it in this version. On Xbox One, they fix it. So here's how the crane works. You put the Ramdos or anything on it, lift it up, hit A and B to move the crane down, hit either L or R to drop it, make sure it lands on something where it can spread out, hit Z to leave, and don't go back into it, otherwise the crane comes back automatically. And, oh, I missed one of the buildings right over there, or part of that building. But that's fine, because what I need to do is I need to get the explosive barrel that's on the train over there, crash into that building on the side. So I'll do that, and I'll clear the area out, and then I can get that little side of the building that I missed. Alright, so here it is. Go there, and hit right center. There it goes, boom. Yeah, we're getting out of the way. Got it. Actually, yeah, it wasn't that far away. Yeah, also that carrier view is not necessarily that useful unless you are really close to it, yeah, or almost gonna hit it. Yeah, I'm being very risky by almost hitting it or getting to the side of that. But as is, yeah, you should be okay. And, you know what, I gotta go around the area to get the other stuff, so I'm just gonna go in the semi and call it a day for now.
Not a scratch on it.
You're just trying to impress me.
Alright, so let's try this again. Actually, I think...
I hope this works.
Yeah, the communication tower is right over here. But actually, we do need to come over here anyway with the police car. Well, at least, well, with something. You can use the Ramdozer to come over here. But I'm gonna use the police car because it's faster. So yeah, I mean, I guess, as I said, just go back to this. This makes, I mean, it seems like I'm kind of doing the same thing over and over again this way, but they do vary it up with the vehicles and the locations you're going to, and the parameters, really. So it's kind of like a puzzle game, really. They don't really kind of put much thought into, but that's kind of what Rare was going for. And it makes it unique, and it still makes it fun to, you know, play that way. I guess also fun to talk over myself, and also to have chat, you know, jumping in for all the stuff they've been mentioning for this game and other aspects, which I do appreciate. And thank you very much for that. And for stopping by the show. Alrighty, so, yeah, the other RDUs are in the sands over here. Yeah, over there by the sands. And here's the other thing also about some of the vehicles. Some of them have a bigger hitbox specifically, so you sometimes have to get closer to the RDUs to make sure they go off. And in the police car, you sometimes have to be right next to it. Or in that case, basically you have it clip through the ground. As I said, there's some creaky aspects as far as the game, and I guess the fact that maybe it's being held together with sticks and duct tape to a certain extent, but it definitely has this nice style to it. And I guess the idea of, you know, as I mentioned, this is a game that only 7 people made, but it still has this passion and this, you know, unique perspective. Because honestly, I gotta tell you, and chat, let me know this if you can think of anything else. I can't really think of another game that is quite like this, which I guess is probably the best compliment I can really pay it, on top of everything else about it. I guess the idea of give Nintendo credit for saying, yeah, to Rare, yeah, we're fine with you releasing this game or going about this as the first original game you have on the system after Killer Instinct Gold came out. Right, so yeah, that's the case of that. So yeah, let the TNT barrel go and try to go through the tracks. Yeah, because it's also a bit of an invisible wall there if you don't have the train lined up. So that could be a weird case. You know what? Oh, yeah, okay. I tried to get out of there because, yeah, some of the hit detection's a little weird, but alright. Out we go. And we got a promotion. Or, to go back to the Sonic the Hedgehog thing, I guess the Adventure of Sonic the Hedgehog, I'll give myself a promotion to Accomplished Conqueror. Alright, let's do that. And with that, we have Silver Junction. I'll do this in just a second. Yeah, just want to take a good swig of water. Alright, this is another Thunderfist mission. What we gotta do is destroy the crates in 2 minutes. Basically, kind of get a sense of where they are, because you don't necessarily have a map for this. Basically, pretty much just try and visualize where the boxes are to hit them, because there's 25 of them. The good news, though, is that, yeah, you won't get into a case of wonky hits like we did in Crom Court over there. Just keep doing that, and just pay attention where they are, and destroy them all, and the gold should come naturally. The platinum, not necessarily. Ow. Okay, yeah, that was my fault because I missed the roll, which sometimes can happen. But you can control the roll as it goes along. Hit the A button to do the roll, and then make sure it hits into something by steering along the way. And just 4 more, which I believe they're all here. That probably should have been enough for gold, but we'll see.
No trouble at all.
Yep, a minute. Yeah, this is not necessarily going to last me getting golds on everything, but, yeah, we'll see what's going on. Yeah, including this one. This is Shuttle Gully. This is a Skyfall level. It's kind of annoying, I guess, to some degree, because, yeah, you have to use the, divots there to use the boost there for the Skyfall and to crash into buildings. Alright, yeah, thank you, Clark, I should say. He designed the, vehicles, so yeah, and he says that a lot in this level when you do these things right. They say, like, yeah, you got the hang of it, but sometimes they'll also jump in and say other things like, looks tricky. So you do get that sense of, like, the community of sorts of the Blast Corps team. Yeah, and that's also the idea of, you know, holding the R button when the meter is not charged up all the way. Yeah, getting that launch. Yeah, that just looks awesome. I'll say that for sure. And I think that's really, in some ways, the appeal of this game for me, in some ways, just the idea of, okay, I'm driving around in whatever I am, just destroying buildings, like, oh, it's just so cool. Or, to go back to the Simpsons parallel, because this game has a reference to it, the idea of, it's like when, when buildings collapse, the Fox series, and I remember when they got Lisa to watch that saying, my favorite part was when the buildings collapsed, and then she wants to try and be into it, so she says very meekly saying, I know. Maybe somebody got hurt. That's the spirit, honey. It's like, yeah, like, that's so totally out of keeping for her, but yeah, the buildings are gonna collapse like crazy on this one for sure. There we go. That was nice to be seeing that. It definitely makes for a good show, of nothing else, for showing it, yeah, I'm just destroying the buildings with my car and crushing into it. It gives a unique way of destroying things, because as I said, the idea of just destroying everything, when you think about it from a gameplay perspective to this, you think like, well, alright, I'm gonna destroy it, but you could feasibly just be in a case where, oh, you have to use the same vehicle to do it. But this game keeps coming up with new ways to do it, which makes it really interesting. In fact, I'll regale this story. Before Protorova and I did the third part of Ocarina of Time last week, I showed him this game because I said, alright, I have N64 with me. I have that game with him by me as well, for the purpose of playing it. I said, have you ever played this? He said, no, I haven't. So I said, let me show you. And he was impressed to some degree with it in the sense of the fact they keep giving you a lot of variety of what to do. Well, he was also kind of going to a sense of saying, like, hey, from a gameplay perspective, he's just necessarily a bad game design, or for that matter, something like Katamari Damacy, a bad game design case, just because of the fact that it's kind of repetitive as far as what it is, although I've encountered with the 30-second cycle argument, which is that the idea of basically a lot of games being based on repetition and how do you keep it fresh. something like Halo, for example, where you're pretty much handling the gunplay and things with different weapons and the AI stuff. Kind of animosity with mission elements, and I guess with this one with mission elements and also the vehicles they give you. Alright, we got a bronze, but that's not gonna stand, and there are no survivors. Yeah, some levels don't have survivors, so either they already got out of town and are fine, or you can be a little more morbid with it and say, like, oh no, they're dead. So yeah, this game is definitely a little more serious, although, as I mentioned, there's also that weird case. It is very serious, but it's also playing kind of comedic with itself in terms of some of the references that it has. And we'll see a couple of them later, on top of the ones we already have, as well as just even the snarky comments of your teammates, basically saying, like, yeah, hey, you just got lucky that, you know, you avoided nuclear destruction. I think that's the last one. Or not. Yeah, that's usually the kind of difficult part of this, is basically trying to find out where those are to use and where you missed the last one. And where other buildings are. Yeah, there's a building right there. Yeah, we're gonna hate these orbs a little later. The other thing you can also do is what I just did, is hit the Z button to kind of do an air brake. Because the idea is Z is the same button as coming out of the vehicle, but if you do it in the air, you're not coming out of the vehicle, so just kind of air brakes you. Just kind of go around and try and find everything. It's always the one RDU, I'll say that. That's usually where the difficulty lies. Alright, where is it? And unfortunately, as I mentioned, the camera is not something you pull out. You can't pull out massively, which I wish you could. Alright, where is it? And how many, you know, let me take a look at my stats. What am I missing? All the buildings, there's my damage. Yeah, just the one. And that admittedly is the most annoying part. It's like, oh, you missed just one of the RDUs. Where is it? It probably is on the main path. I mean, if I can't find it, I'll come back later just to get it, but... Alright. And you can tell it because the orange ones are on and the not orange ones are off. Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, sometimes you have to go after the semi in order to find it. We got it. Alright, I think we're doing good on this game, because as I mentioned, I don't know, or I didn't get a sense, I'm not sure if we finished this in one night, but I think we might. Because I was looking as far as, like, the time to beat this, the estimated time to beat this, and I think it was saying it was about 6 hours, but I don't think it's going to take that long. Alright. But next up, we're going to Outland Farm. Yeah, we got the Ram... Oh, fine. I wish we had the Ram Dozer. I have the Backlash again. Yeah, this game loves the Backlash, or Martin Wakely loves the Backlash, and as I mentioned, well, the development team didn't even like this thing. But yeah, this is where it's going to get a little harder, because oftentimes they put the buildings over grass. When you run across for, on the grass, this thing slows down immensely. 6 hours? Wow. Well, I mean, honestly, 6 hours is not that long as far as a game when you really think about games that are like 40 hours and more to some degree. But for the purpose of the show, as I mentioned, I limit the show to 5 hours about, give or take, usually. That is, unless the people who are playing it say, like, oh, they want to go longer. Or playing a game for it, say they want to go longer. But the only reason I do that, because I'm like, well, you know, sometimes we're, you know, marathon this stuff, so, like, I don't want to get in the case where I'm going to be completely destroyed and exhausted at the end of it. I did that with Halo when I first played it and don't have the recording for it, so I said, alright, fine, I'm not doing it again. But honestly, I think maybe that's just a suggestion as far as this, because I don't know if it necessarily has taken me that long to totally beat this game. We do have to sort of totally beat it. But as I mentioned, if we can't beat this after about, I don't know, or get close after 4 or so hours, I'll play the rest of it next month. I think that's how I'll work it. But I am getting pretty good luck on some of this stuff. There's just some of the expert missions I'm a little nervous about. Meanwhile, I'm just destroying everything with this and doing a better job with the Backlash than I think I ever did when I was a kid. And there he says, can you keep this up? Or that's Wesley who says that. Yeah, but yeah, there they put the silos there. They're hard to destroy because you're on the grass, so you can't necessarily always hit into them right. It would take me forever to beat this. Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Some of the missions going on later are really hard. There's one called Oyster Harbor. I am so nervous to do that. And I don't want to cheat for that one, because I could use the exploit of destroying the buildings instantly, but I'm not gonna. And that is insanely difficult. So here's the thing about this game. This is not necessarily... Well, let's talk difficulty. I know, Dolphin, you bring this up so often with the game. This is a game that... It's an easy-to-learn but hard-to-master case, especially with the Backlash here, as far as how it controls. But the thing about it is that there's some levels that are so difficult as far as how they set themselves up, and also they require your mastery of a vehicle. So it could be a stymieing block. It did take me a while, actually, to beat this game when I first played it, just for that very reason. All right, so there's all the survivors out, and there's the end of the mission. By the way, the mission ends instantly when the carrier gets to the end, but you can go back in and get everything taken care of. So, I mean, it's not an insanely hard game, but there's parts of it that really are hard. And part of that also is because of the design and also because of some other stuff. But we are a master despoiler now. And there are 2 communication towers in here, so I'm going to get them, on top of destroying everything else. That being said, I'll say this, and I guess it goes to something with length, because this has come up a lot. I know a lot of my coworkers have been playing, they're getting ready for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 that was announced recently. They're getting ready for that by playing through Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and I guess through the first one as well. And they're mentioning to me how long those games are, like hundreds of hours, which is a great thing when you think about the idea of getting your 50, 60 bucks worth for a game. But it's also something that, alright, you know, being able to find time for that as well, to make that go. And I guess also making it so that the game is fun for all the time that you are going to be running it, or how long it takes. But also, I guess for the purpose of a stream like this, it's also a case of, hey, if it's really long, I need to plan it to get a sense of how long it's going to take for us to play. Which, as I said, I'm not against the idea of long games. That's why we do the long-form stuff. That's why we do the RPGs. That's what we've been doing in Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and we've been doing Majora's Mask as well. Actually, to go back to that, just to get a quick case of that, since F-Zero X was brought up as far as the Nintendo Switch Online getting that, they also got Majora's Mask, as I mentioned, and actually the Crochet Nerd and I have been practicing that game pretty extensively over the past couple weeks, as far as it. And actually, we are going to use the Switch Online version for that one. For F-Zero X, I think I'll use the N64 version, because I think I have everything locked in it. At least I think I do. But for that one, we're going to play it on the Switch Online expansion pack, because it is emulated perfectly, whereas Ocarina of Time initially was not, but it is now. And so at that point, it rationalizes the idea of running it that way. Alright. So that's that one farm done. So yeah, I'm getting good time as far as this. But also, it's unlocking over there. You know, let's do this now. This is, the longest string of bonus stages in the game, because they're all interconnected. They all have a hidden exit with, or hidden communication tower, except for one of them. But they start us out easy with this. This is Geode Square. You take the J-Bomb there and bust the Geodes. You just pay attention where they are. Yeah, this is easy, but yeah, they're gonna get really hard as we go along. You just let them crash into you, or just bash them. Alright, yeah, in that case, I'm not hitting them quickly enough. And there's the communication tower in that building over there. I'll get it later. Just one more, and I think they'll be good for the gold time. Right here. Yeah, to go to, I guess, the idea of taking forever as well. There's gonna be parts of this thing, the last one of them, that's annoying. Alright, so I got gold. Perfect. Yeah, I don't have to show us what we got. Fine, I don't have to show you what I've got anymore, because I did it. So just gonna go over here and get the communication point and go to the next stage. Where things are gonna get pretty damn difficult. Alright, this is Lizard Islands.
Try this for size.
It's another J-Bomb mission. You have to destroy 15 buildings and water platforms, like rafts. Here's the thing, it's a fixed camera angle. I'm hitting the C left, C right button, it goes BAM! That means you can't adjust the camera. So that's one thing. Also seeing the lava there in the volcano, we're gonna go down to that. You hit that, you lose instantly, so do not hit it. You don't even want to do the stomp thing with the B button. You basically just want to let yourself go down onto the orb like that and hit it. And also don't hit the water, otherwise that's an instant loss too. Yeah, this is the part where they said, yeah, J-Bomb is now not immune to water. Especially the rafts there, because they kind of stop and they go really fast, so you have to pay attention to where they are right here and hit them. You get this peaceful, you know, triumphant music of the J-Bomb, I guess the theme of J-Bomb going on, while you're getting a sense of, yeah, if I turn wrong in that, yeah, the turning as well, because when you do a turn, you sometimes, like, go straight and turn around. If you've ever played Croc on PlayStation or Saturn, you'll know what I'm talking about, or Super Mario 64, it's like that. And yeah, sometimes I've run into the lava and lost. So I don't want to have that happen. Yeah, here's the thing. They're not going to be screwing around that much anymore as far as this. Yeah, we're getting the medium section of the levels, including the bonus stuff, and yeah. And I believe the gold time, I think, is 1:20, I think. Also, I'm being very reckless by doing that. I should not be doing that, but I know it's over something I can't go through. So as soon as I hit that, I'm not going through that and hitting the water. Alright, just 2 more. I just gotta remember where they are. Oh, right, they're right here, so I missed... Oh, fine. There's the one here, and then there's the raft over there. Alright, the raft's over here. I think this should be enough time, I hope. Got it. And I think this isn't even the hardest one. Alright, gold. Perfect. It's 2.5. Alright, fantastic. As I mentioned, everything in this area, or in this rung of special stages or bonus stages, has a hidden communication point. It's over here. Yeah, I'm amazed I'm doing these on my first try, but yeah, wait, just wait. Alright, next is Saline Watch. Yeah, destroy the beacons. You can't use the pound thing on the B button, because otherwise you hit the water and you die. So you gotta do is you have to aim yourself very specifically so you bounce off the beacons. And then go in a row and feather the A button for your jet, and don't hit the water. Also, one of the beacons goes pretty much into the water, so you have to be very careful hitting that. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's taken forever to go back to that Dolly Finn. These levels took me forever growing up. But so far, I'm doing okay, and I made sure to practice this game, or this part of it specifically, because I said, I want to be ready. Ooh! Yeah, I almost hit the water. And right there is one of the trouble points. Yeah, the water is in waves, so it goes up and basically hits it. So if you're off by even a slight amount, you're dead. But yeah, if you just do this, be very... specific that, yeah, that one and that one are the tough ones, but I think I have this. And over the left is where the communication tower is. Yeah, it wasn't. I'm surprised. As I mentioned, when I was growing up, this gave me hell. All of these really gave me hell, except for Geo Square. But I guess this is the benefit of coming to a game 25 years later, where I guess I've been playing it for 25 years, so I know how it operates. And the idea that maybe I'm better at certain aspects than I was before. Or worse, in some cases, as I mentioned with Cromwell Court. Right, we did the mission, so that's fine. Oh, okay, I still bounced off of that, so yeah, there you go. Also, the other thing you have to pay attention to is, yeah, I'm doing the jet there, but you sometimes go down after holding the A button, so sometimes you hit the water, and it's not a fun case to have that happen. Alright, next is Dagger Pass.
Show us what you've got.
Did anyone else think that we... Yeah, keep going. Like, first, I'll answer that. But yeah, we hit 80 of these things. Also, they're under areas right there where it's going to go on the side there, and if you're not careful, we're hitting it right away. Yeah, you are going to die. Yeah, this is where it's getting annoying. Oh. Yes, you have to pretty much feather it. Oh, shit. In fact, right there, that's what happens. Touch the water, you're dead.
Try this.
Alright, hopefully I won't die too much on this. Yeah, only one of these is out in the open like this. Yeah, pretty much just have to hover right over the water without hitting it. And it is kind of annoying. Oh, or, okay, fine. There is an open area here. I could just have done that. Oh, okay, that was risky. I shouldn't have done that. As long as I survived, it's okay. Alright, got it. And the communication tower's in the castle over there. We'll get it later. Okay, got it. Did I get it? No, I didn't get it. Or did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Did anyone else think we were getting another Dino Crisis only to find it's a new game? Oh, the thing at State of PlayStation. That, I don't remember the name of that game. Remind me what the name of that was. It looks like Dino Crisis a little bit, but yeah, apparently it isn't. It's Capcom who's making it. And the last draft is over up here. Yeah, I guess so. I was definitely surprised to see that. I did think Dino Crisis, I guess it's close because people mention it looks like Dino Crisis. Then again, I mean, Dino Crisis hasn't been seen since Dino Crisis 3 on Xbox, which was a great looking game, but one that is insanely hard to play. And then there was the first two on PlayStation, and the first one was also on the Dreamcast. If we show those, I'm going to get them on PlayStation 1 and 2, because they're on PS3. And then 3 on Xbox does not cost a lot, so I don't think it does. Because nobody wants it, because it's supposed to be... No, it is bad. I played it. It has horrible aspects of its camera. Oftentimes because you're jumping and the camera changes as you're doing it. It's called Exoprimal. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. It seemed interesting as far as the idea of it. I don't know a whole lot about as far as what it was, but I guess it was interesting to see a new IP out of Capcom. I guess the idea feasibly, as we've mentioned a couple times before, will Capcom also come back to the franchise with some of the collections they got, including that fighting collection that's coming out a little later, and see if anything else is going to come to that. On top of maybe this gives a sense of Capcom saying, hey, let's do something with Dino Crisis, or indicate Dino Crisis a little bit with this, or maybe this is the idea of people saying, like, hey, maybe we can rationalize bringing that up again, or bringing that back. All right, next is Magma Peak. We're in a volcano. I do love the music here, though. It is amazing. This music is so good. I just love how, you know, spacey and, you know, futuristic it is. But yeah, we're in the volcano. We touch the lava, we die. There's another one that took me a while when I was growing up. Okay, that was close. I thought I was going to hit the lava and die. Same case as Dagger Pass. You basically just want to feather yourself right above it in order to hit it. Or the Valkyrie Profile series getting Elysium. Oh yeah, some of my coworkers are really into that because they loved Valkyrie Profile on PlayStation. I never played it, have you? And they're kind of doing a new game, sort of, or Square's doing a new game. Which definitely is an interesting case, and as I mentioned, the idea of, you know, everything old being new again, as far as franchises coming back, including ones that, you know, seem like there wouldn't ever be a chance. Legends 2, yeah, good point. Maybe Legends 2, yeah, good point. That would be an interesting case, I guess, as we mentioned, so, yeah, as far as that. But as I mentioned, I mean, maybe that's the idea. Maybe a lot of companies are saying, like, okay, you know, maybe we can rationalize the idea of bringing games back like this just because of people saying, like, hey, there's enough of a fan of that. That Cowabunga collection, we went into that with Konami. Konami's not been doing much stuff with games. They did the Castlevania collections they did, as well as the Contra collection. I guess those sold well enough to them to say, like, hey, let's go to Nickelodeon and get the license for Turtles now, and make it so that we have this collection coming back. And his Digital Eclipse is doing that, so the idea that, yeah, people are really excited at that, and maybe then Konami looks at that and says, okay, let's do something else. Also, where's the last thing here? Did I miss it? Where is it? Oh, right, it's in here. Alright, I took a risk doing that. I shouldn't have done that, but since the last one didn't matter. I just hope that was enough for the gold, because I think it took a little long on that. Okay, it was enough. It's 2 minutes. Perfect. So actually, I'm getting good luck, especially on these, because growing up, these gave me absolute hell. But the communication tower is out of the volcano. Also be careful coming out, because you can sometimes come down and hit it. But I do love the idea, as I mentioned, some of these older things coming back, especially because I mentioned, I haven't played everything. A lot of those Turtles games, I haven't played most of them, so the idea we're getting those back is great. And as I mentioned also earlier in other shows, the Gracianer's coming in for the stuff we're doing, but he's also going to be playing Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. He's saying, will they re-release that? I mean, honestly, the rate we're going, maybe they will. I mean, we're playing it on the PlayStation 2. He's going to be playing it first, because that's his jurisdiction for that. But, yeah, so that's a good thing, you know, seeing all these classic gaming aspects come back and get it so that people who haven't played them before will be able to have a chance at them. All right, I want to have a drink of water before this one. This is Baboon Catacomb. This is one of the most original levels, and one that is going to be very familiar to you if you're a classic gamer. But it is annoying. I was hoping to hear more about the Spartacus program. I'm trying to remember, what was that? Capcom as well? Eliminate me as we go into Baboon Catacomb and tell me what this looks like. Or sounds like. You have to get 224 RDUs going through a maze with a fixed camera angle with the dump truck while they're colored, you know, well, they dump, or, bulldozers coming around to kill me. If they touch me, I'm dead. You know, I'm not gonna bullshit anymore. I think you know damn well what this is. This is Pac-Man. And they said specifically, yeah, they had the Pac-Man idea, and these levels are annoying. There's 2 of these. Unfortunately, there's another one. But, yeah, we'we'll see how this goes. So far, I'm doing okay, but usually what happens is that you get into a case where you can't see where the dozers are, and you end up getting yourself blindsided. Yeah, almost like that. There we go. Or you miss one. Alright, so there's 208. Uh-oh, where are the last couple? That's always the tough part, especially with the fixed camera angle. Right here. Where are the last two? Oh, I think they're over there. I think. Crap, where are they? I was gonna say I'm doing this in my first try. And I'm kind of nervous of me getting the gold on this. And that's always the worst part, if you miss two of them. I think they're over... Oh, they're over there! They're over there! Alright, fine. You know what? I'm letting myself die. Yeah, I've never gotten to a case where I could do this without failing, but I got pretty close. Also, if you can get the boost on this level, that'll help a little. But, yeah, there you go. Yeah, they do even change the noise of the RDU collection on this. Yeah, also, I have to remember that one in the middle over there. So, yeah, that's the idea. You have to kind of keep track of where you've been and where you'll need to go and avoid the I keep thinking they're dump trucks. No, I'm driving the dump truck. The deadly bulldozers. Yeah, and I don't know how I survived that. Usually you don't want to ever go backwards because you're going to be too slow. Yeah, and they gave you the backlash to drive here because they know that it's supposed to be really slow. So yeah, you were definitely at a disadvantage. I guess the same way that I guess you're at a disadvantage in Pac-Man where you're eating the pellets. Oh crap, where are the other two? I missed two again. I am in better shape though. I think they're over here. Oh no? Yeah, because with the camera I could barely see what they are, and because I believe they're sprites. Actually, yeah, the RDUs are sprites. Alright, where are they? Okay, yeah. Oh, you don't find it. Okay, see, this is worse luck than me dying constantly at this. It's just that I don't know where the last two are.
Time to get moving.
Alright, let's do this again. Yeah, usually this is the case that stymied me massively when I was growing up playing this game. And understandably so. It is unique, but it's also something that, yeah, it's frustrating. Alright, let's keep going. But yeah, you do get the great guitar music going on. So yeah, Grant Kirkhope doing the guitar work on this game. Okay, that's there. Okay, good thing they didn't come down that direction. Thankfully, the gold medal time is sort of lenient, so you should be able to get it as long as you keep moving. Oh, okay, there's the one. All right, you know what? I'll leave that there because I know that's just the one I missed. I just know it's on the other side. Oh, crap. Oh, I think I'm dead. Or not. Yeah, somehow I'm doing the backing up and living. Oh, crap. All right, fine. No, I'm not. Yeah, this took me forever to beat, but I don't think it's going to take me that long. At least I hope not.
Good luck.
Also, try to get the boost, because that can kind of help you. Also, if you're thinking like, oh, I'll just go around each side the way I was going to maybe do there, yeah, don't. The blue bulldozer will be in your way. Oh, crap, crap! I'm going to make this! Okay, just barely. I guess as well we're, you know, getting our hell going on with Pac-Man, or not Pac-Man here. Yeah, let me know anything else you got as far as that. Or you want to go into more what that Spartacus program is. Because it's something that was announced at the Sony Days of Play event, yes? And was at Capcom as well. Oh, no. Well, you know what? Okay, let's go this way. Oh, no, no! Okay. I was trying to think I could get through that, but alas, no. Alright, fine, let's do this. I know it is. I mean, here's the other thing as well, because you think like, well, maybe looking at this, you think, like, oh, if you're really good at Pac-Man, you should be able to handle this. Yeah, maybe, but still, it's just because of the way this game operates a little differently than Pac-Man, because you're not locked on a track, you're going in full 3D this way, going around the mazes. Oh, shit, no. I can't believe I'm surviving doing reversing. I just... Okay, fine, I'm not. But I was gonna say, usually doing that is a death sentence. But I've somehow made it so I'm just delaying the inevitable. Alright, fine, let's try it a little differently. I'm nervous also about the other level like this, because there's another Pac-Man level that we'll see in hard tier. And hopefully that won't take as long. Oh, whoa, that was close. Alright. I mean, I do like the originality, and I do like the idea that, you know, Rare is thinking about this and saying, yeah, let's have our take on Pac-Man, but, no. Okay, I'm not gonna say this isn't fun, I'm just gonna say it's insanely hard. It's as we said when we did Mega Man Legends for Part 2 a couple weeks ago, which is, I love this game, but there's parts of this that are gonna be annoying. So, basically, I'll tell you, this is, to me, for this game, what Balloon Fantasy is to Nocturne for Mega Man Legends. And honestly, I like Balloon Fantasy more than I like this shit! Okay, yeah, also, yeah, if you are quick, though, you can sort of recover yourself, but the next one, not necessarily. Alright, so I got 10 more. Where are they? Okay, they're right down here. Somewhere. Where are the other 3? Got them, thank God. Alright, so only about, I think it was 5 attempts. I'll put a count when we're done, but yeah, thank God we're done. And thank God I also got a gold. I don't want to do that again. Well, not this one again, but alright, there you go. The circle of these bonus stages is complete. There you go. Now, back to everything else. Alright, let's go to Corvine Bluff. Let's have a nice rest by the water.
Time to get moving.
And hear the, not boss music from... Oh, no, it is the boss music from Donkey Kong Land again. I guess then, yeah, Chad, you played those Donkey Kong Land games? I sort of have. Actually, I have one of them. I have Donkey Kong Land 3, and actually... It'll be an interesting one. I'm back, stupid internet. I'm sorry you're having issues with your internet that way, but, yeah, we dealt with Baboon Catacomb, which is a pain in the ass. But we finally got through that one, the Pac-Man level. We're gonna see another one of those later. Or driving through Corvine Bluff. You do not, by the way, have to hit the line over there for the count for another lap. But I was mentioning the Donkey Kong Land games. This is the boss theme from Donkey Kong Land 1. I was mentioning I have Donkey Kong Land 3 for the Game Boy Color, which actually came out only in Japan for some reason, despite the fact that Rare made it. And when we play Donkey Kong Land 3, we're going to use that. But I do want to play the others at some point. I guess get back to Donkey Kong Country, because I did Donkey Kong Country 2. I did Donkey Kong Country 1, but I don't have the recording of it. And there are other stuff of Rares I do want to cover. As I mentioned, in August, we're doing another 25th anniversary case. We're going to do GoldenEye. It's going to be Proto and I doing that, but let me know. But let me know, I should say, what other stuff you'd like to see of Rares outside of that. I was talking about the PlayStation Now and the merger plan. Yeah, I remember that came up when we talked about Ristar. Has anything else come of that? Because I know that was the thought of Sony. They were going to be taking a page from the, well, Game Pass of Microsoft on one hand, and on another hand, the idea that they're also going to be having retro games, I guess maybe as an answer for whenever they pull the stuff off the PlayStation 3 stores, I guess. But did they say anything else more about that at that State of Play event they did this week? Because I heard stuff come out of it, but I didn't actually have time to see it. Also, this is Bison Ridge. We got to use the muscle car to go over the grass. Yeah, tell me about that just to see if there anything else new came out of it. Because I like the idea of like what they're going to do. I guess them paying attention feasibly to, as I mentioned, Microsoft's Game Pass. And I guess Switch Online now as far as offering old games for that on top of what they already offer. Also, yeah, this level slows down quite a bit. I know they haven't. Okay, so I mean, I guess they'll say soon enough. We'll see. I guess the question is, I was going to say wait to E3. That's usually what I say, but they're not having E3 again this year. So, I don't know if, like, there's something as far as, like, the summer games will come out of that. Or other stuff that was announced last year, but we haven't heard much. Like, Sonic Origins. That got announced last year. We know it's a collection of, 5 old Sonic games. We don't even know when it's on, and they haven't said anything else about it. But I was like, alright, soon enough, hopefully. We'll see what happens to that. I'll be curious to hear that and hear anything else that goes with it. We'll just go around the path here. I just have that nice guitar. That's the other thing I'll say this, just to go back to the game quickly for this. I just love hitting the horn just to do like the, hit the sound for that, whether it's this, whether it's the Dixie theme for the American Dream, or the other thing we'll see when we get to the van. I'll bring that up when we get to it. Alright. Okay, no, I don't want to go do that again. We're done with that. Let's do a main level. Let's do Temp City. This level has you running with the ballista, and you click dynamo boxes for it, little missiles there to shoot. You get this great, industrial theme of and just shoot everything. It is fun. But sometimes it's weird as far as hitting the buildings with the missiles. So maybe just hold the button down to a certain degree, but also pay attention to what your missile count is, because if you run out, yeah, ramming buildings with this thing is not fun. And there is an extra mission with this thing that is a pain because of that. Oh, and also don't hit the carrier by accident. I've done that before. Also, hope you can see, actually, I think, yeah, there's the gas plant. If you do shoot the gas plant, other buildings will be damaged, so you can also use that to your advantage to make them easier to destroy. You just keep going and pay attention where ammo is. And you also don't have to pick it up directly, you just have to drive right next to it. I do love the music for this, it's terrific. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm out of missiles. Alright, they, I believe, will give you enough, and I haven't gone through them completely. Yeah, there's 30 right there, and that's also for something we'll have to do when I come back here after we clear the path. Oh, speaking of that, I almost ran into its path. Alright, just shoot this thing. Alright. Also be careful, because oftentimes you destroy the buildings. I don't know if you can see that thing right there. That are the stairs of the building. They oftentimes don't get destroyed when you shoot out the entire building. So yeah, that's a problem. Alright, that was close. Now the path clear. I'm just going to try and clear out some RDUs before they kick me out. Yeah, there you go. There's the ow, ow, when they, the survivors come around. Alright, there we go. Okay, that's interesting. It's hitting the wall. It's like, wait a second, how's that working? Actually, that brings up one other interesting point. Some missions, I guess maybe I've shown this with some of them, there are fences around. They don't actually count as building points, but the carrier can drive through them without being hurt. So it's like, wait a second, in the case of that right there, the carrier walked through, or drove through the fence there, and survived somehow. Alright, before I do that, because I have to shoot that wall down, I'm gonna have the last couple of RDUs over here, because I think that's it. Alright, that's it. So, what you do here is, you see over here, the camera's gonna change. It's right here. Fire missiles at it. And after enough, it'll collapse down, and you'll have a path coming up to find the communication point, and also these boxes, which do count for points for buildings. So bust them, and there is a scientist back there. You can tell it by the trailer. Hang on. Yeah, I was gonna say, the ramming case of this is annoying. But if you do have to get in this case where you're gonna ram with this thing, aim with the missile launchers, because they kind of can get stabby with this thing and destroy the buildings a little faster. Keyword a little. I think I can get them all with the missiles I've got. Did I miss something? Oh, there we go. There's one. Oh, did I miss one? Okay, so we managed to keep the carrier safe? Yeah, mostly. We have to track down the other 4 scientists. There's one who moved out to Ebony Coast. You have to strike out ahead to find him. Alright. Actually, we'll probably do Ebony Coast next, just because it's... Well, it's an interesting one. It's kind of hard in some cases, too. Alright, so where's the last building? Because usually, by the time we get all the boxes, we're set. Alright. Oh, right here. Got it. Sometimes that's the case, like scouring the level to find that one last thing you missed. Alright, so in we go, and we'll head to the next stage. And you open Glander's Ranch. That's a racing level, I'll do that later. In fact, let's get through the rest of these. Let's do Ebony Coast right here. Alright, this is an interesting one because, yeah, the buildings are out there. Okay, apparently that one building there, you don't have to destroy all of it for the purpose of the carrier clearage. Alright, the train. You have to put the ram dozer on the train, well, feasibly. The other thing you can do is you can also back up with the train and create enough of a passage so that you can just drive the ram dozer past it and on the tracks. But yeah, we'll do it the way you're supposed to do it. Just show this off. And this is going to be a pretty long one as far as some of the stuff we got to do here. And this is where a lot of these levels are getting more open. And also, just to show the carrier view, yeah, like Chroma Cord, it's going fast, so we got to be careful about that. You get this great sea-like music that kind of has like an Asian flair to it. It's like a ding 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 ding. All right, so there we go. We'll unload it. Also, there is a TNT crate over in that building. We'll get it later. Because they mentioned there's a scientist here, and that's the way you get it. But first you gotta do is go straight out. We have these buildings here. You can't destroy them at all with anything you got unless you use the exploit of the Z button. You know what, I might show that on one of them, but alright. They won't be stable for long. So what you do is you hit the TNT crates, hit them in the center. Or you have to be pretty direct on, because if you're not, only one part or one quarter of the building will collapse. If you hit dead center, more or less, you get both of them at once. Yeah, like that. And you want to manage your TNT crates so that take ones from further away if you can to manage that so that you can hit the ones closer later. And also be careful of the fact that the carrier is moving faster. Alright, there we go, got it. I think it's 3 or 4 of these. Uh-oh. Okay, I was lucky getting that one. And, actually, yeah, I think this is the last one. Alright, yeah. Oh, crap. They also will start warning you earlier in this stage. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. Yeah, in fact, you just stood right there. You're just lucky. Yeah, no, there you go, we're done. For now, because the rest of this level is going to be really long to get everything else. Oh, fine. By really long, I mean about 5 minutes. Because as I said, I guess this game is going faster than I thought. I guess the 6-hour estimate of, you know, how long to beat this game totally, I guess was just that, an estimate. I guess it also counts to a few things, which is, how do you consider beating this game? Because as I mentioned, we're going to see the credits before we're done with the show, pretty substantially before. And eventually the last thing you do is get the platinum. So it's like, at that point also, you technically don't have anything else left, really. You should just then get the last rank of the game, which, by the way, is called You Can Stop Now, which I do love that touch. But I've never seen it because those platinum times are insanely hard, and for the purposes, when we get to that point, I will show what the platinum times are. I'm not going to do most of them, but I'll show a few of them off. Alright, so here's what we gotta do in order to find the scientists here. This building here, it's like the one we saw in Beaten Tracks, which you're supposed to do is hit the ramdos are very specifically going off that to hit into this and make that go down. The other thing you can do is the glitch I mentioned. I'll do it now. Or try to. You gotta do is you gotta park your vehicle close enough. Oh, except he's going out the back. I think I could park it somewhere here. Yeah, we should have been saying "do" like that. If you keep holding the Z button down to try and get out.
Try something else.
Yeah, she'll say try something else, she's lying. It just destroys the building. On the Xbox One version, you can't do this. So yeah, take pride in doing that on the N64 when you can. Also, one other thing, I'm going to destroy this anyway, the normal way, because I don't want to hit the TNT crate into this on the way back. Because what I got to do is I got to take this, I got to load it on the flatbed over there. It has a long timer, but I need to take it back to where we started. So load it up. Oh shit, I think I got it over too much. Crap. And if it's over too much, you can't get on the train, so you have to get it in the center. Alright, that's good enough, so get out of here and take it back. Just go in reverse. You will have enough time as long as you don't take too long to load it on. Because they have a timer of this, I think, for 2 minutes. Or 2 minutes or a minute and a half. It's something like that. I might time it for the purpose of the edit, and I'll put in a result of what that is. Yeah, just keep hitting B button to go backwards and take it to the statue that's behind. Oh, shit! I forgot, I can't do this yet. You know what? I gotta start this level over again. I just remembered. And I'll show you why. Yeah, because what I forgot I had to do is there's a TNT crate right here. I've used that to destroy this first. I have to come out here, and then here's a statue of Easter Island, or I guess it's a reference to something for this game. And I gotta take that TNT crate and put it in front of it on the train. So, okay, I was thinking a little ahead for that, so let's do that again, but... Also, yeah, you have to kind of center the ramdozer on there in order to get going. And see, the frame rate goes. As I mentioned, the Xbox One version is better with the frame rate as far as how they emulate it. I guess the fact that it's running through the Xbox One itself for the purpose of that. But now we can definitely do this, or as Amber said, you can do this. Well, yeah, we can do this. Also, yeah, if you're hearing that crinkling, that is my water bottle. Yeah, I'm just still drinking water out of bottles I buy, so that's the idea that... Oh! Oh, right, I forgot. Okay. I'm glad that happened, too. Yeah, because I did the restart. If you do the restart, what happens on that is that the only way it saves your progress out of a level is if you go into the semi at the end of it, at the end of the stage, or if you go back to the menu, or go back to the map after doing that. So, alright, fine. In this case, I have to destroy it. Actually, okay, there we go. Alright, so fine. I showed how to destroy it illegitimately, and now I'll show how to destroy it legitimately. And hit that, and now we can finally blow up that statue. Whoa! That should be enough. I think that'll hold. Shit. Alright, it's not. Alright. Hopefully this will be enough time to get it on, so just lightly there and go. I think it should be good enough, especially since I broke the door at the opening there. Just hold the B button and keep holding it until I get there and hope it doesn't explode on me. I think it'll be alright, because it'll start going really fast when it's almost done. But they do explicitly make it long enough so you'll have time to get to it. So yeah, this game is pretty forgiving, despite the fact there's some areas where it's really hard. But yeah, just keep going back. Oh, I just got it! Oh, wow. Okay, that was lucky. Alright, thank God that happened. That happened that way and not the other way. Alright, so there you go. When you bust that, there's the J-bomb. Now, the scientist is out here, or out to the, I guess, east, based on where we are. Also, there's RDUs over here, so just come over here and get them. And they're none the tunnel. And the communication tower, one of them is over here. What you do is go out to the water, and thankfully, in this case, I can't, die in the water. Let me show this. Yeah, in this case, I'm just puttering along the water, and it's fine. But yeah, in those other levels, yeah, I'm dying by touching it. Basically, follow the water, go through the arch, or go over the arch. I guess you can't go through it. And there is the Trail of the Scientists. Help? Of course I'll help. Finally, someone's taking a stand. You take all 6 of us, so you need 3 more. Go to Oyster Harbor. I don't want to go to Oyster Harbor. That level is horrible. This uproar has left my colleague there all out at sea. You mustn't let anything stand in your way. Alright. I hate Oyster Harbor. I'm going to go into that. We'll go into that in a little bit, because we have to play that, and I'm going to play that legitimately. Growing up, I didn't used to do it, but I said, you know what, I have to do it. And actually, as I mentioned, since the Xbox One version fixed the building-destroying glitch, I had to do it legitimately, and yeah, it is insanely hard. It's probably the hardest mission in the game. I would think, unless... Okay, yeah, invisible wall as well. So wait, where am I? Yeah, as I mentioned, that's the other thing as far as the camera. In fact, I'll give this element of the game. The camera is kind of weird as far as this... Yeah, because I'm lost. I don't know where the hell I am. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Where am I? Yeah, it looks like there's land over there. Okay, no, that's the edge of the map. Alright. Yeah, I'm just trying to get back to where I need to go, because I can't leave. Oh, alright, there's the water. Alright. Yeah, here's the thing, I'll say, I just wish I could pull the camera out just a little bit more. Alright, there's the, scientist. Alright, just follow the water back. I was going over that way, and that was my problem. I guess in this case, you're basically just using landmarks to kind of get a sense of where you gotta go. So in that case, it's good that the game does give you enough of them, so you can kind of get a sense where you're going, despite the fact that it's a top-down camera view. So basically, as I mentioned, if you ever played RC Pro-Am from Rare, it's gonna look like that. Yeah, fitting, because yeah, Rare made RC Pro-Am as well. Which is another interesting game, and one that I would definitely want to show off, as well as its sequel, which I have the Rare Replay port of that, because it's actually really expensive. So at some point, we will definitely play those, or anything else you want to see Rare-wise, or anything else game-wise. Alright, but yeah, the J-Bomb is going to be your key to getting everything else here. So we'll try and hit the RDUs, and then there's an island over to the west. As well as I think buildings over... Okay, not on the shore, there's not buildings. It's right over here. Go over to the side here, and there is... Yeah, you can barely see it. Or, actually, no, you can't see it. It's right here. There are a bunch of these Easter Island statues, like the one we blew up before. Just J-bomb them and bash them down. There's all the buildings, and they're all the RDUs. Actually, I think there's a communication tower over here as well. I think. Yeah, fortunately, this is one I don't always remember exactly where they all are. And this is a big island as well, so... yeah. I thought it was on this island with 2, or maybe it's on one of the other ones. Well, you know what? We'll find it later. I mean, if I miss it, I'll come back. Actually, wait, no. I probably don't want to do that, because then I'll have to... Actually, no. Okay, no, I won't. I don't think I'll have to blow up the... I won't have to blow that up again. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, look at the way the water is shimmering on the side. I guess it's showing the idea of, you know, the waves on the water, maybe, but yeah. Yeah, that definitely does not look that great, does it? You know what? We'll leave. Just to save this, and also I'll get a sense of if I miss something. I'm trying to remember if there are 2 communication points in here, or 1. Let's see. Oh, just the 1. Okay, awesome. Which is... yeah, let's do this one. Let's do Morgan Hall.
Show us what you've got.
It's another backlash level. What you want to do here is just to hit the TNT boxes into the buildings. And also see, sometimes the TNT boxes not work. In that case, it sort of worked, but in other cases, it doesn't. I remember... okay, fine. That sort of worked. It's just that it doesn't completely blow up the building. Yeah, in this case, you just want to do this because it's pretty much easier to do that than, you know, backlash these things. All right. Also, if you're hearing this whistling on the mic, I don't know if you are or not. Yeah, it's really windy, apparently, outside. Apparently I am. It's almost, I don't know, it's like it's 50-mile-an-hour winds today, as far as how it is. And it's even snowing, so I'm like, okay, that might be that's what that is, probably, if you're hearing that. I don't know if you are. Let me know if you are or not. All right. Okay, there you go. It blew up. Hang on. Yeah, also, it's very cramped in here, and... okay, that's good. I destroyed both of them. Alright, where is the last one? The last 2. I might not get the gold on the back of this. Oh, it's right here. Okay, yeah, I'm not getting gold on this, so I'll have to do it again. Because I don't think I am. Yeah, I keep dropping my controller just because I'm like, hey, I want to put it in between my knees. Alright, I got a silver. Alright, let's try this again.
Try this for size.
Go for it.
I mean, this level's okay, it's just that you have to kind of be on your game to this and make sure that the TNT barrels work, as I mentioned. Because on the test playthrough, I was hitting some of them in here, and it just didn't blow up the building. In fact, I think it was, okay, not that one. Yeah, when I was doing tests on this, there was one of the buildings in this group. I hit the TNT barrel into it, and it didn't blow up. Alright, fine, it doesn't totally blow this one up. I can, you know, donut it around it, sort of. Now, at this point, I'm just going to destroy the other ones and leave those for last. Yeah, but you do get your destructive element going on. Whoa. I think that's also the appeal of this game as well. It's the idea that, hey, everything is being destroyed, and it's fun. Oh, okay, there you go. I'm glad I showed that. I hit the TNT barrel into that, it didn't do anything. The game didn't agree that I hit it into it. In fact, I might get into a case of not golding this again because of that. Whoa. All right, come on. So yeah, this game is not flawless, I'll say that right now, but I still do love it. I think that was enough time, I think.
You're just trying to impress
And if it wasn't, blame the game because it screwed me out. Alright, better. Alright, it's 110. Alright, one more time on Morgan Hall and then we'll be done.
You can do this.
Again, I don't know why it does that. I mean, maybe just stuff as far as I mentioned, elements of the memory, perhaps. I mentioned they had to cut memory, or cut stuff for this game to manage the memory. Alright. Okay, again it happened. I mean, I'm glad I'm showing it just to show that, hey, this game is, you know, not always agreeing that I'm hitting the TNT crate into it, but still, it's annoying. Okay, now that one destroyed. Yeah, doing it over grass, there's a level in the hard path that is annoying for that reason. You know, I'm just gonna hit into it. Yeah, you'd think hitting the dump truck into it just by running into it would be great, but not completely. Sometimes you have to nudge it. All right, where's... Oh, it's right there. Okay, perfect. I can get this. I think. Oh, okay, it didn't do it again. All right, fine. Yeah, recording curse going on, fine. I'll do it one more time, and then we'll go on to the next thing. As I said, this is, I guess, to some degree, maybe the whole game, which may, I guess, be a reason why... I guess... Maybe people don't remember this, or as I mentioned, because I was showing this... I'll tell you, in fact, I'll regale this story to you. I was showing this game to people this week. It was actually in between, on my lunch breaks at work, we have systems set up there. They have an Xbox One. I actually bought Rare Replay. Damn it did it again! Alright, fine. I bought Rare Replay for the purpose of that, because I'm someone who staunchly believes that there's not a single Xbox One, Series S, or Series X collection that is complete without that game in it. So I said, I'm buying this game for the purpose of this, so that people will play that more than the Switch. It doesn't really work, except when I play it, but, you know, fine. I'll restart one more time while I complete the story. I was showing this game and said, have you ever played this? And a lot of my coworkers were saying no, they'd never played this. Or they said, it didn't seem like it was necessarily going to be right up their alley for anything. Or that it necessarily has a lot of, I guess, lasting appeal. But, and maybe they got a point to that, sorta. But then again, I also think that there's a lot of things that this game is doing that are very unique. And thank God the building finally blew up. I think that's kind of, I guess, how I've been positioning, but it is also something I thought about it a bit more just because of the thought of, you know what, not a wrong perspective, I guess maybe the idea of the sale element of this game, because I'll go into that as well. I was curious, I guess, when I was doing the research on this game. This game sold okay. It sold about 1 million copies, which isn't too bad, but 1 million, most of those copies sold in Japan. This actually was pretty popular over there to a certain extent. But just the idea of, I guess, it being an original property case, and even at a time on N64 when there were not a whole lot of games around, that I guess it didn't necessarily grab people's attention. We'll do Echo March's last, we'll do Ironstone Mine next. Yeah, we're going to the mine, we have the Sideswipe again. Yeah, just bust the buildings here, and yeah, see the fact that the Sideswipe is not always destroying the buildings. Yeah, the idea is it's supposed to hit out in both directions, but it doesn't always do that, which I guess is also the other reason why maybe I'd like to see them take another crack at this franchise, although, from what I understand, I think the team, including Martin Wakely, said, like, hey, they wanted to do one, but they're saying that they felt that all the possibilities of this game were exhausted with this. And fair enough, as I said, regaling the stories of my coworkers and thinking, like, yeah, they're not necessarily thinking much of this game. But then again, also maybe it's the other thing. They weren't there for this game. They didn't play it when it came out. So maybe that has something to do with it as well. Maybe that's why I like it so much. It's the idea that I have the association, or just also because it's unique. Because I'll say this is a very unique game, and I think I've mentioned that a couple times tonight, but I'll reiterate it again. Also, I'm doing something... Okay, I'm out of juice for that, which is fine because you got the Thunder Fist, and it'll be good. Also, I did something that I guess was harder on myself, which is destroy the buildings over there with the side swipe, instead of using this thing. But actually, this is going way faster than when I was doing the test play of running to get this thing. Despite me missing stuff with the buildings, it is easier to bust them with the Thunder Fist. Alright, there you go. So there's the path clear, and yeah, not many survivors on this one. And there is the train thing. Yeah, the train's useless in this level. I thought I needed to get it when I was doing tests. Also, where's the... Okay, yeah, alright, there it was. It was interesting kind of going up the way like that. It's also another one of those ones where I have to kind of go deep in to find what's hidden here. So I'm just going to kind of go around and destroy everything. I do love, like, the sound of that going, they dilute when it does, like, the uppercut thing. It is pretty cool. I think maybe that's the other thing. Maybe as someone was growing up at 11 years old playing this game, like, yeah, this just seemed really cool to me. The idea of, like, robots and heavy machinery. But, yeah, there you go. I mean, in that case, I guess, just to go to this quickly, I mean, I think that's maybe why I have an affection for it. I guess why it has this cult following about itself. It is something that, yeah, think about today. Would anybody necessarily take a game like this to market? And I don't know necessarily if they could rationalize that, but Rare did, and they came up with something really unique. And something, as I said, when Blast Core came out in Rare Replay on Xbox One, when I bought that, I was playing this game constantly. That was the first thing I put into it, so clearly this game hit a nerve with me. I guess maybe with other people, and I don't know, I guess maybe with chat, if you've played it. Oh, fine. For the people who played it, and I guess also of how much you played it. But yeah, we'll see more of it as we go along. Alright, yeah, you come here to get the Ram Dozer, and what we gotta do is we gotta use the crane again to get over the side to find the rest of the RDUs, the last building, and also, there's a scientist here. Definitely easier with the crane, and we're gonna learn to hate this thing in the hard levels, but... Oh, right. Yeah, if you don't have it lined up in the crane, you can't go in. I think that should be enough. In this case, just take it over the side so we can bust that windmill over there. Oh, no! Alright, fine. I'm glad I showed this because it showed the Ramdozer clipping through the stairs over there, the causeway bridge. But also, or the footbridge, I should say. But also because, yeah, it shows if you go back into the crane again, when it's down like that, then it goes back up instantly and you can't do anything about it. Alright, so yeah, now we are in the mine. It actually is a mine. It didn't look like it on the outside, it looked more like a farm. Yeah, the rest of the RDUs are here, and the scientist is in the maze. Actually, yeah, I probably should have done, like, the horn of this. Yeah, you do get that horn case for all of you who have a fascination of heavy machinery. And I guess, growing up, now I'm thinking about it, I guess I kind of did too. Just, like, these big hulking machines that can do these interesting things. And here's the scientist. Yeah, you keep telling me Oyster Harbor. Yeah, they will also... Here's another thing. I found this doing the test play. If you go to some of those later levels and get these those scientists first, they will give you different messages and they'll give you hints to other levels that we're seeing now. But yeah, they keep telling me Oyster Harbor. Yeah, don't stop rubbing it in. I know I have to do that level, and I'm nervous. Also, I guess I'll go into the one other story, I guess, when I was doing tests on this. As I mentioned, you can save using the cartridge if you want, because there's one save on it, and there's the depletion. You can also use the controller pack, which takes about 14 pages for 4 files. Or fine, 14 pages for each of 4 files, so a total of 56, I believe. But the thing is, the controller pack I was using for practice is one that does not work. It actually wiped my data when I was done, went back the next day. Even though it saved fine when I turned the game off and then turned it on again like a minute or so later just to check something. But I'm using another one for the purpose of this, so yeah, that should hopefully be fine. Or just use the cartridge. If you're playing this on N64. On the Xbox One, it uses the same 4-slot case of the control pack with this version. Which I guess goes to another memory I have with this game. The fact that when I remember first... No, here's the thing. I rented this game when it came out. I then bought a copy off of the Blockbuster store and they're selling it. When I did that, I had to save on my controller pack. I said, okay, I can play and continue from where I was. They had said the controller pack was corrupt. I was like, what's this all about? And I realized, wait a minute, the controller packs corrupt really easily on this system. Yeah, so for all you people who talk about Nintendium or the idea of anything in Nintendo's being very reliable, yeah, that is one exception to rule. That and the NES. Oh, fine, the Model 1 NES. But, yeah, there you go. So that was a bad memory that way, but it also made me get a sense of, like, yeah, let me just make sure I have spare controller packs on board or just use the cartridge save. While going around the quarry here. I mean, if nothing else I said, that's the other thing also about this game, because in some ways, as I said, this is, I guess, a challenging one to talk over to some degree, so in that case, thank you, chat, for adding other discussion points to it. But also because of the varied areas you go to, I guess it gives it a little more variety that way, on top of the gameplay stuff. Alright, so that's that one done and just barely done. Alright, what's this one? Yeah, we'll do Glander's Ranch, and then we'll do the last of the normal missions, or the medium missions.
Go for it.
Okay, there you go, got it. Yeah, that boost is very hard to get, and as I grew up, I never knew how to get it. And in fact, I also saw conflicting reports of how to do it, because you have to hit the A button right after that light goes green, that last one there. But Nintendo Power lied to me, again, saying you have to hit it as soon as you say go. But like, yeah, it's not as soon as you say go, it's like right after, like a split second afterwards. But if you can get it down, it's, you have to do that pretty much for all of the Platinum missions. Yeah, in this case, just go around the ranch, and there you go. As I mentioned, get the RC Pro-Am vibe as well. I guess especially because a lot of those, well, the tracks in that game, you have like the 4-lap case from a top-down view. And I'm pretty sure, I'll say this, that I think Rare had RC Pro-Am on their mind to a certain degree for this, and then also I know for a fact for Diddy Kong Racing, because they even said in an interview saying Diddy Kong Racing started as a remake of RC Pro-Am, and then they kind of turned it into something else. And I guess you can kind of see that, although honestly I didn't necessarily pick up on that until they said years later, oh, by the way, this is what it was, homaging. I think that was a game that came out only in about 8 months. They designed that really quickly and got it out really quickly, but Didn't feel like a rush job at all, whereas this one I think was in development for actually about a year and a half from what I've understood. Alright, so one more lap, and then we can go on with the next mission, which is one that used to give me trouble. Not this one, but the next one. At least you get to enjoy more of the music. And it's great varied music as well, because it has different styles, different moods. And definitely plays in some interesting aspects as far as, I guess, the emotions you'll feel in this game, as far as, you know, frustrating when levels are going badly, triumphant when levels are going well and you finish them, or perhaps hopeful in some ways. But, oh shit, that was not good enough. Alright, let's try with American Dream because it's faster.
Show us what you've got.
Go for it.
In fact, actually, we'll see that because, yeah, we have a ghost. So, alright, fine, we'll race my ghost. Alright, so yeah, this is also the proof that the American Dream is faster. But you can't off-road with it. The good news is that shortcut I was taking on the sand does not get you to run slow. So, thankfully, that's a good thing that way. Yeah, I'll play that. I also hope that I don't get, like, a hateful content case for playing that, but, yeah, look, there's context for it, so if they come for me, they can go fuck off. Yeah, alright, fine. This is way faster, so yeah, in that case, yeah, the muscle car is way slower. I didn't know how much slower, specifically. But yeah, I guess it is. I guess that's the challenge, really, of a lot of the racing missions, which is getting a sense of what vehicle is going to be best suited to it, and then also being able to do the boost. I mean, I didn't even do it here, and I'm still beating my last record really easily. In fact, it is interesting now I'm thinking about just seeing how much faster again. It was like, yeah, I knew this was faster, but it was like, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe I lapped my ghost. And by the way, you can't save the ghost. They save after you do the race, and then I think if you play it again immediately after, but after that goes away. Which is fine, because, I mean, that's not really the point of this. Not to mention the fact it probably would have taken up much of the controller pack's memory if you did it that way. You never forget Mario Kart 64. It's 121 of the 123 pages of that thing for a ghost save. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's way faster. Alright, Glander's Ranch done. Yeah, there you go. We get all of the golds going on here. So yeah, look at all that gold. Alright, Echo Marches. This is the last of the medium missions. And one that used to give me a lot of trouble when I was growing up, but I think I can handle it now. It's J-Bomb level. It's also a level that it introduces something that you don't necessarily know that is here, and the game does not tutorialize for you. Alright, so yeah, you destroy the buildings. That's pretty easy so far. Yeah, we got a train. So yeah, by the way, if the carrier runs over the train tracks like that, it blows up. So yeah, you gotta put something in its way. The way to do that is fly over here and get the train to unload the muscle car from the flatbed. Actually, the way I used to do this is I actually used to stop right by the tracks and walk all the way. Which you could do, but it just takes a little longer, and there's a couple areas I'm gonna do walking. Actually, we've seen that before anyway, so unload it right, and you also have to make sure it's in the smiley face position there, because if it's not, the carrier will go over it and blow up. But in this case, yeah, I basically just take this back to get the J-Bomb back and destroy the buildings again, or keep going to destroy the rest of them. And again, love this serene music. I'll say this, I love this track specifically, this idea of, yeah, we're on this, you know, mission to save the world. It just sounds so triumphant. The it just sounds really nice. Actually, in some ways, this is kind of one of my favorite pieces of music in this game, and a very relaxing one. As I mentioned, it's also a case where, and that's one thing about the music I'll say about this now that I'm really thinking about it, is that what I really like about it is there are a lot of different feelings it gets out of you, really, as far as you can be really tense and you know, upbeat in some ways, or kind of playful and comedic, or something like this, like, yeah, it's almost weirdly emotional. Actually, in a way, it kind of fits to some of the other games that Rare made, or a lot of the music that Rare did, because actually, as I mentioned, the Donkey Kong Land connection, because that was a game that Graham Norgate did the music for as well, but also he worked with David Wise, who did the music as well for some of those, and Greg Kirkhope, who did the music for Donkey Kong Land 2 and this game. And in that way, I guess that goes to one thing as far as Rare is concerned. A lot of the games they made definitely did great stuff with their music as far as getting you in a feel. By the way, yeah, this is the different thing, the barge. I never knew as a kid I needed to do this. So you have to bring it over here, because you have to... If the carrier goes over the water, it blows up. And then move the American Dream out of the way, and there you go. Keep going with the rest of the level. Until you get to the Platinum case, where it only cares about the buildings you destroy.
Nice work.
Alright, so there's the path cleared. I'm gonna get the other communication point while it's here. You have to be dead on to get on this top here. It is literally at the top of the screen. And you only have a very slight window to do this. Yeah, I'm here. I'm hitting A button. You're hearing that, right? J-Bomb's not doing anything. It's just sitting back and saying, like, yeah, I want to take a break. Yeah, but that is literally the top of the screen, so... Yeah, you have to be very, very specific to get on top of there. But as I mentioned, I guess it goes to the idea of, like, some of the weird quirks of this game, and I guess also the idea of... If they want to come back to this for something modern, I think they could. I mean, in a lot of ways, I kind of get... I'll tell you what, I sort of get of this, in a way... Something like Grand Theft Auto, to a certain extent, in the idea that you're kind of using a bunch of vehicles and going around places and destroying stuff. Or, I guess, another game from Nintendo 64 that actually is by the people who made Grand Theft Auto, and another one that I think maybe is even more underrated than this, and one that, unlike this, I've never played. I don't know if, chat, you played it, Body Harvest, which was actually announced very early in the system's life, or actually before the system came out, and then it released about 3 years after that. Actually, it was like a year after this game. And it basically, it's like this, but people looked at it and said, yeah, the DNA of Grand Theft Auto 3 is in that game. And they're absolutely right, it is. And yeah, that was on N64 that was doing that, which is pretty impressive. And I missed some RDUs, but I'm just going to let the mission end. Well, fine, I'll let the carrier get to the end and see what I missed. Alright, so that's fine. Yeah, at least Wesley is excited about hearing that. Or about the carrier getting the end. Alright. 1. Alright, fine. It's another one of those. Alright, so you have to find the last RDU. Yeah, let's see if we can find it. They're not hard to find, as I said. You basically just want to follow the road wherever they are. Take a look at the beginning and end of the level. And then also, I guess, any time where there's the ones in the field like you saw there, just make sure that there's not, like, the one you missed. And I will go back there just to make sure. Oh yeah, that's right. You could also walk through the tunnel with the robot, at least this tunnel. And it's quite a sight seeing, like, the robot's shadow that way. You know what? I think I got them all over there, so let me just go to the end here just to see. Okay, also there's a building I missed, so that's fine. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Alright, so we're done. In only 2.5 hours, we're at the hard missions. Alright, so maybe this game is not going to take a 6-hour case, or maybe it's not going to be 2 parts. But Jen, the only reason I'm hoping it's not 2 parts, while I'm a champion ransacker, is because that also means that I don't have to do another part of this game next month, and it means it's something else we can put on the schedule. There we go. So those are the medium levels. Now it's time to take up the final challenge, but it's not quite the final challenge. But I'm showing this game 100%. So, alright, so doing that, we'll have the 2 levels. Let's go to Moraine Chase. I think that's how it's pronounced. Yeah, you wanted the muscle car here. And this is one you have to do off-road, and you have to do it very specifically. After that wall there, go down here. And that's a shortcut in of itself, and then you have to kind of do a U-turn through here to go back up here in order to get the lap there. Yeah, that's the fast way to go through. I used to, when I was growing up, yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia and a lot of memories of this game just to get a sense of it. I used to just do this part and then go around the rest of the course and say, oh, okay, we're good that way. And then I didn't remember, oh, wait a minute. I was saying, like, why can I only get silvers on this? And then I realized, oh, you have to do this. And also, by the way, the reason I'm adamant on going on golds, this is another one of those games like Jet vs. Gemini as far as Rare and some other stuff, where you have to get golds on everything in order to progress later on. So I'm just doing it now. As I said, with this music, I think Donkey Kong Land, who knew that they said, oh, we'll take the boss music of that and turn it into this. In fact, I think I remember the video I'm going to put up of the Donkey Kong Land music, or of this track as well, said, Graham Norgate basically was saying, like, hey, let me take this boss music I did for Donkey Kong Land, let me present it to my bosses, and they said, brilliant, but they didn't remember, oh, it was in Donkey Kong Land. But, yeah, there you go. Okay, Micah Park, or Mika Park.
Show us what you've got.
I hope this works.
Yeah, it's fixed camera angle, ballista level. shoot the buildings down. There's 17 of them. There's another one on the hard path that's way worse because you don't have a lot of ammo. This one at least gives you enough that it shouldn't be too bad unless you're holding R the whole time to shoot. But you realize that with these levels, specifically with the ballista, the missiles won't always hit the target specifically, so you want to pace yourself with doing the shooting. Yeah, be careful not to miss them, which is what I was doing right there. Ah. Oh, I'm stuck. I do have a lot of missiles, and they do give you enough on this one as opposed to one of the other ones. Yeah, sometimes you just want to hold the R button down to just shoot everything, and then you realize, oh, you can't completely get away with doing that. All right, one more building. And it is a fixed camera angle, and you can tell that because of the remote control there. And where the hell is the last building? Oh, it's there. I hope that was enough to get gold.
You're just trying to impress me.
Alas, it wasn't. All right, fine, we'll do it again.
Try this for size.
I hope this
I mean, as long as it doesn't do this on the other one. The other mission that's like this is Dark Heartland, and I am nervous as hell about that one. Alright, so yeah, I missed that one chunk of the building, and that's sometimes what can happen. So yeah, I do like the ballista to some degree in terms of how it controls, and also the missile stuff, but it's also the kind of thing you can kind of lose track of yourself. And also, I guess coming back now, it's something I'm realizing the idea that, okay, I know now the vehicles handle differently. Okay, that's obvious the way this game works. You played it, but then also the idea of, you know, the limitations of them or the strengths. And then getting a sense of which ones you like more or not. Alright, there we go. So let's get that down. You know what? I want to get this over. Let's do it. This is Oyster Harbor. I'm gonna let the flyby play on this one. Yeah, because we have to destroy a building over there that I need to use a TNT crate for. There are 3 bodies of water with barges. Here's also something unique they add where you have to put blocks in there so the carrier doesn't fall into the ditch and explode. And then that right there, which, if you're not cheating, you need to use the TNT crates over there to drop them down. You have to drop them down very specifically. And here's the thing. Yeah, there's the ramdos. You think, okay, that's fine, right? No, we're not starting in that. We're starting the ballista, which is up on the hill, and you can't take it down. So you have to be very specific on getting everything set for this level. This level is annoying. Actually, when I was doing the test play, at the end of it with the final building, I said, you know what? I'm using the cheat, or using the trick, the exploit. I'm not doing it this time. Now, what you want to do for this one, I will tell you exactly what you got to do. Because, yeah, it deserves to have that discussion to it. Aim where the ramdozer is. You want to break the blocks over there as much as you can and use the... Yeah, do what I'm doing, which is when you do the acceleration bucks up like that, it also makes it easier to hit the missiles over there to break the blocks. I think that's going to be enough to get in, or... Yeah, I know I got the red thing over there, you know. Okay, there we go. Try to get out. Let me out. Yeah, and walk out. And walk off the side like this. Don't go down the hill, because you can actually run off that. Yeah, just go on red on the arrow. The arrow does point to where the next building you have is. Get the ramdozer, turn around. Yeah, he's saying, get out of the way. I know. Keep doing that, and hit that, and come in here, and here's what you gotta do. You gotta destroy those very specifically, so I'm gonna do a different way. You're supposed to take the TNT crates and hit them with the crane. I have to do that eventually, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them around and hit the center. So you have to hit the first 3 blocks of that, and then you have to hit the 4th one, and the rest of them will go down like, stack of dominoes. But yeah, the rest of this, oh boy, yeah, I don't like this level. This level's so hard, because you have to do constant number of things in order to make it work. And the TNT barrels, or the TNT crates, I call them barrels, fine, same case. Barrels, crates, whatever they are. They're TNT. They explode. You hit them that way, and they will... You know what? I'm going to try this. I'm going to try to not use the crane. Okay, fine. I'm going to not be able to use it on one of them. Assuming I get this over here. Oh, no! Shit, it's stuck. Okay, there we go. Okay, I am... Yeah, okay, that was close. Damn. Alright, fine. Alright, so what I gotta do is I have to, get the crane over here. Yeah, there it is. I have to drop this very specifically, so put this down, hit R. I gotta move. I know it's over there. Yeah, this is where the tension's coming in. It's like, yeah, you hear that, like, warning. And you gotta be quick. Alright, go, 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 go! No! And hit it down on this fourth one. And I think I want to get that out of the way. Yeah, I know I'm lucky. Yeah, alright, fine. Yeah, I'm nervous on this. Alright. Alright, and unfortunately I can't go straight ahead with the ram dozer there because the carrier's in the way. So I have to go around. Alright, and I have to fill in the holes. And they give you a little bit of a beginner's trap here, because there's the one, there's the second one right there. Do not put the second one in the hole over there. That is a trick, because you won't have enough of these to go there. This is where they're starting to be a little, you know, devilish. You have to put it in here, and go over here to get the other two. And you usually want to take both of these at once. Oh, let's get stuck. Yeah, stop! They also say that earlier, so that's where you're gonna get into trouble. Oh no. Yeah, it's not that imminent, but they'll still say that. Ugh. Yeah, this is where the game gets really, really stressful, and where, as I said, as Dollyfan, you're saying, like, take you forever to beat this. Yeah, this level, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, shut up. I was like, you're not doing this. I'm the one doing this. But it gets this great tension, if nothing else. So, fine. Bust that down, because there's another block over here. The ram dozer cannot completely destroy the plant over there. Oh, wow. I know. Stop. Stop telling me that. Crap. Stop it. It's not that imminent. It's over there. Stop. And also, there's a delay when the block comes in. Yeah, stop it. They keep saying that. Like, yeah, why don't you come down here and do this? Alright, now, the TNT crate is over there. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, I have to go this way. You have to do the third one first. Actually, I think I made a mistake. In fact, you know what? I definitely made a mistake. Let me go back. I had to put this on the other one. Shit.
Something?
Actually, you know what? I think I messed this up. Alright. Yeah, I think we're... Okay, I think I'm gonna make it, but... Then there's one last thing, and I'll try to do this legitimately. If not, I might just say screw it, and we'll just use the cheat.
Yeah, you're just lucky.
Alright, there we go. Okay, because there it is. Here's the thing. I have to go on this one. I have to go back. And by the way, the reverse of the controls of this B is going forward as opposed to A going forward. I have to go here. I have to go here, get the ram dozer, and get this TNT crate. Destroy the building that's at the end. I wish you could get a sense of, like, what I'm feeling in my body. I am shaking pretty intensely now, because I'm thinking, like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, there's the building, and I have to be careful not to hit the carrier with this thing. This will not explode quickly. So you do have time. Alright, come on, get me out, get me out. You can make it. Crap. You do have the barges, just don't hit the carrier with the TNT. Shit, stop! No, no! Go nice and easy, nice and easy. Thread the needle, eye the needle, eye the needle! Got it! Oh, thank God. First try. Alright, I'm done with this. For now. Jesus, I cannot believe I did that on my first try. Oh, man. I feel such a weight lifted off of me for that, but we're not done here yet because we got other things we gotta do. But yeah, that is the Oyster Harbor experience, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, that is one of the worst levels in the game for that. Oh, boy. And I kind of cheesed it to some degree by not using the what is it? the train completely. But yeah, if you ever played this game, and you know what, Lekfors, you said you rented this game. You said there are parts you couldn't beat. Do you happen to remember what the parts of this game you couldn't beat were? Was this one of them? I would love to hear that. Also, you do have to bust the ship from here with the ballista, because otherwise you can't reach. Come on. Yeah, I still feel, you know, shaken up. You know when you get into a tense case and then it's over, but you still feel like you're in a shock case? Yeah, that was me right there. I'm glad that happened just to be able to show that. Got it. All right. That being said, I don't know if I'm going to have enough missiles for the other stuff I have to do, because you still have to use the ballista in order to destroy things from here. Oh, God, I'm still shaking to this, but alright, just take a deep breath, we're good. But yeah, that's just how intense and how, I guess, feasibly frustrating if you miss that it gets. Yeah, you have to use the ballista to destroy the buildings there in order to get the communication point. Alright. Yeah, and it is interesting that they buoy this idea of, you know, this tense and scary level with this peaceful, you know, water music. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, the rest of this level is going to be smooth sailing for what it is, and we can find where the professor is, or the scientist. Actually, this is one of those few levels, I don't think you can find everything without, you know, coming back on a second trip, because that TNT barrel we used, or TNT crate we used, to destroy that last building, that is the only one that is in the distance of where the area you need to go for the scientist is. So in that case, you do have to come back. I'm like, yeah, why would you want to do this level all in one run anyway? Actually, I'm trying to remember how the speedrun community of this game runs, because I've seen speedruns of this game before, and I don't know necessarily how they handled this level for that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, sometimes he'll say that, but alright, so same case as before. I do need to get the barges in place. As we did the same case for getting the explosive crates, but what I'm going to do instead is, you saw when I got this third one over here, I hit nothing, or there's a wall there. Yeah, right there. And you use the TNT crate on that. Actually, also, I'll tell you one other reason we're doing this level first, and it's because the communication point here gives us the other Pac-Man level, and I want to get that over quickly, too. Alright, so same deal as before, just put the barges there, and go get the TNT crate. That was clutch, my god, I cannot believe that happened as well as it did, because I was not expecting it to go well at all. I was like, Crown McCord is the only one where I really screwed up as far as, you know, the carrier exploding. At least I got to show that once. So I'll take that. Okay, so, now that I'm getting that, I'm getting over the shock, I guess this is the video game equivalent of being in a, okay, it's not catatonic, but it's that idea of, you know, being after that case. Or have you ever seen the movie Captain Phillips, the last scene in that movie, with Tom Hanks in it? Yeah, that. It's almost like that, except I'm not, you know, that, you know, traumatized. I'm just, giving a sense that I am. Alright. So, what you do is take the TNT crate across the barges, but instead of hitting that building we hit it on the little blockage over on the side here. Or try to. Get on this and take the barge out, and this is where the professor is. Or the scientist. I keep calling professor, but like, okay, professor, scientist, same idea as far as what they're doing here. Basically, and the reason we're getting all of them, by the way, just to give you a sense, is that the scientists know nuclear technology better than anything. So, feasibly, the idea is they'll be able to get a sense of what can we do to make a safe detonation case for this carrier. But here he is. About time. Just look, I'm enjoying myself here. You didn't have to do the level I just had to do, my friend. Still got one of the others left. It's a glory crossing. Yeah, they mentioned that earlier. Shouldn't take you too long to find him. Yeah, compared to this one, no. One thing I'm going to check is I'm going to check my stats. So there are 15 RDUs left and a couple of buildings. So actually, let's go do that, and then we'll be out of here. Yeah, see, this is also why I did this level first. In fact, while we're doing this, let me take another drink of my water. Ah. Just leave the barge in place so I can get out easy. Alright, so. Yeah, this is where this game is starting to get hard. But honestly, I'll tell you, growing up, even this one didn't give me as much trouble because, as I mentioned, I cheated. I mentioned I used the exploit of basically just going in front of the last building and going in front of the walls right here, or right here where they were, and just hitting the Z button to destroy each of them. Which is how I understand that there's the 3 you have to hit and then the other ones. Got it, we're done. Yeah, level complete, yeah. Actually, let me just make sure I got that, communication tower, because I believe there is a tell when you get it. Yeah, I think the tell is it's doing the rotation. Let me just do that, because I think I did do this, but I don't remember. Okay, I did. Alright. And also, when you bypass it, you don't hear the sound. Oh, we're done. Now, goodbye, Oyster Harbor. We'll never have to see you again until the time trial case, where it's going to be a lot easier for reasons we'll explain when we get there. And I definitely deserved a promotion for that. Alright, we are the Mechanical Maestro. I guess that's one way of looking at it for this game. Alright, we are good. Also, because there's bonus stage here, and honestly, a lot of the levels on hard do not have bonus stages. So let's get this one out of the way. This is Gibbons Gate.
Time to get moving.
There's another Pac-Man level. In this case, you have to get 400 of the RDUs here. And in this case, I had trouble doing this on test play as well because of the fact that I'm losing track of which ones I need to get. And also, they changed the speed of the dozers up a little bit. The green one's now the fast one, as opposed to the blue one. And it was constantly blindsiding me. And even though you do have an adjustable camera in this one, unlike Baboon Catacomb, it doesn't always help you. We are halfway done. Yeah, I guess the key to this is kind of like Pac-Man itself, which is try and get them in other areas, and I guess make sure they don't, you know, trap you. Because honestly, I'll tell you, the dozers in this trap me much more than the ghosts ever do in Pac-Man, honestly. Any Pac-Man. Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Junior Pac-Man, Super Pac-Man, Pac-Mania, if you're familiar with that one. Or even the sort of 3D take on this, because, alright, there's Pac-Man World, which does have the Pac-Man mazes, as far as an extra mode. And then there's also, and Chad, I don't know if you played this, I have not okay, I've tried to get past that, but I didn't. Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness, which actually plays exactly like normal Pac-Man. I never played it, but I always heard it was really, really good. And there's a Dreamcast version of that, actually, so I'd be curious to get it on that. Let me know as anything to that as well, or if, yeah, if you see the fine. Okay, I'm saying it's the Pac-Man take, but yeah, this is clearly what we're dealing with here. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, he didn't turn. Yeah, the way they turn, that's the one thing you sort of use to your advantage. Because the dozers will not always turn exactly on a line the way that, say, the ghosts and Pac-Man do. So you sort of use that to your advantage, and I guess feasibly also get the stuff in the corner so that hopefully they don't come by and trap you. I had that happen actually a lot when I was doing this on tests. And also growing up, because, yeah, this one gave me as much hell as Baboon Catacomb did. Oh, shit, I missed 2 of them over there. You know what? I'll come back. I at least know where they are, so I was like, yeah, I'll just leave it there and be done. So when I get to 398, I'll know, go over there. And by the way, the gold middle time is 2 minutes. Or 2 minutes and they give you 3, so that's fine. Alright. So it's 3:09, and the next one's over here. Ah, crap. Yeah, honestly, as I said, these levels give me the most difficulty. I do have respect, I guess, for the idea that, hey, they're taking a page out of Pac-Man with this way, but they are annoying. As I said, they're probably the most frustrating levels in the game. I mean, hell, I handled Oyster Harbor in these. Yeah, that was risky. I probably shouldn't have done that, but hey, it's like Pac-Man itself. Take a risk and get rewarded. Yeah, that one's going fast. Yeah, I don't want to take the turn over there to get them in the corner, because otherwise I'll get trapped, most likely. Okay, fine. I spaced him out, so I think I can go over there and survive. Uh-oh. I see the orange one. Can I get through? Can I get through? Yes, I can. Yeah, okay, in that case, the orange was going really, really slow, so I kind of had to stop. Alright, 334. Alright, it's all the ones in this area. So at least I have them sequestered correctly. Mostly do. Oh no! Fine, there's the other ones there, and I just have to go down the way. And as long as I get this before that goes to under a minute, shit! Alright, I was gonna say, as long as I do that before it hits a minute, I get gold. But yeah, this is why I'm doing this one first. I just want to get the hard parts out of the way. And hopefully you are enjoying this entire look at Blast Core, because I said, when I found out that I'm realizing that, hey, we're going to be lining up for the 25th anniversary, I said, we're celebrating this game. This is one of those cases I mentioned in chat. You've had the games as well, and you've requested them to say that they don't feel this game's getting a lot of representation and it deserves to be remembered and discussed. Yeah, this is definitely a game like that. And definitely one, as I mentioned, that kind of... As I mentioned, there are probably, I guess, a lot of games that, I guess, shaped my childhood to some degree, but a lot of the stuff on the N64, as I mentioned, because there were not a lot of games on the system early on, that was a benefit, because I basically rented a bunch of stuff, and then was able to have, I guess, a lot of memories with a lot of games on the system. And yeah, feel free to go into any of your memories with the N64, I guess, games on it, and I guess when your, maybe, first case with anything on it, or this game was. Okay, yeah. Oh, no. Okay, it's gonna turn in front of there, and yeah, I'm dead. I guess I could have went back, but I was like, well, I just figured, like, fine, I'll accept my fate.
Show us what you've got.
You can do this.
Let's try again. Now, also, I'll say this as far as the not ghosts here. Honestly, their AI is a lot more advanced than Pac-Man was, because actually in Pac-Man's case, the original one, Pac-Man had a set AI path, which people were then able to figure out, and then when Miss Pac-Man gave a random movement, that was when people were realizing, oh, wait a minute, no, this is way harder. So, yeah, this is definitely random that way, and it is sort of reacted to where you are, so in that way, that's what makes it a lot harder. Oh, crap. Fortunately, I went down here already, or fine, to a good amount of these areas. Glad he took the other turn, but yeah, sometimes you can't guarantee that. Well, actually, I guess when they go down the way that way, it's kind of the easiest, because you can go on the side and avoid them. I know where the last one is, that's fine. Oh. Jesus, even though I have the full camera control here, I don't tend to use it that much. Alright, where is... I know where the last one is. Where are the other two? I don't want to go through this again. Either because I fail or because I miss a couple. Alright. Oh, there they are, I got it. Awesome. Alright, we're done. We never have to touch this again. Alright, so now that we got those hard ones out of the way, I'm going to do the next one that has bonus levels. Actually, this is the first mission in the game I ever played, because when I rented it, the file on the cartridge itself had most everything unlocked. Or fine, it had all the hard stuff unlocked, and it had this level. This is Crystal Rift. Alright, there is also a communication point behind where the train is. We'll get it later. What you do is you take the train down to where that building is. I do have the scope of, like, yeah, we're starting on the top of a cliffside. Pulling the train over here and getting out and taking the Skyfall out. I get to hear the great, you know, banjo, you know, funky music going on. Whoa! You can also get it falling down really weird depending on how you angle it. Alright, there you go. So yeah, what you want to do on this one, to make it easy, is you destroy the first building, because yeah, you're going to be able to do that, but then just ignore it. Or yeah, ignore the rest for the time being, because the Ramdozer is here, so go get that. There's ways to do that than using the Skyfall, with all due respect. Bye-bye, Skyfall. You know, all these buildings in the path, you could feasibly destroy them on the way. Yeah, well, we're not destroying the silo in the way. Yeah, ooh, got it. Also, yeah, it's not moving very fast, thankfully. Actually, honestly, Chroma Cord is the one where it moves the fastest, and that's the, medium level. Alright, so, and just like Oyster Harbor, you have a way easier take of moving the blocks, because you can't get screwed out of this the way you could in that one. Basically, just push them in the holes, and everything will be good. One more, and we got it. Honestly, yeah, Crystal Rift is not that hard. Thankfully. I mean, it's actually probably the easiest of the expert levels, or the hard levels. Alright, so what I want to do also is, I want to go over here and get... Actually, I'll probably have to do this when I come back, but I'll see how much of this I can get done before then. Take the block here and put it into the tunnel. Alright, yeah, let it get stuck. Yeah, that sometimes happens too. Because in here is the last of the bonus vehicles. Alright, this is the van. It accelerates really fast, it turns really well. It is a reference to the A-Team, and I mentioned that, and I'll tell you in just a second why. Alright, one thing I'm also going to do is just run into these. Just get rid of them. Oh, okay, fine. I'll show you when I come back what the reference to the A-Team is. And stop here to get the communication port that's right behind us. Because I guess that's the other thing as far as this game, which is pretty much that you want to scour these levels to find everything in them. So it plays nicely to explorative perspective. I guess the same way Donkey Kong Country does, in the sense that you open up, I guess, new paths, or basically get a full completion going on with that. And same kind of with this game, really, now I'm thinking about it. Alright, so let me go back and get the van again and explain why, or how you know this is a reference to the A-Team. Actually, I guess we've been talking about elements of, you know, classic television going back to the 60s, 70s, and also into the 90s a bit. And yeah, you can push the block out, by the way, with the Skyfall. It's not as easy to do that. Also, sometimes it can clip through the wall here. You can still push it out, but it's not easy to do that. Alright. So let's do this again, and then I'll get the van, and we'll be all set. Yeah, I just want to get through this as quickly as possible. Get to this as quickly as possible. Here's the van. Yeah, I mentioned the horns for the other vehicles have a reference of some sort. In fact, I'm going to stop. I'm going to do this right now. Yeah, you get saying, "Out of my way." Yeah, this is supposed to be Mr. T, who are familiar with the A-Team television show. Yeah, he was on that. He drove the van. I think he said something to the degree of, "Out of my way," from what I understand. I think Rare has gone on record to say, yeah, that was what the reference was. So yeah, Rare is definitely being very cheeky if you want to go to the British case, because yeah, they are a British company. There you go, and that's the other communication point here. It does open up Dark Heartland. I am nervous about that one, but hey, we did Gibbons Gate and we did Oyster Harbor, so I think we should be okay with the rest of it. And for the rest of the RDUs, basically just follow the path here. You basically just go around the whole level. And with the van, it makes it a lot easier, and it does go pretty fast and accelerates really nicely too. Oh, whoa. But, yeah, you sometimes can miss the RDUs that way. But, alright, there we go. Yeah, sometimes it turns so well that you can't necessarily skid with it. Alright, we're done. Thank God. Alright, yeah, we are done with this. We're going to get out of here, Mr. T. Good to see you. You don't have to pay the fool, because we are good. And by the way, by getting the van here, you do unlock it for the other levels that have the cars you can select in. None of these, though. You know what, we'll do that. I'll do it next. We'll do this one,
Try this.
Falchion Field. It's J-Bomb level, you have to find the gas plants and bust them. Not too bad, just keep an eye on where they are and just go around and get them. Yeah, actually, honestly, the camera thing is not as much of a difficult thing here because you can just kind of go up and find it, except... Yeah, when you missed what's in the last one, where is it? Oh yeah, I think it's past... Oh, you're right, it's past this, I think. Was it? No. Also, this is also the part of the game you're realizing they're using, level design over and over again, and yeah, where the hell is it? You know what? Since I can't find it, I'm gonna actually let time run out. Because I actually didn't show what happened to that. You do get a failure if you run out of time. Yeah, where is it? Oh, it's over there. Alright, fine. You know what? We're gonna not destroy it because I already got a bad rank. So, yeah. You just sit back and relax. Yeah, he just fades out of existence. Alright, that's fine, though. So it's like, alright, now that I know where they all are, we're good.
Go for it.
But I was mentioning, yeah, this is where they're starting to reuse level design, because, yeah, this is Simeon Acres again. The layouts of it, actually, a lot of the levels you could see that that's the case. They just sometimes change the building layout a little bit. I guess to kind of make it a little more unique. You do recognize it. And as I said, it probably is a memory reason, but still, that is something to keep in mind with this game. Alright, yeah, let's just go get the one I know I missed last time. I guess this is a case where camera you could push out more or pull out more would be better.
You're just trying to impress me.
Alright, and promotion time. So maybe I should have done Dark Heartland, because that's one I definitely deserve one if I can finish that. Alright, Chief Obliterator. Alright, so that's gold medal, just barely. Alright, let's do this one. This is Dark Heartland. It's Mika Park, basically, except you have limited missiles. And the level layout's a little different. And you still have fixed camera, so yeah, what you don't want to do is do what I was doing there briefly, which is shoot like crazy. Kind of just want to shoot the missiles individually. Yeah, and they do, yeah, the thing with the stairs there. They consider this separate objects for buildings. So you need to manage your missiles because you don't get many of them. And you can feasibly go slow, sort of like this, and be in good shape, usually. Okay, yeah, that's tough there because you can barely see where the stairs are. And oftentimes I'll miss it. Alright, 9, and then there's... I think I might do this first try. Oh, yeah, the stairs again. Fitting that was the last part of it. Alright, done. And that should have been enough time. He's not super strict for the gold. For the platinum, yeah, it is. Alright, so that's all the bonus levels, I believe. Just take a check of that. Alright, let's do... Alright, I want to save one of the ones with the scientist for last. There's two other ones. Oh, no, there's only one that has a scientist in it. Let's do City Mile. Yeah, I didn't show off the Cyclone suit completely. Yeah, but this level is a Cyclone suit. So yeah, you're doing the gymnastics take of doing the dive like that, and as soon as you hit a building, you do that flip. Which I guess is an interesting case, because not like there's not much as far as gymnastics in games. Well, when this game came out, there really wasn't. I mean, there's like the Mario and the Sonic Olympic games that have stuff like that. I think one of the International Track and Fields has. I think one of them was on the PS2. I think it was the 2002 edition that had that. But yeah, correct me if that's not right, chat. But yeah, in that case, yeah, this is definitely a gymnastic robot. You go along, do the flip, and yeah, that flip is destroying buildings, and it is so nice to see. Well, the game is slowing down a bit, but yeah, there you go. It's nice to see that, and yeah, this is just, beautiful. It is unique. How many other games have you ever played where you have a gymnastic robot literally destroying buildings? To the tune of its, like, 70s funk music. It's great. Especially, like, the bass on the bonk, bonk. Yeah, but also, like some of the other, robot, devices, or some of the other building, or some of the other devices anyway, sometimes you can get into a case where you kind of get stuck. if you don't hit the building right, or even if you do hit the building right. I hit something off with that. Alright, just that side. Yeah, we got it, my friend. Also, this was pretty easy because there's not a hidden communication point here. So yeah, just keep walking down the road. Yeah, okay, that's a great shot. If I was not going to, do the title screen... Actually, you know what? This is a weird one for title screen. You know, maybe I'll just make that the thumbnail when I upload this in a couple days. But I'll think about it. You just walk down the street just getting everything you need. Alright, perfect. Yeah, see a fence, so that's good to see that. Alright, where is... Oh, there it is. It's moving slow enough, I could just keep going. Alright, where is the last one? Oh, it's right at the end. Wait, is it? Where is it? Okay, so dosing pen. Oh, shit. Yeah, because I went to the carrier view. I was like, wait a second, what if I run into that thing? Okay, no, I cruised over there, we're good. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. Got it. So yeah, I can do that in one shot, thankfully. Yeah, fine, let's run this way. Let's just try and off-screen this thing. Yeah, I'm totally playing blind here. I tell him over there, but that's fine, alright. I just want to make sure I wasn't going to run to the carrier and screw up. Where am I? I don't know if it ended or I went into the semi, but whatever. Alright, so that is the Obsidian Mile, and next we are going to go to... Yeah, I guess we could do... Yeah, let's do this. This is the one that really gave me trouble as a kid, because you have to go all around the place, and it's on tracks, and the carrier's only on the tracks. This is Diamond Sands. There is a way to handle this. What you have to do usually is use the backlash to hit this, but if you do this, you basically get the side of the top of the truck there, and kind of move back and forth, like this. You destroy it really quickly. Yeah, she's gonna keep saying that, by the way, saying, try something else. Like, yeah, no, it's working. Trust me, Amber, I have this. And what you gotta do is you have to destroy that part of it, then you have to go to the other side and destroy the other half. Yeah, this level gave me hell when I was growing up, but nowadays it's not too bad, especially now that I know that trick, which is not necessarily exploiting the game's programming the way destroying the buildings are, which isn't worth doing here, by the way, because it's not going to give you much time. It's not going to save you much time. All right, yes, shut up, we'll find. Also, at the end, they're going to throw you a little bit of a curveball. Yeah, stop it. Just going to keep saying that, by the way. It's just kind of easier to do it on the left just because of, in my case anyway, just for the purpose of getting the backlash position correctly. Stop it, Amber. I have this. We're going to be fine. I said, I wish I knew this when I was growing up, or until I learned it, then I was like, okay, now I can handle this one try. It's either that, or you have to do the donuts to hit everything, which is not always easy. Yeah, she's gonna keep saying that. Unfortunately, it's gonna be... Okay, fine, it's not that awful. But yeah, it's basically, for all of you who know what Cybermorph is on the Atari Jaguar, it's like that woman, like the voice that says, "Where did you learn to fly?" Although in that case, she says that every time you hit something. Whereas in this case, the only reason Amber comes up and says that, by the way, is because she gets the sense that, or the game thinks that you're not handling a level correctly. Actually, you know what? I sort of made a mistake here. Or, actually, you know what? I didn't, because what I can do is... What you gotta do is you gotta then TNT the building here, and you have to TNT the left side. That's the only part of it that's in the way of the carrier. So in that case, you're fine. But I am also making a risk by doing this before clearing that out. I think I should be okay. This is the last part of the building over here, so then I can just go over to the right and get the rest of it. All right, there we go. We're done for that. But I need to go back and get that. How close is it? I can make it. Okay, that's the other thing, because, yeah, usually when I'll also say this as far as me growing up, because a lot of the hard levels run the backlash pretty extensively. So if you're not good with it, yeah, you're going to have a lot of trouble. And when I was growing up, I was not good with this thing. And even nowadays, I still have my struggles with hitting stuff. All right, we are good. We'll stop for now. Just go in the semi.
You're just trying to impress me.
Yeah, hopefully it's working. Alright, so promotion time, and next we are going to be a commanding desolator. Yeah, they keep coming up with interesting ways to say, like, yeah, you're good at destroying buildings, but yeah, I guess we are.
You can do this.
Yeah, before you were telling me to try something else, I was like, yeah, the laugh's on you. I was able to manage it, no problem. Okay, so yeah, let's just do the cleanup here, and then I think we have only 3 hard levels left. And then things are going to change quite a bit, actually. And I think now, thinking about this, I'm pretty sure we get through this game in one part. Thankfully, because I wasn't sure necessarily if we would, but yeah, we can make that happen. Alright, so there's all the RDUs. I know the rest of the buildings are on the left side over there, so we can go get those. Yeah, right here. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I am thankfully getting better with the backlash. And you definitely have to be to get this game running, especially now. Since there are no bonus levels attached to this, we can go in. Actually, for a while there when I was growing up, I never really thought, like, okay, why do you have to go with the semi? But I guess it's their base of operations when they're around. All right, there's Diamond Sands done. We're gonna do Glory Crossing last, which is up there. Yeah, let's do Ember Hamlet. This seems hard at first because you start with the Ballista and you only have 20 missiles. But the Cyclone suit's here, so yeah, just shoot the building there and do it. I think you can do it without the Cyclone suit, but yeah, good luck. You have to manage the missiles more than even in Dark Heartland. And yeah, this is Simeon Acres, by the way. Again, as far as the building layout, except you're just running the Cyclone suit this time. And hearing different music. So, I mean, I guess it's the copy-paste level case, but there's enough of stuff that they're giving you as far as other levels that, and variety as far as this one, it's not too bad. Looks difficult, or to quote the game, looks tricky. Yeah, well, yeah, you saw Oyster Harbor. That's admittingly the worst of it. Or, to go to the Mega Man X7 case. Whew! Someone please tell me I'm through with the worst of it. Yeah, I think we kind of are. Although Glory Crossing kind of gives it a run for its money. That level is really annoying, too. In this case, it is fun as far as this, and I'll say this. The frustration or the difficulty potentially of this is it gets buttressed or buoyed out, I guess, a little bit by the fact that, yeah, you're just destroying things. I think maybe that's the idea of what Rare had on their mind. I mean, they said first, I mean, Chris Stamper, who co-founded Rare, said, hey, knocking down buildings are fun. Can we make a game based on that? And this is what they came up with. But I guess then they realized, hey, if this game's really hard, you can get your aggression out by just destroying stuff. So, hey, in that way, it's kind of a good aggression-relieving game. But it's like something like this, or God of War, or Ninja Gaiden. Oh, fine, Xbox Ninja Gaiden. To some degree. Also, yeah, I can just walk over the fences. Yeah, but yeah, we're good as far as this, so we should be going all right. Yeah, the carrier's over there. I just want to make sure. The colors here are great. Yeah, and that's the interesting, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that, yeah, the explosions are not just, you know, the orange or the red, but they have, like, blue and pink and fuchsia and things like that. And even just the, I guess, the way that, okay, the orange there are the radiation dispersal units with the red of the survivors, which are basically sprites, by the way, 2D sprites, on top of the yellow Cyclone suit. It's a WoW case, yeah, indeed, because of the fact that, hey, you could think, like, well, this could have, like, one look as far as the game. But they also, when you really think about this, this is a great game as far as its art direction, too, just because of that variety as far as the look on top of just the aspect of that. And don't worry, they can't be killed. No, not on this one, yes. And honestly, I'll say this, and Delphine, I want to go into you specifically with this one, because in a lot of ways, maybe I took, like, the elements with graphics for granted in the sense of, okay, a game looks pretty in some degrees, and for 1997, this game looked pretty nice, despite some of the things that I guess it has going against it visually with some slowdown things. But it's also something I never really kind of thought at the time that, hey, this game is interesting from a visual perspective for its art direction. So in a lot of ways, you coming to the show kind of made me think about that a lot more, and I appreciate that, because as I mentioned, the idea of the show being the shared experience of a game, or even something, as I said, like, you know what, you said you didn't play this game. In some ways, it doesn't matter for the purpose of the show that you haven't played this game, because you get a sense of, okay, would you necessarily like this? But also saying, coming into it completely fresh, saying, like, I've never heard of this game. What are you noticing just from looking at it without any frame of reference of it? Which kind of, in some ways, that kind of can be a great thing that way. Or when you were on, when we did nights, or Christmas nights, you're mentioning the idea of, hey, the Commedia dell'arte is like, first off, there's no other stream of anything game-wise that's going to bring that up, number one. Number two, being able to bring something like that, saying like, hey, that's something interesting because of that, and really appreciating enhancing my appreciation of some stuff like this, or kind of giving a sense of how to look at it differently. So I want to thank you for that specifically. Let's go to Angel City. Another Backlash level. Yeah, hopefully. This level also gave me trouble growing up because I was not good with Backlash. But if you destroy the gas pump over there, or try to, it blows up the rest of the building. Yeah, good luck, doing the drifts. As I mentioned, here's the other thing. I enjoy observations also, even if I'm unfamiliar with the game. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that too, and I appreciate you're making them. Because, like, hey, there's something to be said about, do you necessarily, what, I'll go into this, since we're kind of doing some of the same things. And this is actually the same level as Obsidian Mile, except I'm running the Backlash for it. And the music's different, but the music's amazing here. Yeah, I'll try to, my friend, but I'll go into this, because in a lot of ways, I'll say this, I'll say this, Proto said something to me. I don't know if he necessarily meant it this way, but he said specifically, like, some of the games you show are things that I never would necessarily play or never would necessarily be interested in. But it's also something I thought, okay, that creates an interesting challenge as far as the stream case to this, because look, I know this game is not like, it didn't sell badly exactly, it sold fine, it sold like 1 million copies total, but it didn't sell like 10 million units. It's not like GoldenEye, the game that came after this from Rare. So, people come to a game like, hey, maybe people haven't played this. There's some games I'll pull out, like, people say, like, what is this? I've never seen it. But you're right, the idea of being able to look at that and say, you're noticing something else. So, hey, you know what, it doesn't matter if you haven't played it, just get a sense of, like, hey, you're bringing something just to say, like, and in fact, even Lectors, I know you mentioned this when we did Super Mario RPG, you said you'd played maybe a very little bit of this. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh! Okay, I backed to do it. Alright, so yeah, it blew up. So yeah, we were dead. Well, I could try it again, thankfully. But, Lectors, you were saying with one thing, sometimes, like, hey, you don't necessarily know what to talk about on that, but honestly, making an observation as far as, like, a game saying, like, hey, this looks interesting, this looks like something else, or hey, I'm noticing something to this, or it's bringing back something, in some ways, I guess, selfishly speaking, makes it easier for me as far as, playing it and discussing it, but also gives me a sense of looking at it differently, and I guess all of you giving a sense as well. I said also varying that up, and I want to thank you all for that. I said, I think that's what really sets the show apart and why I really like doing this, and why I'm dedicated to doing this as far as each week, and playing the games you want to see, and the games I want to show, for that very reason, because yeah, as I said, this is kind of a different take on a Let's Play, honestly. And I never really kind of thought that this is what it was going to turn into, but I really liked that it did, and just get a sense of something unique as far as showing off of the game, and then also having an outside view. It's like, sometimes like, hey, if you're in, I'll use this example, I guess maybe if you're like in college or something, the idea of like, when you have somebody when you're writing a paper and then you have a professor review it or do a grade on it, they're going to come to it unfamiliar to some degree, so they'll have to say like, okay, I'm going to observe what I'm going to be saying about this on something outside of getting a sense like, what was this like? And in some ways, I guess you could sort of say this is the same thing. A little, but maybe not completely. I'm trying to do the donuts here. Yeah, this level is really hard because of the thing with the backlash, and also because even when you do the drift to hit it with the back, it doesn't always, hit correctly. Also, use the divots. That's the other thing you can do. Because I guess this is intended, yeah, if you're in the air like that, if you touch the building, it gets busted. So if you can get yourself airborne, that's what you want to do. As far as, I guess, a strategy of this game. Alright. That also makes it really tense, I guess, on top of that. Oh, so okay, yes. So you agree, Dollyfin, I guess, with what I'm saying. But again, as I said, it's something that I appreciate that input and also the idea of kind of thinking a little differently. As I said, I've been playing this game for 25 years. This is a game that I grew up with. It's a game I have a lot of affection for because of how unique it is and because of its other qualities. And so, like, yeah, you're kind of helping me appreciate it more. Well, I guess, feasibly, you're looking at this and saying, hey, this is something of interest to you. I guess being interested in the show enough to keep wanting to watch it. I guess feasibly, while I'm sort of doing the same thing over and over again, as I mentioned, this is the other case, which is the idea of the 30-second cycle, which is that you're playing a game and doing the same thing to some degree, but how they vary that up to make that perspective like, hey, I'm busting buildings, interesting. And this game's doing it with the different vehicles, the different mission types, I guess the different types of missions as far as, like, racing on top of that. So in that way, it's kind of a lot of different games, and I mean, it's a jack of a lot of trades, and I don't know if I'd say a master of none, but just necessarily a pretty good at actually all of them, considering, especially for it being the second game of Rare's on the system. And even better, which is going to come a few months later with GoldenEye. Oh, to be fair, that's a different type of game than this. As far as we're going from a game like this, like a puzzle, like driving action game, to a first-person shooter. And by the way, to go back to that game and also Proto Rover as well, we are playing GoldenEye in August. That's celebrating its 25th anniversary this year too, and I think we got to do it. It's also an interest. Okay, it's a way to test out a game too to see if you're interested, to see if I'm interested in playing it. Yeah, I mean, and that's also an interesting. It's fabulous. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And that's an interesting too, because I mean, here's the deal. I mean, not every game I show or that somebody else is going to show is necessarily going to be to the tastes of everybody. I mean, look, I'll tell you this. I was kind of running into this as far as this uphill battle of trying to convince my coworkers to say, like, this game is worth their time. They're kind of like saying, like, I'm not necessarily feeling the look of this. And as I mentioned, going to the idea of maybe this being sort of a product of 1997 with a lot of things it was doing, and the idea of if you were not there for this game, would it necessarily hold appeal that way? But they say, like, look, not every game is going to necessarily appeal to everybody. So basically, I guess in my case, it's the challenge of me having to put, I guess, the best face on it, feasibly, or I guess when we play a game that's not very good, explaining, like, okay, why do I not like it, but also why then might someone else? Because I mean, oh, look, I'll go into this as well. I mentioned Roger Ebert on the show a lot, and I guess all of you have known that perspective too. In fact, I think I even mentioned this anecdote that he once said, which is the idea that if you're reviewing something, particularly a movie, or in his case, but anything, like, if you express yourself well enough or give enough of an idea of, like, why you think what you think about it, it doesn't necessarily matter if anybody else disagrees with what you say. They can get a sense of, like, would they like this? Because, look, on one hand, it's like, it doesn't matter how great I say Blast Core is, and I can be doing this and saying it while also acknowledging elements that I definitely think of age, like elements of controls and some aspects of frame rate and things. But also, I mean, the idea is, like, looking at saying, like, would you, Dollyfin, would you like a game like this based on what I'm showing of it? If you can make that determination based on what I'm saying, it means I guess I've sort of done my job a little bit. Also trying to get these buildings out of the way. Okay, fine, I'll also show this, because this is what I used to do with the backlash. Like, I couldn't do this, but yeah, she'll just tell you to try something else. You could feasibly ram it still to get rid of it, but it just takes too long. So you want to do that. Yeah, it piques viewer interest. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, as I said, if it wasn't as far as what I'm doing, you don't have to necessarily lie to me. It's like, oh, it is. But, like, I appreciate that, and the idea that you're thinking, like, all right, fine, there's something interesting. Also, yeah, that RDU apparently, you have to hit that very specifically. All right, and I think I only have to find one of them, or a couple of the RDUs. Yeah, just drive down the street. I mean, I think that's the other thing. I mean, with this game, really, and I'll tell you, this is the reason I really want to show off Blast Core. As I mentioned, this is not a game that everybody talks about. It's not a game that everybody has played. It's a game that is doing something very unique and very interesting, and I think, despite the fact that it was not necessarily a massive game that everybody's heard of, it's something that has an important place in this industry because of that unique element of what it's doing, and also putting into a perspective what Rare was doing as a company. Particularly with Nintendo, when it came on the N64, and also with the Super Nintendo before that. But just kind of put a picture of, okay, with Nintendo 64. In fact, this is interesting because this was sandwiched between Killer Instinct Gold, which was basically an enhanced version of Killer Instinct 2 that came out a couple months before this, and then GoldenEye, which came out after, which was the most popular game of Rare's on this system. It was the third best-selling game on the system, in fact, and I think we went over that when we did Ocarina of Time. And basically just putting a sense of, alright, this was, I guess, in some ways a lark for them, but also the idea of saying, like, what can we do as far as with this new system, because this was early into the system's life, less than a year into it, and saying, like, okay, this is what they want to present to it, and then look at that perspective to paint a picture of what else would Rare do on this system. And after this, we mentioned after GoldenEye, we had stuff like Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Jet Force Gemini, which a lot of people who worked on this worked on that, Mickey Speedway USA, the Mickey Mouse kart racing game, Conker's Bad Fur Day, and Perfect Dark as well. Yeah, because I think it was 7 games they made on the system. So it really puts it in an interesting perspective, like, what was Rare doing, and then also then what would happen with Rare later after they were purchased by Microsoft. Yeah. I guess the idea of also, like, that style of... There's another thing with Rare, the idea that they're a company from Twycross in the United Kingdom. So the idea of... There was the perception, actually, before Rare, even with Rare around, that games from the UK were not very good. Like, you'd go to Japan as far as, like, the great games. And I'm doing better on Glory Crossing than I ever thought I would, because the tough part about this is you're surrounded by grass, and it slows down the backlash something fierce. Actually, I'm doing really well on this. But yeah, Rare kind of bucked that trend as far as really getting a sense of what they're doing, even going back to, like, stuff on NES. Watching also helps appreciate the evolution development, and I think that's really... I'll tell you, Dolly Finn, honestly, I'll say this. That's, I think, why I really want to do this show and why I want to talk about it. I want to talk about, because as I mentioned, some people say, like, hey, actually, no, Nocturne was saying this. She was saying she's playing Nier Automata, which didn't come out that long ago. It was a couple years old. And she said, hey, would this qualify for the show? It's like, it's not a super old game. To which I said, well, it's a name, admittingly, as far as the show. But on one hand, it's like, you know what, I'm not going to put a restriction on that, because on one hand, yeah, it is newer. But you're right, it is putting a perspective of what gaming is looking like, even as far as that game, because Nier Automata was like only a couple of years old, like 3 or 4 years old. And that puts it in a different perspective too on that one, because I was saying there, I was like, okay, who made this? Because it was Square published it. I looked up, I was like, oh, it's Platinum Games who made it. The people who made Bayonetta and Anarchy Reigns. And they also made, we were talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles earlier. They made that Mutants in Manhattan game, which was not necessarily well received. And they also, with Clover Studios before, they made Okami and God Hand and Beautiful Joe. I was showing her that way. She was saying that was the only game of Platinum she'd played. And I said, let me show you God Hand on PS2, because, like, it's kind of a beat-em-up case. You can almost get a sense of, like, the risque and kind of, you know, snarky sense of humor that Nier Automata has. And then also mentioning, like, Bayonetta, which also does that. So you're right, it does put a perspective that, and also there have been innovations even on earlier games, and you're right. Because it might also be the case of, like, look, we not necessarily have seen anything quite like Blast Core since, and perhaps the perspective, like, well, maybe there's a reason for that. But also the idea of, hey, this is something unique, and also the idea that, you know, Rare took a lot of risk. And, yeah, I think Nintendo took a risk, too, because they're like, alright, fine, they have the N64 that came out. They didn't have many games on it. There were not a whole lot of games coming out at a rapid clip on that. So, yeah, they were willing to come to market with this game and say, alright, this is a weird premise as far as destroying buildings, but they said, alright, Rare knows what they're doing, and they're able to deliver on this. And that was kind of the case, and now we can look back at this 25 years after it came out. I mean, I cannot believe it's been 25 years since this game released. And it's just fascinating to me just to think about that. Like, yeah, me being 11 years old playing this, and now here I am 25 years later, and still having a lot of fun with it, and then kind of just giving this philosophical waxing about it. I appreciate that, as far as being able to do that. I appreciate all your input as far as that idea. And I'm glad that I'm making it interesting for you as well, because I said, it's not always an easy thing to sometimes get a sense like, well, I gotta explain some of it, but also, I don't want to necessarily come off as a broken record completely. So that kind of helps. Alright, here's The Last Scientist. I can hardly believe the world is still in one piece, so at least we're all back together. Maybe we'll finally stand a chance of cleaning this mess up. No time to lose. Let's head to the detonation site and get set up. When it comes down to the crunch, everything's going to depend on us. Now, here's the deal also. If you don't get all of the scientists, you have to go back and get them all. But we got them all already. We got gold medals on everything. So as soon as we go in that semi, we're going to see the credits, but we're not done with this game. We have probably about an hour or so left, I think. Alright. So we got the Golden Glory Crossing, and we got second gold, and we got the scientist. So we're done. Main level is completed, and the scientist is rescued. You got all it takes. Now you can finish it. Well, we could sort of finish it. Because, yeah, we were running the credits. So there is the carrier again going through town. Aiming its tunnels towards Ground Zero, which is the detonation point we're setting up. Doing everything in their power to get the assembled scientists there first. So, yeah, we spent the whole game trying to get rid of this thing, or protect this thing. And, yeah, we were getting the credits. So, yeah, this is Blast Corp. We're not quite done with it. So, I will hold my final thoughts till later. Yeah, Martin Wakely, who did do the game design, as well as everybody else. Richard Wilson did the programming. I also go into the voice performances because I know who they are, but also I don't know explicitly who they voice as far as the characters. But yeah, here you go. Yeah, Graham Norgate who did the music, as well as, yeah, the story by Lee Loveday. Yeah, I'm not going to read everybody out, but yeah, like, some of these names, like, I think they do deserve to be, you know, championed as far as, like, the unique game they came with. Also, Gavin Hood, I don't think that's related to Gavin Hood, the film director behind X-Men Origins Wolverine and Rendition, amongst other things. Or Satsi. But alright, yeah, Chris Stamper came with the perspective of this, as well as a lot of people from Nintendo, including Ken Lobb, who worked at Rare, and there's Microsoft now as well. Yeah, it's Robin Krauss, Eric Weiss, Isaac Marshall, Michael Kelbaugh, who actually is the leader of Retro Studios, who make Metro Prime, as well as Lee Ray, who is battles in Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, as well as Drumstick and Taj in Diddy Kong Racing, which came out a couple months after this. But yeah, definitely want to get those names out and, you know, celebrate the unique game. Like, there's nothing quite like this. And even if it's like, you know, you're not sure you like it, if you have Rare Replay on Xbox One, it's available to you. It's also an N64 for not too expensive. But alright, credits are done. We got to the detonation site. It exploded. And mercifully, we were able to set up the controlled detonation, and as the smoke phased, the world lets out a sigh of relief. So we did it. Alright, the devastation left in your wake is nothing compared to what would have happened if Blast Corps had failed at the last, and we definitely got things figured out. Rebuilding begins immediately now. And with the catastrophe averted, the team members became national heroes, the satisfaction to be assured for the foreseeable future, and the army, I guess, was impressed, because, like, yeah, we defected from the army as far as story goes, but yeah, we made things right, but we're not done. Yeah, this also goes to the idea of, like, the technology case, and, like, yeah, you know, finding a way. Yeah, I guess NASA had something to do with this now, because after the long voyage, they're coming back, but they're thrown off course, they have to come in, and there's another city here. It's season panic because, yeah, it's gonna crash in if we don't do something about it, so yeah, we gotta destroy buildings again. So yeah, we're being called on to rise to the challenge to basically clear out all of those red buildings there, so the space shuttle can land safely. Okay, so this whole area is the runway, and every building here needs to be cleared off. So let's do it.
You can do this.
Yeah, you keep getting this 3,000 feet. You get that every 1,000. What you do is come here, hit the TNT block, get out of the backlash. You do not want to use this. I don't think you can beat this level with it only. You just get the Thunder Fist and bust everything. You will have enough time as long as you keep rolling. Yeah, this whole city is being leveled. So you can make a case for the space shuttle to land.
2,000 feet.
And you are on a time limit based upon that, because if it gets on its final approach and you don't have everything set, it'll crash and it'll explode and everybody will die on it. So we don't want to have that happen. Yeah, with the Thunder Fist, you got no problems here. Just keep rolling. And they will tell you when you have everything set. Whoa. I just want to let the next part of it play for the voice. Alright, here we go.
Final approach. Good luck.
Alright, so final approach. Got it. Alright, we're set, and thankfully the TNT blocks over there, the TNT crates, will not cause trouble, nor will me being in the way. Alright, and yeah, when you see the cinematic like that, if you don't have everything set, you fail. But since we got everything, yeah, don't worry about those TNT crates. It looks like it's gonna crash right into them. But alright, fine, it's just avoided them. Alright. Yeah, because I remember, any building that's standing means you fail this. So, yeah, you're gonna be in trouble. There you go, it successfully landed. There you go. The Eagle has landed indeed. Miraculously completed its turn to Earth without a single casualty. The blast core came through again with flying colors. Probably was given a further boost, so they find new offers in work because they remember they're a demolition company. Decide that maybe now it's time for a holiday.
You're just trying to impress
Well, we're also pressing everybody else. Based on this, you usually almost always get a promotion off of this. Yeah, we're the ultimate annihilator. But there's something even further than that. We'll get to that a little bit later. There's no survivors here. There's no radiation dispersal units. It's just buildings. Now that's done, though, there's one last thing we can do. And because we got all the gold medals, let's make this go a lot easier. Decades of moon landing have left the Earth's satellite riddled with harmful human debris. Not seriously, I'm playing along with the foolish plot. Yeah, the humorous perspective. Amber Company agreed to take on this ridiculous mission and clear up the mission as best they can. So we're going to space. Yeah, I bet you probably didn't expect seeing this in this game, or if you've not beaten this game, either if you haven't played it or if you haven't beaten it. Yeah, we're going to space. Yeah, this is weird, but I love the idea that they were thinking this. They're like, okay, fine, we get the carrier out of the way. That's not the end of the game. We got the space shuttle come back. That's not the end of the game. Now we're going to space. And by the way, the reason I have gold medals on everything is because after we beat the moon here, there are other planets that open up if we go to gold in it. But yeah, we're on the moon. Actually, I'll also show this. Yeah, it's Shuttle Island. And this is the shuttle clear as well. Actually, they don't even tell you on the shuttle clear that you have the back of the thunder fist over there. All right, yeah, we're going to the moon.
Show us what
And the frame rate tanks here. I will tell you that right now.
Good luck.
Yeah, the frame rate is really bad here. It's like 10 FPS. You also do have gravity cases here, so you're on the moon, and you can kind of launch that way. It kind of makes it a little easier to just crash everything. You have 6 minutes to bust all the buildings here. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, we are on the moon, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, you just fly like this, and it is quite a thrill. It is neat, yeah, indeed. Whoa! And same rules before, yeah, if you're in the air and considered airborne, yeah, everything's gonna get destroyed. Oh yeah, you just kind of go nuts like this. Look, whoa! This is also where the physics of the game show just how totally insane they are. Yeah, just keep doing this, and there you go. Also, in some ways, you kind of go faster with the backlash on here, so it kind of makes doing the donuts to hit into the buildings a little easier. A little keyword. Also, you're this great space music. There are a lot of buildings here, so yeah, you gotta. They give you 6 minutes here for a reason. Also, I don't know if I might have already screwed myself out as far as a medal. Actually, you know what? For that reason, I'm gonna start over.
Show us what you've got.
Good luck.
Yeah, in fact, that's how bad the frame rate here is because, yeah, the video of Amber there, which I guess is full motion video now I'm thinking about it, comes on really late as far as during the countdown. And the Xbox One version does up this to 30 FPS, so it is definitely better. Well, fine, it's better technologically speaking, but there's some other things about it, as I mentioned. The glitch with the building destruction, that's out of play in that version. Although, feasibly, in missions like this, where you have a timer like this, you can't use it because you can't leave your vehicle in these. We'll find these. All right, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it. Pretty much just launch yourself in and just bust everything. Another case of, like, yeah, you know, when you think about this, I guess here's the thing. Maybe me growing up as a young boy, just the idea of, like, what are all the things that I guess young boys, I guess, feasibly like? Oh, I don't know. A heavy machinery, I guess nuclear carriers going to space, space shuttles. I mean, yeah, it's like, it seems like it's a distillation of all those things, but it's not just, like, a game I'd just say is just for, like, one demographic. That's what makes it really interesting. As I mentioned, there is kind of a deep lore to this game when you really think about it, which is interesting. Yeah, just destroy the satellites. I guess where's the harmful debris? It's just the idea that, okay, these buildings are in the way. Whoa! There we go. We're doing better on this one because I'm at over half of these destroyed. Whoa! Actually, this kind of looks like the Undergate, the place that Nocturne left us off with Mega Man Legends. I'm definitely looking forward to getting back to that next week to finish that one. Alright, so there we go, right in here. Also, because of the gravity, you're in the air a lot longer, so it makes it a lot easier to get these things taken care of. Whoa. Actually, I think gold medal on this is 3 minutes, so I think we should be good. I think. I mean, if it's... Yeah, definitely I can. Whoa. Yeah, but sometimes because you're going so fast, you have to kind of adjust to how the backlash is going. It's like, yeah, I'm going slower, so yeah, I'm kind of using the brake a little bit. Alright, whoa. Alright, so 3 more, they're right here. Just these here, and we're set. We're too close. All right. Let me back up a little bit. I think I can make this in a few seconds. I don't want to get something. Yeah, fine. Let's just ram it. Got it. All right, we're done with this. Assuming I got a gold on this. All right. So, having demonstrated versatility and reliability well beyond the Call of Duty, the Blast Corps team can finally take that well-deserved holiday. When they get back, they'll find the offers of deals still flooding in, keeping their chosen line of work for many years to come. Maybe at some point, even leading them back into the field of military operations, but this time for a considerably nobler cause. All that, though, can wait. With their country breathing a sigh of relief and their good name assured for life, the team can rest easy for a while. Unless, of course, the lure of the gold standard proves too much, which is the indication that you have to get gold medals on everything to get the next case. Perhaps there are further challenges waiting those who can achieve a perfect record. Yeah, and assuming I got gold on here, we got the perfect record, and we can go to the next couple levels.
You're just trying to impress me.
Good, gold. Okay, it's 4 minutes, so yeah, they give you a lot of time. Alright. By getting all the gold medals on everything, including the moon there... Get this going on. The skill Blast Corps has been honed to a level its rivals can never hope to match. But in the process, all the challenge that Earth has offered has been exhausted. Given taste adventure for their jaunt on the moon, they go back to the shuttle and go the possibility of new worlds. So we have a couple more missions on, or in space. Yeah, you know like Mercury. I think there are 4 more planets. Alright, so let's do Mercury. This is a race. You only have the Backlash, the Ramdozer, and the Skyfall. Use the Ramdozer.
Show us what you've got.
I hope this works.
In this case, just do a race around Mercury. You do have the same case as far as the gravity here. Yeah, we are going all around space. Or, to go back to the Sonic Heroes case, space. Did you say space? Yes, I did say space. Also, here's the other thing. You don't always want to be in the air... because you go faster when you're on the ground. So the best way to handle this is kind of pay attention to where you can get away with jumping and where you can't. And turn the camera as you need to, which by the way is on the C left and the C right button. If you go around this side to do some of that, make sure to do that. And same case as what we have with the moon. If you get a gold medal on all of these, we get more stuff going. And then we will be towards where the game ends specifically. Because there's 2 more things that happen after we complete all of the planets, of which there are... it's this one. I think there's like 5. As I said, I think it's 5 total. Including the moon. Yeah, so yeah, this is a weird one. We've already seen the credits, so how are we not done with the game yet? But yeah, this is how.
Not a scratch on it.
I think that is good for the medal.
You're just trying to impress me.
Yeah, it's just good enough. Alright. And next we're going to Venus.
Show us what you've
There's another building destroy in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. You mostly have these things here. Ooh. Yeah, and again, because you're using the backlash, it's sometimes hard to hit these things. Whoa. Although, here's the other thing I guess about Venus. Like, yeah, it is the gas planet as far as this, but yeah, we don't have to get out of a car, so yeah, we won't die of anything. Always think of the Magic School Bus for that, particularly the, well, the television show when they said about when they go onto the planet, the perspective of that, and they say, like, what's the name of the gas? Like, it's a deadly poison. And since it's Lily Tomlin who voices Miss Frizzle there, it's like she's totally nonchalant about the fact that, yeah, don't take your helmets off, you're gonna die, kids. And even at the end, when they say, like, yeah, don't take your helmet off the way Arnold did, because, yeah, he'd be fucking dead. That they basically say something to that degree, so, like, you would not, you know, necessarily have, you know, your head as a block of ice. No, you would have your head as a block of ice, maybe worse. It's like, yeah, there you go. Actually, there are games based on the Magic School Bus I could show off. There's ones there's one on the Genesis. There's also ones on the PC, which actually, you know what? I don't think I've actually explicitly announced this, or announced how I'm handling PC. I've always said for years, like, I'm gonna do PC, but I never had any movement, so I'll explain that. Here's what I realized. I did do test a couple weeks ago on how PC is gonna run. Because there's a couple of those that are on PCs, and a lot of older stuff on PC I'd love to show off. And how I'm going to have to handle that is I'm going to need to have another PC feasibly, or I'll need to have something else connected, otherwise there'll be horrible delays on the PC I'm running from. Which is also why when Nikki and I are able to figure this, when we do Freddy Fish, run the PC version of that, I'll basically have to just connect to a PC that has an HDMI port, and then we can run it that way. Because, yeah, the PC I'm running this for the show does have an HDMI port, so I can do that. And actually, you know what? I think I might want to restart this mission, because I don't think I'm going to be getting... Well, I don't know. You know what? Fine, let's run it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, because I'm not... You know what? Fine, we'll start it over. Just because I know I need to go a little faster than I'm going.
Good luck.
Yeah, I remember this being kind of annoying because of the fact that, hey, you need to do the stuff with the backlash. And you could sort of use the divots over there. In fact, that's probably what I should be doing. Yeah, or go around them and not hit them. All right, yeah, so this is what I should do. Yeah, that's weird with the way the textures are going. Yeah, and use the air brake some ways as far as like hitting that Z button to get yourself positioned. As long as you're, you know, bouncing like that, you're not going to be in a case where you're going to just stop when you hit the buildings. Okay, fine, in that case, I just stop that way. Alright, so yeah, stop. Yeah, because you go so much faster on all the planets, so that makes it a lot harder. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's how you want to go. You want to go low. You want to try and get it low. So basically, you're going fast enough to get yourself some distance, but also enough so you can just hit the building like, there you go, perfect. Yeah, that's what I should have been doing. We should also get to hear the full aspect of this song, which I don't think we've actually been in the level long enough to hear the whole thing. Figure that part, which I do love that. Whoa. Alright. So only 2 more fields. It's 4 fields of the 7, or what they count as 7 buildings. I'm sort of doing okay on this. Also, I'll say this, with the exception of maybe the next one, this is probably my least favorite of the space missions. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, as I said, it's a nice bonus after everything we've done. Like I said, you do have to get golds on everything in order to unlock this and all the other planets after the moon. Oh, okay, fine. The moon's not a planet, but still, the idea is the same. Okay, so that's that one done, and just this one. I think the time usually is lenient. It's not like it's just super strict, like, oh, you're gonna be in trouble. At least not for the main stuff. We'll get to the platinum stuff in a little bit. That will be, and I'm not gonna be showing off too many of the platinum things for that. I'm just gonna show off the ones I can. Or find one of the ones I know I can. I just hope I haven't wasted too much time doing this. Yeah, fine, just ram into him, done. We're done. I hope this is a gold. I don't want to do this again. I think it might be, because I don't think they give you promotions unless you get gold. At least I don't think they do. Alright, leveling legends. Alright, let's, see. Okay, I just got it. It was, I think, 320. Alright. Alright, next is, Mars.
Show us what you
I guess the perspective, because remember, we're doing Sailor Moon of the story in 2 weeks, or starting that 2 weeks. Which I still need to do practice on, because I don't know where we're gonna be on that, and I haven't played that game in years. Yeah, we do have those bulldozers again. You touch them, and that's an instant fail. What you do on this is you go into the orbs like that in order to destroy them. But as I said, is, I guess, a tie to Sailor Moon of the story, because, like, yeah, we're going to space that way. So it's Sailor Moon, Mercury, actually, okay, fine. There's Sailor Scouts of every planet, and I guess the moon not specifically, and one of a former planet. So I was gonna say, like, did they have that in their minds? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, the hardest also to get are the ones over the bulldozers. Yeah, but you're just gonna go all over the place. I do love that about this one. Oh, just missed. That's also the thing that happens, and also those other ones over there. You have to hit the divot in the crater over here very specifically. But it is a thrill, and yeah, you get going up like that, and wow, that is nice. That's definitely a neat case, just to go to that as far as it... Alright. And they do give you a lot of time, and like a lot of the other ones, you don't necessarily have to, you know, finish it super, super fast for gold. Alright, there you go. So, that's good. Alright, we're set that way. So, the next couple are here, and you have to hit the divots very specifically to get these. Whoa! Yeah, sometimes you just miss, and here's the other thing about that. What you really need to do on this, I'll tell you. You have to be going fast enough on ground like that without hitting air and seeing the frame rate go totally down. Launch up like that and hit it. Got it. Alright. And to do the same with that one over there, and then go back onto the other crater over there. Yeah, sometimes you just miss, which is not pleasant. You just turn the camera at that point and make it the pass. In fact, we'll try this way. Oh, wait, I can't go that way. Hang on. Oh, whoa, there you go. Boom. Yeah, I think that's how you want to get that last one. It is quite a rush, I will say that for sure. But you do got to hit the edge of that very specifically. Yeah, I'm not making that. All right, so I think the way to hit that is pretty much going to be go super fast and hit that divot over there. Don't go into it yet. Right here. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that was it, but I didn't go high enough. All right. There we go. That should be enough, I think. Or if not, the other thing to do is, yeah, not hit that. Actually, no, this might be the other way. Go from the side. I think it's 3 minutes, so I think if I hit this now, there you go. Use that Z brake to hit it. Got it. I do love that, just being able to fly around with the backlash. Alrighty. Gold. Oh, it's 5 minutes. Damn, they just expect you to take a while. Okay, no, this is the last one. Alright, so there is Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. So yeah, Sailor Moon. Oh, no. I didn't go back to Shuttle Islands. Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Neptune. Alright. If only the Mars rover unit could do that. Yeah, that's an interesting case, too. When you think about that, it's like, yeah, the Mars roving unit just be this big dump truck just flying around. Alright, yeah, Neptune. This is a race, but you only have the backlash here. Yeah, now the final planet. Yeah, back when this game came out, it was not the final planet. It was Pluto. But then they said, oh no, Pluto's a dwarf planet, so it doesn't count anymore. It's like, yeah, no. Sorry, I'm still considering that way just because, like, I grew up that way. It was like, okay, fine, the time changes, but it's like, alright, fine. I'm still always going to remember the idea of what Pluto is. Like, hey, at least I know. And it's a 4-lap race around. What you really want to do is pretty much pay attention to this, and since you're going to launch a lot, and you can't avoid that, and I guess I wasn't going fast on that divot, that hurt me going speed-wise. Basically avoid where the green, I guess, not craters, the green obstructions, I guess. Ow. You kind of go on the areas where are flat. If you're going for the platinum time, that's what you want to do. And I have been able to get the platinum on this one. There are some levels I can get platinum on no problem, and this is mainly one of them. Not many of them, because you have to be pretty much perfect for a lot of them. Ow. Yeah, okay, that's the other reason you want to avoid hitting everything like that to go up high, because actually you do go faster when you're on the ground. As I mentioned, sometimes you can't avoid it. Again, nice colors. Yeah, and that's the other thing about it, because, yeah, you get the deep blue here, you get the deep reds of Mars, like the orange of Venus. I guess the kind of, sort of, you know, lighter reddish of that. So to get, I'll tell you, it gives this game and every place you go an identity, and that makes it really interesting. All right, we're done.
You're just trying to.
Let's see if that was enough for the gold. Yeah, it was. All right. So with all the planets finished and gold medals on them, that's the next part. All right, so the shuttle served them well, but Amber and company finally resigned themselves to return home. The increasingly farcical interplanetary challenge has been met and overcome with supreme confidence and prowess. The Blast Corps has proven beyond all recognition and expectations. You know, the assignments that come their way in the future may seem tame. The imperial talents of the team will ensure the world remains in safe hands. Yeah, so any trouble you have, yeah, send Blast Corps in. Their success and yours couldn't be more complete, except they're not complete. Completely. By doing this, you get the time clearance. We're now a destructive psychopath, by the way. Now do it faster. Yeah, a great line to take out of context, but here's how what that means. You're seeing now that, actually, wait a minute. Oh, I got silver. Alright, so you're seeing, like, silvers and things. Like, wait a second, didn't we get all golds on these? Yeah, we did. Here's the deal, though. By doing all that, completing all the stuff at the moon, they give you the time trials. What you do in these is you go through the levels again, and you go through them in a time limit to basically do the clear of the carrier path. We're gonna do these.
You can do this.
In this case, all you need to worry about is clearing the path of the carrier and just destroying the buildings. Like Oyster Coast we had before. You don't have to do the obstructions. As long as you bust the buildings, you're good. So it kind of changes the way you're playing a lot of the stages, and I'm getting stuck there for some reason, but alright. And when you're done, it is automatic mission complete. So yeah, this is their way of getting more replay out of you that way. And so basically just go get golds on everything again, as far as these. But as I said, it's also something that they're going to go a lot faster because we just need to destroy the place. So yeah, here we just have to do this in a minute 50, which I can do easily. And only 3 buildings to destroy, so yeah, you're kind of focusing differently on the levels we've already seen. So yeah, in this case, just get the J-Bomb. And just go straight. Remember the fact that, hey, you don't necessarily have to destroy everything of every building. As long as it's in the path of the carrier and bust it, you get through, no problem. Pay attention to that number then at the top, because yeah, 2, I'm just going this way, so it doesn't matter, I'm missing some stuff. And using that trick of the J-Bomb, like when you just go up a little bit, you can just flip into the building and bust it. Yeah, we're done. So yeah, this is going to go really quickly, and this is actually going to be the last thing we'll see in this game. So yeah, that's Havoc District down. Next, Argent Towers. Yeah, so we're going to finish this game in tonight. Also, you do have the boost trick, by the way. So yeah, the boost we were doing before, you can do it on these, but unfortunately they don't give you the lights there, so you have to kind of listen for the sound in order to do it. So yeah, same case, like, yeah, it's basically the greatest hits of what we did. We're just focusing on the carrier path, and yeah, you are in time limit, by the way. If you don't do it in time, you fail. And that's also the reason why a lot of those missions we have there, they have the empty metal now. It's like, yeah, we weren't doing them for time, because they do record your time as you go through normally, but it's like, yeah, it was for clearing out everything in it. You have to get golds on all of these in order to complete everything, and we will do that. And then that'll be the end of the game. Well, mostly. Whoa. Yeah, though I don't think I got a gold on this, so let's hope I did. Because I want to, I guess, get a sense of this. It'll be, by the way, just to give a sense of, like, hey, you're wondering how long the rest of the show is going to be. I think it'll be another half hour probably on top of this. We'll definitely finish before the 5. Alright, we're a mindless desecrator. Yeah, I guess we'll take that compliment. I got silver. Alright, fine. Alright, so we gotta do it again.
Try this for size.
Good luck.
Yeah, alright, so you're looking forward to the rest. Yeah. I'm glad we're able to finish this only because then it means that we have a free spot for next month. Not because, like, oh, if the game was gonna take longer, it would take longer. I'm not, you know, having a problem with that. Just, I want to make sure, like, hey, I thought I could do this. So I guess feasibly... Okay, this is not the speedrun take of this game. There's many more things as far as that are way beyond my skill level. Did I mention, though, I did want to kind of go through this whole game to 100%, really. Okay, no, I got it. Alright. Yeah, I can. Alright, that should have been gold.
No trouble at all.
And it was. Perfect. Alright, so that's Argent Towers. Okay. Apparently, I already got the time on Diamond Sands. Okay, they really don't expect you to do this in time, because, by the way, the time for this is 4 minutes. So it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So yeah, I got through everything, including all the radiation dispersal units and destroying all the buildings and all that in record time, and Oyster Harbor. I'm going to cheat for Oyster Harbor and for Beaten Tracks, but we'll do that in a second. Let's do the show clear. Why not?
Try this for size.
Good luck.
Yeah, same deal as before for this one. As I said, here's the other thing as far as the time thing, is that the time didn't stop until the shuttle landed before, but in this case, as soon as I destroy all the buildings, time stops. So basically, this is the time trial mode of the game, pretty much. Yeah, there's destructive power also at the gas plant, so yeah, bust them. I don't feel like I'm doing a really good job on this one right now. It seems like I'm missing the buildings more than I should be. Wait, did I get it all? Okay, I missed that one. Good thing I went back. Alright. I think as long as you get the buildings busted before it hits the 1,000 feet, you should be fine. I think. Alright, yeah, I don't know how this is gonna be. I might have to do this again. Yeah, that was not a good run on this, honestly. Okay, it's better, but it was not good enough. Alright, so we gotta do it again.
Go for it.
Guess while we're going through all these levels, feel free to hit me with anything else you got, chat, as far as this game or anything else that's on your mind game-wise. And then we'll be done with this as soon as we get golds and everything. Which, you know, honestly is not gonna be too bad, because we don't have to do the bonus missions again. So anything that was like the bonus case, like where you had the time limit on already, before, you know, doing all the clearage stuff, we don't have to do that again. They all have golds that way. Or just sit back and enjoy the destruction and the colors as it is. This should probably be better. I'm getting stuck with the Thunder Fist again. You know, if I take too long to try and get this one, I might just go on to one of the other levels and come back. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting this. You know what? We'll come back. Or, you know what? I'll start again. One more time.
Show us what you've got.
You can do this.
Also trying to get the boost, but yeah, that doesn't always work very well. Or it's hard to get the timing on that. You know, fine, let's do it the other way. Let's, I usually don't go this way, doing these buildings first. I usually just go out to down, south. So yeah, let's go north and destroy these things. Okay, now I know I could bust the other buildings a lot easier.
2,000 feet.
Alright, good. Now, let's just go back. This probably was a good idea. Yeah, I'm just hitting the A button basically to keep rolling. So yeah, just keep doing it. Rolling, rolling, rolling. I think that should be good enough.
You're just trying to impress me.
Yeah, it was. Okay. Yeah, as long as you get it, I think before it hits 1,000 feet, you're all set. Alright, so next, Black Ridge Works. Now, a lot of these are going to be shorter because, again, you're just focusing on the idea of just clearing that carrier path. You don't care about anything else. They were setting everything else in the level, but at that point, it's like, yeah, just focus on the buildings and the path of the carrier, and you're all good. As soon as you see it say the number, you can just abandon the rest of it, and it looked like I got stuck there. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, you see it too. The rest of that building's there, who cares? It's fine. There we go.
No trouble at all.
Yeah, so far. Alright, so next, let's do character point. Also, this level, you don't want to get the boost completely. Or if you do, hold right on the analog stick or D-pad to make it work. Because otherwise, you'll boost right into the carrier and you'll lose. And I've had that happen before. Alright, so back with Thunder Fist again. Just keep rolling along and destroying everything. And yeah, it goes to that catharsis for it. I do like that. I think that maybe that's my appeal of this. And as I'll get to that when I get to my final thoughts with this, which shouldn't be too much longer. There you go.
No trouble at all.
Okay, so next... Alright, I'm going to show you the cheap way to do beaten tracks. And you can only do it in this version.
Time to get moving.
You're supposed to get a guarantee we get a platinum on it. When they give us platinums. Which, by the way, you'll get platinum availability after you get gold medals and everything. So, that's where we'll stop. Because after that, there's no other point to continuing except for getting the final, rank. Which I can't do because the platinum medal times are insanely hard. Oh, shit. Yeah, I shouldn't have stopped. Yeah, because we're supposed to take the crate over there and bust that building, as we saw me doing legitimately. I'm going to show you how to not do it legitimately. Or legitimately. So bust that. Get down to 1. Park next to the semi. Hit the Z button, and we're done. Yeah, there you go. That's guaranteed platinum.
You're just trying to.
It's also not exactly how they intend you to do it, but yeah, 37.2 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to be using that also when we get to, Oyster Harbor. Because Oyster Harbor's a little different as far as how that works, because you don't have to worry about certain things that normally we would worry about. Alright, so there is Amber Hamlet again, and back with the Cyclone suit. Yeah, this is going to be pretty much the greatest hits of everything we saw. But changing the dynamic a little bit because, hey, you're running on time, and you have to make sure that, you know, you're hitting everything, and paying attention to what specific parts of buildings you need to destroy in order to get the carrier path cleared. And I guess where do you miss stuff as well? Alright. Yeah, and some of those platinum times, just going that before we, and I'll show off what they all are, before we end tonight. But yeah, some of those are insanely difficult. They're the kind of things that, yeah, you could be playing this game the rest of your life and not get them all. It's probably going to be my case, but I think I've, grown to be at peace with that. Alright, a hysterical claustrophobe. Well, it's not that claustrophobic as far as what it is, but yeah, everything's busted. Everything's dying, or everything's been destroyed. Fine, okay, nothing's dying. Alright, let's go to Tempest City.
Try this.
Alright, 1 minute.
Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is necessarily me being a hysterical claustrophobe, it's me being a hysterical destructophile, I guess. Alright. But they keep coming up with, I guess, interesting things as far as the names for the ranks. Including the last one, which is called, literally, You Can Stop Now. I do love that. Like, that's the Rare sense of humor. So this is also the other thing as far as what Rare tends to do. Or the Hamlet case. Yeah, well, we had Ember Hamlet. We also have Tempest City. So I don't know if... Okay, I'm out of ammo. Where's ammo? And you know what? I'm going to start over because I don't have enough ammo to get in time for this. But yeah, maybe the Shakespeare perspective, which might have made... Actually, you know what? I don't know if maybe it's wrong to assume this because it's the UK. It's Twycross, where Rare is stationed. And they're still in business. They're still working. They're owned by Microsoft. They're still making stuff, including Everwild, which is a game of theirs I'm looking forward to. But I know they've apparently had troubles with the development on that. So I don't know when we're going to see that. Just the idea of, like, hey, maybe they had that on their minds. And, hey, that's an interesting perspective, too. All right, boom, boom, boom. It's all the destruction. Your Sound and Fury signifying nothing, but, like, no, this is signifying something. It's signifying fun and another thing. Or the shot fell off with a mortal coil. So there you go. Thank you for providing that. Yeah, see, we're getting deep. We're going the Shakespeare take on the Blast Core game, which I do love that, too. So thank you very much, Shelly Finn, for that. All right, Shilagully.
Show us what you've got.
Time to get moving.
Oh, no. Yeah, sometimes the turning is so tight that I'm missing it. All right. I know. You know what? Fine, I'm starting this over because I screwed up enough already.
Try this for size.
You can do this.
Yeah, but unfortunately in this case, yeah, I'm stuck with the Skyfall, so I have to be good with that, and I am not good with that. Yeah, thank you for the encouragement. I don't know if that's necessarily true or not, but either way. Okay, fine, that was set. Alright, fine. Ooh. Okay, yeah, it just looks cool. I think that's the other thing. It's like, hey, this game, there's something just kind of cool about this. Oh, no. Okay, fine, I don't think that's close enough for me to make a difference on that one. Yeah, already I think I'm wasting too much time on this. We'll see. Thank you. Yeah, he keeps saying that, but as far as how much I believe that, I don't know. Honestly, I don't want to do this again. You know, I've already wasted too much time again. I'll try one more time, and if not, we'll go on to something else. But I do have to gold this, unfortunately. Okay, but fine. This is already going way better. Ugh. Sometimes I just want to use the boost just to quickly go through that. But unless you're in the air, you're not going to get much damage off of the buildings or destroy them that easily. Warning. And same case as before, if the carrier hits the building, it's an instant loss. So don't do that. Or don't let that happen. Which I guess, when you think about it story-wise, how does this make sense? How does the carrier come back? I guess maybe that's the joke. Like the military made another one, and the same thing happened. Or like Megadeth once said, military intelligence, two words combined that can't make sense. I'm already doing way better on this for now. It also goes to the other, I guess, thing about this, which is the time attack appeal of this perspective of the game, but also that idea of, like, hey, you can come back and try again, and get a sense of, okay, yeah, you get something going better, and especially this time. Yeah, I think that's enough. As long as the carrier's on the bridge, you should be set with gold. Yeah, I am. Good. Alright, so next, Allen Farm.
Try this for size.
Good luck.
In this case, I guess this is like, as I mentioned, it's like a greatest hits of what we already did. But I mean, it's interesting. You could also say, I guess, this, which is like, all right, is this initially a cheap way for them to extend the value of the game? I mean, yes, maybe, because you're going to the same places, but then again, also, because it is focused on just clearing the path, it is a different way of thinking of how to beat these levels. Under normal circumstances, like, no, I just want to grab everything and clear the place out. But when you're just running this, like, yeah, I don't need to destroy any of the buildings that aren't vital. So at that point, it's like, yeah, who cares? Wait, what was I hitting there? That was weird. You saw that. It didn't seem like there was any building I was being hit into or hitting into specifically. Alright, yeah. You see the thing, I'm doing the nudge there just because I want to get it out of the way quick. But sometimes that can be more to... Oh, okay, there was a fence that I hit. That was what it was. Like, wait a second, what was it hitting? Oh. I also think I did this better when I was playing through the actual level. Alright. Okay, fine, that's better. Fuck it, we're cheating. And again, what you do for that is you park by it and keep hitting Z until the building destroys itself. Because what's going on with that is the game thinks that you're trying to get... Well, fine, you're trying to get out of the vehicle by hitting the Z button, but the game thinks that, okay, fine, it just destroys the building, lets you get out. Alright, Ironstone Mine. As I mentioned, also the Xbox One version got rid of that, so if you have Rare Replay, yeah, you can't do that. That's also the reason I wanted to show the N64 version also. I could show that, and also show the music that is not in the Xbox One version. Well, fine, the one minigame music. Okay, why was that not getting destroyed? Alright, fine, there you go. Yeah, that's why in some ways I don't totally like the side swipe, or, yeah, the side swipe. It's cool as far as how it looks, and it's unique to say, like, hey, let's come up with a destruction machine that basically just shoots the plungers out and then destroys buildings. At this point, I was doing what I probably should have done when I was playing the actual level, but yeah, keep rolling. I was hitting A and didn't do anything. Alright, yeah, there might be some button delay, honestly, on this. So, yeah, if they port this to Switch Online, I don't know if they will. I mean, I don't know if maybe Microsoft's gonna say, like, hey, they want to send that to them. I mean, Banjo-Kazooie, I guess, makes more sense, maybe because it was a Nintendo game. I mean, this was too, so fine, fair enough. I don't know if, like, hey, it's just gonna be better than it was, you know, to play with this. Alright, got it.
No trouble at all.
Yeah, eventually no trouble. Alright, so what's our next promotion? Also have to keep track of how many, yeah, we're Uncontrollable Madman. Yeah, I guess so. That makes more sense than the last one. Also have to keep account of, like, how many, promotions do we get. I'll do Chrono Court. Yeah, this is the one I mentioned. Okay, fine, I was, like, a second off of the, time before. Considering this is the only level well, fine, one of the only levels I had a failure on this in Angel City as far as the main game, I'm a little nervous doing this now. And they only give you 50 seconds, so yeah, you don't have much time. Got it, alright. But as I said, this is also one of the missions you realize that, oh, wait a minute, I only have to destroy certain parts of buildings and it's fine. Alright, so yeah, we did that first try this time, thankfully. Alright, Echo Marches, this is also different because remember how we had to get the barge and the train in line? You don't have to do that anymore. You just have to defeat or destroy the buildings. You pretty much give a straight shot on this and just destroy the buildings on the path. It doesn't matter anything. And the way the carrier goes, there's no way it's gonna hit the train tracks unless you really waste time. But yeah, just keep going straight in the line and keep going. So yeah, you don't have to clear that. It says that you do, but you don't have to, so just ignore it. And also, you only have to hit the edges of that building right there and that one. In this case, you can just beeline it pretty much. And also, one other thing I guess to mention that I didn't. The carrier will always go in a straight line, so as long as you have yourself positioned the way I do for this, it's no issue. Whoop. There you go. Yeah, so it's back at the farm at the beginning of the level, but yeah, we beat it already. And I don't remember if that's the platinum time or not. But we'll see when the platinums become available. Alright, so Ember Hamlet we took care of. I don't know if I want to do Angel City right now. City Mile. You know, let's get Ebony Coast out of the way.
Try this for size.
Good luck.
Also, I'll show what I mentioned earlier, which is that if you get the train back enough, just enough like that, so you can come out still. Just take the Ramdozer, yeah, just go on the train tracks. Yeah, there's a site. Yeah, we don't need the train here, we're just gonna take the bulldozer thing, or the Ramdozer as they call it, and just keep going. And I'll also show you the easy, well actually no. I was gonna say I'm gonna show the easy way of doing the clearance of the buildings here, but honestly, you still don't have a whole lot of time to do it, so I may as well just still use the same thing with the TNT barrels. As long as this goes straight, you should be set. Yeah, because I think it considers each of the parts of the building as one. So, like, alright, so that's 4, even though that's one big building, they count that as 1. Or fine, they count each segment as 1. And one of these you only have to destroy one of the ends. I think it might be this one. Or, you know, okay, fine, it doesn't matter, because I got them all. And you know what, fine, we'll use the trick now. You just stand in front of this thing and bust it like that. Yeah, you say it doesn't work. And Nintendo Power used to tell that, yeah, if she says try something else, it's not going to work. Oh, they're lying. Or they were lying. No, it's working. Unless I was playing this on Xbox One, in which case it wouldn't have worked. In fact, that was the first thing I did when I played the Xbox One port of this. I said, can I do that? And they realized, no, they patched it. Like, oh, come on, guys. Another benefit, I guess, of the N64 version, but as I said, there are other things that that one does better as far as frame rate. Okay, I totally missed the gas pump. Back at the City Mile, which gave me no trouble at all when I went through before, but yeah, it seems like I'm hitting a lot of it now. Or missing a lot of it now. That's the thing, I guess, about the Cyclone series. I do like this thing, but sometimes it's a little unwieldy to control this. Whoa! Especially in that case, because when you go in the flip, you are stuck in the direction you're going, so if you're going off like that, you're gonna miss it. And also, the divots won't necessarily help you on this thing either, because it's really more for the ground vehicles that have wheels. So at least I'm getting part of that, so yeah, it's 8. There we go. Alright. Yeah, we're doing okay. Actually, you know, now I'm thinking about it, maybe a little more than half an hour from what I said, but yeah, we'll be done for the 5 hours, so yeah, it'll cover that. So yeah, this is not a 6-hour game, feasibly. This is a 5-hour game, I guess, if you know how it works. Except that, yeah, you know what, let's get this out of the way, too.
Try this for size.
Time to get moving.
Then again, I did this so much better when we first played it a couple hours ago than I ever thought I would, so maybe I'll get lucky. Either that, or it'll see the full force of what's wrong with this level, or why it's hard. As I mentioned, it's going on the grass. And the fact you're running the backlash. But also, good news is that, yeah, there you go. That's not the building, because it's kind of a weird line as far as how this is, because going in a straight line, it means you don't have to necessarily destroy all the buildings you want. Fine, I won't destroy that one yet. Because you're really in a tight quarter, really, at this because of the way the grass is. All right. Come on. Oh, no. Fine, all right. I'm going to have to restart this one. I'm not going to even let it blow up. We're just going to restart it.
Show us what you've got.
Good luck.
Alright, yeah, we almost got this. Yeah, it seems like this is turning out pretty well as far as how this is. I'm glad I'm able to show this all off in one part, so there you go. Whoa. Alright, there you go. Now we're getting to the perspectives. I guess this also goes to the easy to learn, hard to master case of this, which is like, yeah, this is insanely hard to master as far as, you know, controlling the backlash, but yeah, when you get it down, it is pretty satisfying. Oh, wow, alright, that was pretty great. Alright, yeah, that was pretty damn good.
No trouble at all.
Alright, so one more promotion on our way. Eventually, you'll get to a point when you get all the or get to Platinum Case. There will be no more promotions, really. World Class Megalomaniac. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I want to get that out of the way, because that is immediately one of the harder ones. Okay, so let's see. We have Crystal Rift. Crystal Rift, we saw how that is. It's going to be easy, because I just need to go get Ramdozer.
Hope this works.
And you can't boost on this one, because I don't think you can boost the train. At least I don't think you can. Actually, I don't think you even need to. It's one of the few levels I can think of where you don't need to boost the train. Or no, you don't have to, no, I mean, you don't have to have a boost on it to get the platinum time. But you know what? I'm not even waiting for, you know, the carrier cake. I'm not even gonna wait and go destroy that thing. I'm just gonna go get the Ramdozer right now. Alright, let's see if I can get back there in time. Ignore the silos because they don't destroy easily. Alright, yeah, a little closer comfort, but yeah, like, it was worth doing that. Anything to use the easier vehicle to destroy the buildings instead of the Skyfall. Look, there are probably people who are better at the Skyfall than I am, so there you go.
You're just trying to impress me.
Now I'm just trying to show the game off. And I think I'm doing an okay job of that. Alright. So let's see, what's left? Not much, actually. Diamond Sands, I technically already did that when we played it. Yeah, Angel City, and, you know, we'll save, Oyster Harbor for last, because I'll totally decimate it.
Show us what you've got.
This is probably going to be harder just doing Angel City again. Yeah, I also, to go back to when I was playing this game the first time, yeah, I was never this good with the backlash. So yeah, this is what 25 years of playing this game will do, and even then I'm still making mistakes. So I was like, yeah, there you go. And it was weird. I saw like a pop-in with an artifact there in the graphics. I'll have to look at what that was, because I'm seeing a lot of weird things happening with the visuals in some ways that I've never seen. Eh. There. Ooh. Almost. Yeah, no, it does. I mean, he's right on this one, because, yeah, this level is tricky. We're done with that one. Let's go to the last building. I was gonna say, like, can I do the glitch on this? Also, I gotta get a sense of, yeah. Alright, got it. Hopefully that was enough. I don't remember what the gold time on this is. Gold, alright, it's 250. Oh, is it? Oh, right, I remember, because I think a lot of them, they basically have it in 10-second increments near the end for what the actual time limit of the level is. In that case, it was 3 minutes, 10 seconds. This is 8 minutes, but I'm going to show you how to make it really easy.
Show us what you've got.
Go for it.
Yeah, and I think I'm entitled to this given how much of a nerve-wracking case this was when we played it for real. Okay, same deal as before. Bust out the area to get to the ram dozer, which is over there. And in this case, yeah, I don't care as far as that with the missile, so... I got it. Alright. It is an 8-minute time limit, by the way, so do give you a lot of time if you're doing this part of it legitimately. Alright, same deal as before. Get the ram dozer ready to go and bust the crates here. What I'm doing differently is I'm going to use the glitch to do this. So hit the Z button in front of this. Bust one part of it. Then the second. Third. And then the fourth destroys the rest of it. As I mentioned on my test playthrough, I found out if you don't hit that fourth part of that explicitly there, the rest of them will not go down individually. Okay, so yeah, also we don't have to deal with that part of it anymore either. So yeah, ignore the divots over there, so that's fine. And same with barges, we don't have to worry about those either. So yeah, just keep going here. I could go get the TNT crate, but yeah, we're not doing that. Okay, this is our reward for making it, you know, through this whole game. All right, so that's there. Stop. And same case here, just use the Z button trick. Guaranteed platinum. That's how you do it. Not legitimately as far as this, but yeah, that's how you do it for this version. Alright, there you go. Minute 32 seconds. That should be enough. Alright. Okay, good. I was like, wait a second. The game defreeze did. Alright. Now go for platinum. Alright. This is basically the end of the game. This is the last thing you can do in this game. Now, just to show this, where'd I get platinums on? Beaten Tracks, yeah, with the trick I used. Oyster Harbor, also with the trick I used. You have to basically play these levels perfectly, or use a glitch like that, in order to see these. And with that, we are a world-class megalomaniac, so that's when we're stopping as far as our ranks. If you get all platinums on every level you get, you can stop now. And that's that. Okay, so 255 is the platinum time there. I also show the platinum times for everything. 115 for Gibbons Gate. Yeah, good luck on that. Cromwell Court is 22 seconds. Again, good luck. Yeah, these are insanely hard to get, just to get a sense of that. 54 seconds for Ironstone Mine. 235 for Diamond Sands. Ebony Coast is 112. Yeah, I'm just going to go through this, and this is going to be the end of the game and the end of the show for tonight. Sea Miles, 55 seconds. And the bonus levels have platinums too, so yeah. 35 seconds for Morgan Hall. I definitely didn't do it in 35 seconds. 28 seconds for Argent Towers. Marine Quarter is 36. Yeah, this is basically just going to be me showing off everything for it. So, I mean, you know what? I won't even necessarily get into a case of me reading off what they are. Also, I don't want to forget one. Because there's a lot this way, so like it also gives a sense of like, you know what, which ones I do. You know what, fine, I won't necessarily bore that way. Actually, Bison Ridge I got pretty close, I was 2 seconds off. Let's see if there's any other ones that I got aside from those two. Yeah, they're insanely hard to get, so yeah, don't expect to see many of these. Alright, let me check the bonus levels over on the side here. I don't think I got any there. Yeah. Nothing, nothing, nothing. But yeah, they're all gold, and that's fine. So at least there's that. And I'll check one last place. I think this might be a good place to end for tonight. And that is, going back to space briefly. But in space, I have to actually look because you're noticing there, they don't actually give you the medal on the screen. So it's 220 for the moon. It's 110 for Mercury. I think I used to be able to do the Mercury one. Venus is 215, so yeah, there you go. Mars is 150. And Neptune, I know I used to get this is 128. I just didn't get it this time. Alright, fine. So there we go. We are done to that. You know what? Let's go back to Earth and enjoy the idea of what that is. And we'll start back to where we ended. Alright, so yeah. With that, that is Blast Core for the Nintendo 64. Played to pretty much 100%. The only thing, as I mentioned, next would be getting platinums on everything, but I can't do that. And I'm not going to put you through the perspective of that, because otherwise we'd be here for probably a couple more years. Maybe 25 more years, because I can't get platinums on everything. This game is hard that way. Thank you for a great show. No problem, Dolly Finn. Oh, alright, but I guess to end, or before we end, I'll go on my final thoughts on Blast Core. This is a great game, a unique game as far as Rare is concerned. It definitely is one that has aged. I've definitely shown that. I definitely agree with that to some degree, with aspects of it. There's definitely some stuff as far as some of its vehicles that can be tough to get used to. Definitely some janky elements. But even 25 years later, I had a great time playing this again. I really think this is a unique one, and if you haven't played it, it's one I think is worth playing, even if you're like, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be your favorite game ever. I wouldn't say necessarily it's my favorite game as far as that, or even from Rare. But it is something that's very unique. It does put a perspective of what Rare really was doing as a company, what they still do to some degree when they have stuff coming out. And I guess just kind of putting into perspective of something that the only thing I can think of really is that only gaming could really give something like this. I mean, I guess maybe, which just gave a sense of movies as far as like movies can do stuff like this with a game like this. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting mix of a serious side as well as its levity, as well as some really creative elements to it, some nice presentations, some really great music. And it is a very unique and fun game that I definitely have a lot of affection for. It is one I have nostalgic appeal for sure. So I get the idea that people maybe think like, not necessarily feeling this one completely, but it is at least worth playing once. I'll say that. If you haven't played Blast Core, I think it is one that is definitely worth playing at one time in your life. Whether you like it or not, that's fine. But I think that it's worth playing just for that unique perspective. You like Tonka trucks and, like destruction and things like that. Or like Darcy Pro-Am because like the racing perspective. This might be right up your alley. And it is on the Nintendo 64 itself, which is where we played it. I don't think it costs a lot of money. I think I saw it's like 20, 30 bucks, I think. And it's also on Rare Replay on the Xbox One, Xbox Series S, and Xbox Series X, which is I think it's about 30 bucks as far as the release. And there's a lot of other Rare games. At some point, we will show off more stuff of Rare. I know that has been a bit of a blind spot to a certain extent because, like, hey, I've shown 2 games of them, including this one, and then Donkey Kong Country I'm going to have to go back and redo. But Donkey Kong Country 2 is up on the YouTube site if you want more Rare stuff, and we're going to have more Rare in August with the next game that came out from them, which definitely was a big case for Rare and a big case for gaming and the Nintendo 64 and first-person shooters. That is GoldenEye 007. We're playing that in August to celebrate its 25th anniversary, and Protorova called dibs on that, so he will be with me when we play that in August. I'm looking forward to getting to that, and I had a great time playing Blast Core tonight. Okay, so let's go into the schedule for the next couple of weeks. Next week, Nocturne's going to be back with me for Mega Man Legends. That's going to be the finale of that game. She's doing the off-screen grinding. I'm also doing off-screen play too, because I'll explain something briefly, and we'll go into this more next week. She's going through certain things as far as getting the Shining Laser. She said that, hey, I'm going to be going through some of the side quests. There's certain things I'm going to have to bypass, so I won't be able to show that on the show. But that's okay, because what I'm going to do is I have Mega Man 64, the Nintendo 64 port of that game. I'm going to be doing some recording for that sometime this week when I have time. I'm going to have to squeeze that in, but I'll make that happen. And I'll append that to the YouTube site version. We put that up a couple days after we do it next week. On top of something I think I want to do, which is I'm going to record with her Mega Man 64, her experience of, like, seeing that, because she's never seen it. She played on PlayStation, which is fine. That's the better version. I'm going to show her exactly why that's the better version. I've explained it, like, hey, there's some weird stuff as far as emulation or the way they ported this to the N64 and why, if you can play it on PlayStation, please play it on PlayStation. But I think I just want to have, like, a take of, her just reacting to me showing her parts of that game. She's going to say, like, what the hell is this? What did they do to this game? To which I say, like, hey, it could be worse. It could have been the PC version, which is even worse as far as the emulation. So, yeah, PlayStation or bust on Mega Man Legends, but we're going to continue and conclude it next week. There'll be a lot of extra goodies appended to the YouTube site version of that. You are not going to want to miss it. 2 weeks after that, Dolly Finn, thank you very much for coming into the show tonight. You're going to be on the show again. I loved what we did with Christmas Nights back on Christmas Day. You're going to be back on the show with me to start the next RPG. Good night and well played. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for joining the show. 2 weeks, you will be on the show with me for the start of Sailor Moon Another Story. I had fun, thank you, and I had a blast playing this game. Pun intended, I guess. Yeah, this game is a blast to me, and I definitely have a lot of affection for it. But yeah, 2 weeks from now, Sailor Moon Another Story is going to be the next RPG I'm going to start for the Super Famicom. Dolly Finn's going to be with me. We're going to share our experiences with Sailor Moon as a franchise, and maybe experiences with this game, of which, honestly, this came out in Japan only, so I get the idea that maybe there are a lot of people who haven't played this, but if you like Sailor Moon, I think you're going to like where this is going to go. And like with the other stuff, when it comes to long form, especially the RPGs, it'll be a 5-hour run, and then we'll come back to it each month until we finish it. 3 weeks from now is going to be the April Fool's Day episode, the day after the April Fool's Day. It'll be Batman Forever for the Super Nintendo. I'm going to have to practice that. We're going to beat that game, even though I know it's awful. And, yeah, there's a lot of memories I have with that perspective, or some anyway. And we'll get our Batman take going on, so that'll be an interesting case for that. And then as far as the rest of April, it's going to be a little bit up in the air, sort of, in the sense of, alright, when are we going to do part 2 of Sailor Moon of the Story? I also promised, like, first we're going to do F-Zero X next month. I'll see when we can do that. And also, Nocturne wanted to be involved in something else. We're going to figure out what that is. And we're also figuring out what, and I'll talk to her about this next week, I think I want to do for next year's initiative for the show, because I mentioned Ocarina of Time is, and Majora's Mask, the Zelda stuff on N64. That's the big initiative this year. Each month we're going through each of them. And also next month we'll have part 4 of Ocarina of Time as well. I think I know what I want to do for the big initiative for 2023. I know I'm planning a little ahead on this one, but I think I have the idea. It's something that Nocturne and I have talked about. I'm going to run it by her. I'm going to see what she thinks as far as like this being the idea. And it's going to go to a certain degree with what we planned together as far as the Mega Man Legends case, as well as, like first, I know there's a comment you made on one YouTube video, one I did very early with some of my earlier tech, and it's one you said you might have wanted to be in on. You might get your chance to see it again. I'll tell you that. But that'll come down the road. But, alright, with that, I think I will bid you all good night. Thank you very much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. Thank you for joining me on the experience of Blast Corps. Thank you for making this a unique deep dive into it and a lot of elements around it. Thank you, Dolly Finn. Thank you, Luck First. Thank you, everybody, for watching. It's a cool thing you were saying as far as the Dolly Finn cool cat. Oh, you're cool for cats. Yeah, another British case as far as, you know, Squeeze and then Rare. So, like, yeah, that's another case. Not going to get any other discussion of Blast Corps or any other game feasibly quite like this one. So I promise you that, and thank you very much for making it that unique. As I mention every week, you make the show what it is, you add to this. It's not just me playing this game and talking my ass off over this. It's all of you adding to it, and I appreciate that so much. And thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say it enough, but I will keep doing it. But yeah, with that, yeah, they'll close the show tonight. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next week with Nocturne for the finale of Mega Man Legends for the PlayStation, as well as extra goodies appended to the YouTube version in a couple days afterwards. Bye, Dolly Finn. Bye, Like First. Bye, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you for watching. I will see you next week with Mega Man Legends' finale. Have a great night, and take care.